star motif, which is emblematic of Bar Kokhba himself. At the bottom, you see traditional themes like a lyre, grapes, an urn, and trumpets. But what's interesting is what you don't see, which are any representations of human beings or animals, which was very much against Jewish sensibilities in the 2nd century. Here's another version that shows at the top, these are palm fronds, or specifically the lulav and esrog, the arba minim, the 4 species that are held together as part of the Sukkot celebration. It's interesting to note that Bar Kokhba, from as far as we can tell, not only the attraction of Rabbi Akiva and the various depictions in the Talmudic sources, but also in the archaeological evidence, seems to have been leading a movement of observant Jews, that they were striving to maintain the observances of the holidays and things like that, even when they were besieged and literally living in caves. We know that the war was quite brutal, that Hadrian suffered tremendously, and as we shall see, had to bring in significant reinforcements to be able to put down this very successful guerrilla rebellion, which took great advantage of the local terrain. Eusebius refers to the Jewish rebels being active in the cave system of the Judean mountain range. We know that Hadrian suffered not only because of the support he had to draw in from elsewhere in the Roman Empire, but also because, as Cassius Dio points out, when he wrote to the Senate the report of what was happening in Judea, he pointedly omitted the phrase mihi et legionibus bene, which means I and my forces are well, meaning I and the armed forces, the military, are doing fine, thank you. He took out that standard phrase, which for Cassius Dio, writing in the 2nd century, was a very big statement to the Senate. Ultimately, however, the rebels could simply not hold out against the overwhelming might of the Romans, and they were reduced to hiding in a series of caves. Some of them are shown here, largely undiscovered until the 20th century. There were originally some Bedouin who made their way into these caves in the early 20th century, and as artifacts began to slowly filter out into the black market, that's when Yigael Yadin and his team decided to investigate. And in the early 1960s, they found several of these caves and found some amazing discoveries that we're going to look at in this lecture and in a couple others as well. For example, these urns, which are quite remarkable in themselves, but one of the things that tells us about Bar Kokhba is that they used to have like decorations here of facial features that were intentionally defaced, as were all of the implements that had decorations of this nature in the cave. So in other words, these may have been made by Romans or Phoenicians or something like that, but the Bar Kokhba rebels, not wanting to transgress the commandment against making graven images, specifically defaced them to remove them. So we get a sense of their religious orientation. There are several other indicators of this as well, such as, for example, the discovery of balls of unworked yarn that was dyed with what they believed was the techelet. Techelet is a blue color. This may be a little bit distorted by age, 2,000 years, right? And photography, 1960s, right? And this would have been used for the single blue thread in the fringed garments worn by religious Jews, the so-called tzitzit. Chemical analysis of this particular dye, however, and these threads, indicates that the Bar Kokhba rebels were apparently holding on to some forged techelet, which the Talmud says was a problem in the era, because with the technology of the day, it was impossible to know whether this was the actual techelet made with the specific mollusks that produced this dye, or whether it was made from a vegetable source, which would have rendered it unfit for the talis, for the prayer shawl, but nevertheless was frequently circulated in the black market. Many more mysteries surrounding this, but nevertheless you get the idea that the Bar Kokhba rebels cared about Jewish rituals. Now, as the war went, Hadrian, seeing that he was having a difficult time, he summoned none other than Julius Severus from Britain. This is an incredible general who had tremendous success in putting down a difficult riot way on the other side of the Roman Empire. So he was specifically brought to Judea in order to maintain the order. Hadrian also summoned to Judea 6 legions, an estimated 50,000 troops when all were calculated, and that's an amazing number. It's impossible to imagine that Koffa had more than perhaps 10 or 15,000 troops at his disposal, and even that is definitely on the high end of the estimation. Nevertheless, the Roman casualties were described by a contemporary, Marcus Cornelius Fronto, as being very similar to what the Romans lost in Britain. So that indicates that it was really a pitched battles, one after another. Dio does give us a sense of the Jewish casualties. He gives us the very large number, 580,000 casualties, over almost 1,000 villages and 50 outposts. Now, it's possible that, especially in terms of the casualties, the numbers are hugely inflated. Even with these large numbers, we do know that 6 legions were in the area, so it certainly would have been an absolutely horrific massacre, all told. The last stand was at Beitar, shown here, and as the last of the Bar Kokhba rebels were killed by the Romans, there was this particular event was actually enshrined in the liturgy. The grace after meals includes a blessing, which specifically was composed in memory of the martyrs of Beitar. Like the name Bar Kokhba, resonates throughout Jewish history. We have, for example, the youth scouting movement led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, shown here in the center of this group of scouts, was a very important youth movement that had a very important role in the founding of the State of Israel, and by extension to it, the Likud party itself, through people like Menachem Begin, Prime Minister of Israel, for example. Thank you very much for watching.
What are you sick of, Theophon? I'm sick of celebrities telling people political stuff. Talking about the basically the words. I'm not rich, dude. It's easy to be nice in a theater when you're rich, dude. Go to a porn theater, dude. People are humming. There's a sister hitting you in the back of the head with something for nothing. You didn't do anything wrong. Tell us what grinds your gears. A sister hitting you in the back of the head? But yeah, I mean, it could be an urban girl or your actual, blood sister.
One of the most consequential questions in Jewish history is a very basic one. Who is a Jew? Now, you might think that this is a settled law, that there is really no question about it, but in fact, when you look a little more deeply at Jewish history, you see that there are several periods in history when it becomes a very important question. For the vast majority of Jewish history, in particular the last 2 millennia, most Jews have regarded a Jew as someone who has a Jewish mother. That is, he is matrilineal. The nominal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of affiliation with a religion or self-identification, but that has not always been the universal case for Jewish history. What I'd like to do today is focus on this question as we introduce the question of women in ancient Israel in general. Now, let us recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is primarily because of a decision that was made by the Reform movement in 1983 that recognized patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both matrilineal and patrilineal descent. But in other words, this represented an acknowledgement by a major Jewish movement that as long as one parent was ethnically Jewish, however you define that Jewishness, then the child could also be Jewish. There's more to it than that, and perhaps one of the most important things to think about is, did this decision, initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened because intermarriage, especially in American Jewry, was at such a high level that we already have the phenomenon of children who have a Jewish father rather than a Jewish mother and wish to identify with the Jewish community, and they find that they are shut out because the matrilineal principle has been the dominant one for the last 2,000 years. And it's resulted in a lot of really painful moments, for example, in this article by Shoshana Tikva, written in 2019. It's a very difficult and personal issue. In this particular video, I mainly intend to just go over the historical issues, and I will leave the philosophical and religious and indeed sociological and psychological issues to people who are more expert. So the question that we really have is, when did the matrilineal status become effective, or when did it become the norm? We can see when you read the Bible, it's very clear two things. First of all, there is a strong prohibition, very clearly worded, against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one can easily generalize that it refers to intermarriage in general. And at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Joseph and Moses and Solomon, who all apparently marry non-Jewish women. So how do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.D. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal versus patrilineal descent and so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but there's no question it's a masterful survey of the sources, and there's a lot of value in this particular work. So trying to square this conundrum of, on the one hand, we have this long-standing practice of matrilineal descent, and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples that seem to contradict it. There are three logical ways to approach the challenge. The first is to say that, let's say the law of matrilineal descent, this concept, this principle, was not always described in the text, meaning that, Moses married a Midianite, but the Midianite woman went through a conversion. And Joseph married, an Egyptian woman, but she went through a conversion. If that is the case, then you have to wonder, well, why doesn't the text tell us this? Why doesn't the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Wouldn't we be prone to be misunderstanding the text if it doesn't say something which actually happened? That's one possibility. Another logical possibility is to say that, yes, the law was always in effect. The Jews always adhered to this matrilineal principle, but it was sometimes ignored. You have that sometimes where, as Rabbi Beryl Wine often likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, right? Jews do not necessarily behave in normative, acceptable ways. So perhaps, the examples we have in the Bible are, not in conformity with the way Jews are supposed to behave. Now that would be obviously an acceptable answer, except the fact that, these figures, Moses, Joseph, Solomon, and others, they're really important people. And are we really going to assert that they were behaving contrary to law? That's definitely problematic. There's also a smaller problem, which we won't go into right now, but the Midrash has a principle that even before the Torah was given, Jews at that level, at any rate, certainly behaved in conformity with the Torah itself. Like, for example, the laws of keeping kosher were not given until the Torah was given, but you still wouldn't have the patriarchs and matriarchs going out for non-kosher food, that kind of thing. But that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now. The third logical possibility is that maybe the law wasn't always in effect. Maybe the law of matrilineal descent, or the principle of matrilineal descent, was introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that the earlier biblical figures who followed apparently a patrilineal principle were not contravening the law. Again, there's that small midrashic objection, which is reasonable but not for us today. But if that is the case, that we say the law was not necessarily in effect, when did it change? So that's the three possibilities. Let's look at them in turn. But let's start from the basic one. Let's say, when's the first unequivocal statement of this principle? So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. And here's one classic passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to your sons, or take their daughters for your sons. And then in verse 4 it says, Ki yasir et bincha me'acharai, v'avdu Elohim acherim, v'chara af Hashem bachem, v'yishnitcha maher. Right? Now let's look at the translation. It says, for they will turn your children away from me to worship other gods, and the Lord's anger will blaze forth against you, and he will promptly wipe you out. Right? Really strong word of criticism, I think. The problem with this particular passage, and normally Sefaria is amazing, but they're relying on translations that in many cases are already extant, and this translation is a little bit of a distortion. We look carefully at the English. It's not for they, which is in the third person plural. It really should be for he, right? The word in Hebrew is ki yasir, which is male, masculine, singular. For it's really he will turn your children. Now, your children is also not in the plural. It should be in the singular masculine, for your son, which in this context would mean your grandson. Okay, so let's understand this properly. It says, for he, meaning your son-in-law. It can't be your daughter-in-law, because it would say for she. It would put it in the feminine. And by the way, in Hebrew, there is no neuter gender. Every single noun or pronoun has to be either male or female. So it's binary here, there's no other choice. And it is masculine. So this means that if, you have to imagine yourself as a grandparent, if your daughter marries a non-Jewish male, if you as a Jewish person have a daughter who is Jewish, and she marries a non-Jewish male, the non-Jewish male, according to this verse, will turn your son, which is your grandson, away from God. That's the statement of the verse here. Let's look at it in the commentary of Rashi. I have it abbreviated on the right here, but let's look at it in greater detail. So Rashi here is quoting the Talmud, Tractate Yevamot 23a, and it reads like this, i.e., the son of the heathen, meaning the non-Jew, when he marries thy daughter, will turn away thy grandson, whom thy daughter will bear unto him from following me, i.e., following God. This teaches us that thy daughter's son, who is born of a non-Jewish father, is still called your son, but your son's son, who is born of a non-Jewish woman, is not called your son, right? Because the verse only talks about the situation in which your grandson by your non-Jewish son-in-law would go away from God. It does not even bother talking about your grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law, because according to Rashi, quoting the Talmud, that person, that grandchild, is not even Jewish. That's the clearest biblical statement of the matrilineal principle. And as you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi's commentary. So that's how the principle is derived. Now, if we take this from a theological perspective, at the very least, the matrilineal principle then is put in place in the period of the giving of the Torah, which is obviously quite ancient. We're now talking about the Exodus period, and it would have been, the norm all through ancient Judea. But when we look at the historical data, it's a little more confusing. So, by the way, here's a beautiful painting by Anna Florovna. She has so many of these studies of women lighting candles with their children looking on. Very kind of traditional, romantic kind of view, but really very powerful. She just passed away in 2020. A very beautiful work, still available for sale in many galleries today. But anyway, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put into place. You'll recall that in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they return within a few decades from Persia, from Babylonia, to Israel under Ezra. And in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, he laments a long prayer there where he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, when Shechania ben Yechiel of Elam sends away the foreign wives and their children, he does not or doesn't mention what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up and the wives are sent away along with their children, which seems to be, imagine how difficult this might have been, how harsh it must have been. But beyond the sympathy for the human drama involved, it seems like a very clear statement of the matrilineal principle in effect in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now that would be a clear illustration of it. However, as Dr. Cohen points out, when you go 700 years later and you look at non-rabbinic texts, such as the Jewish philosopher Philo, who we'll speak about in a few weeks, God willing, Josephus, who we spoke about extensively, and even Paul, and you have to understand that in some cases, in some ways, the New Testament, the Christian writings, are kind of like a historical commentary on Jewish society as well. So it's very useful to kind of like flesh out what's going on in the first century in some ways. Anyway, all these three important figures and sources, they seem unaware of the matrilineal principle. You have to look in Dr. Cohen's book to see the specific examples, but it seems pretty clear that they're clueless about this. To give you one example, Josephus, he speaks about King Herod the Great, and he goes on and on about how Herod's own pedigree is questioned by the Jewish community. He's called the Idumean, he's called the half-Jew, because his father came from the Idumean people who had been forcibly converted prior to this in the era of the Maccabees, the era of the Hashmonaim, under John Perkins in particular. So in other words, because his father descended from a people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like totally, not relevant, their mother. So there are ways you can approach this. You can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best, exemplar of rabbinic Judaism at all. And it could be that only the Pharisees were really observing this kind of level of observance that became normative. What Dr. Cohen argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion had not really coalesced by this time, and that there was kind of like a different standard for women marrying Jewish men, that their marriage itself constituted the understanding of conversion in that era. Fascinating argument. Whereas men, if they wanted to convert into Judaism, required a much more, complex process, which involved, among other things, circumcision. So that's why when men would marry into Herod's family, then there was a whole big deal about, they went through this and they had the circumcision and so on. But there's no discussion of when non-Jewish women are incorporated into that dynasty. For certain, however, by the time you get to the Mishnah, which is about the turn of the year 200, about the turn of the 3rd century, there's no question that Rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the matrilineal principle, reaffirming what we saw in Rashi quoting the Talmud, which the Talmud, of course, is not going to be written until quite a bit later, but the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the rabbinic tradition, certainly from Mishnah onwards. And again, a little theological note here, from the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah although it only achieves a written form with Yehuda Nasi around the year 200 to 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier, and in fact the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai itself, which corresponds with the way the Talmud read that particular passage in Deuteronomy. Okay, so to wrap this all up, basically we have a matrilineal principle that can arguably be extended all the way back to Mount Sinai through a Pharisaic interpretation of the text. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves, as we see in the book of Ezra, and that even by the first century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah is codified, this becomes the dominant view, without question, overwhelmingly so, and any deviations from this are taken in a very serious way. I should mention one last caveat that I think is a very important one. We started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we tend to see in Jewish history is that, Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a lot of diverse opinion within the large tent of Jewish identity. But this particular question of whether or not a person is Jewish is one of those third rail type questions that tends to result in fissures, in schisms, and when it remains unresolved, it has very dire consequences for the integrity of the larger Jewish population. So I leave that for people who are expert Jews. I hope you found this short video useful, and we're going to continue with our discussion of foreign information with the Thank you for that. Over the course of the past few videos, we've had opportunity to occasionally talk about specific Jewish women as we appear in Israel, both the biblical context and in a larger theological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology of studying women in Israel, the nature of sources, and some of the challenges that are associated with this. One of the ideas that's circulating right now is very valuable topic is something called the transit test, named after this person, Daniel Transit, also pronounced Transit. I actually have the contact with the Transit, all the pronunciations they use, but in America they tolerate Transit. But anyway, she actually was trained as a historian, so it was a nice conversation. Her test, which gained a lot of popularity in Jewish world recently, especially on what we call Twitter, is inspired by something called Bechdel test. The Bechdel test is something that has been used for modern films to sort of the perspective of the feminist analysis. And that is that in order to pass the Bechdel test, a movie has to have two women speaking with each other about something other than a male character. Right? So you would think that this would be a totally normal thing to do, but apparently a lot of films don't pass this. I've seen some other details that suggest that the women should have names, so it should be named characters and so on. And obviously the idea is to try and expand the presentation of women, even in something as contemporary as modern film, try to discuss women as real people. Now, Danielle Kranjek takes us a different direction and says that in terms of the study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogic model where you choose quotes from rabbinic literature, from the Bible, and other things, and put them together on a mimeographed or photocopied sheet, and people will look at these sources She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least two texts must also include at least one non-male identified text. It's a very valuable idea to try and expand simply the universe of our awareness when it comes to rabbinic theology and writings. And I would love very much to do this with history as well. We see that we are living in an era where this incredibly important aspect of the human condition, the experience of women in history, has been, ignored for
Getting into the
centuries.
final
And it's
shows
so
for
hard
the
to
return
find
of the
women's
Red
voices
Tour.
in
Gosh,
medieval
Red is
ancient sources,
almost fully
but
returned.
it's something that we really want to
July 9th,
direct
we'll be in
and
Philadelphia.
recreate
Rochester.
what the experience
July 10th.
of
You're
living
in Detroit
was
after
for
that.
fully half.
Moving on.
It was unusually suppressed as well. I'm sure some of you will be following the controversy regarding the decision of some Jewish papers and the media to not publish faces of women. I'm not going to go there for now. Perhaps we will return to it in a semester or two when we get to the 20th century. But I think it is important to point out that this is not at all a uniform practice. It's really on one particular spot on the spectrum. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, who we've mentioned in other contexts before, was especially noted for insisting that in any children's book portrayals, such as this Tzivos Shem handbook for Jewish children, if there is a male child portrayed, there should always be a female child portrayed as well. So this is something that has pushback on all sectors of the Jewish population. And it's just another example of the project test kind of expressing itself culturally. Uh, when we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel, the difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men, and about men. This is especially true in the literary realm. If we look, for example, at classical rabbinic texts, we have the Mishnah, which on the one hand you say, great, look at this, it has a whole section called Nashim, which is all about women. That should be it, right? But not really, because it mainly describes how men relate to women, marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, and so on. So women are included in the canon, but at the same time they're kind of fenced off. Another way to look at it is in the temple courtyard, there was a section called, so that means that women were part of the overall functioning of the temple, but on the other hand, there was relegated space for them. By the way, we should also understand there are relegated spaces for all kinds of people who are not Kohanim and not Leviim and not involved in sacrifice and things like that. But the point holds true. They are mentioned, they're part of the story, but they're also relegated. Our idea is to try to understand their experience in the broader scope of Jewish history. When it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds that you get at digs and so on, they are extremely limited in nature, much more so even than literary sources, and they're incredibly difficult to interpret. As we saw, for example, with the Bar Kokhba caves a while ago, and I'll speak about them a little more, you find cosmetics in a cave, and it's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics belong to a woman, but not necessarily. Ancient men wore kohl, for example, a kind of eye makeup. So what can we really glean from women's history when a lot of the sources are anonymized like that? Very difficult to interpret them. If you find a bowl, a serving bowl, one may assume perhaps that it was more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman was more likely to have handled it, but there's no guarantees on that either. So it's very difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, reconstruct women's experience of history in ancient Israel based on the sources we have. There are some really exciting materials, however, especially when we get to late antiquity. For example, we have this Rufina inscription, which comes from Smyrna in the 3rd century. And if you can make out some of the Greek alphabet there, it's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as an archisynagogus. That's right, at the right side of the top line, and then going into the second line, it says Alki synagogues, which means leader of the synagogue. And we actually have quite a few examples of women who are represented with this particular title. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean from the larger context that they were, like, say, the rabbi or even the president of the synagogue. It may mean something like major donor to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these kinds of descriptions give us just a glimpse into perhaps exceptional women who were wealthier or more influential, but they definitely had these significant roles, as we shall see, not so much in today's lecture, but as we move forward. I'd like to highlight these in order to try and pass the crown check test as much as possible. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text for a minute. Now, one of the there are literally thousands of women in the biblical text, to be sure. In many cases, however, they are nameless or they are named in relationship to men. Like, for example, the wife of Noah, the children of Lot, daughters of Lot, Jephthah's daughter. We don't know their names from the biblical text, but they are named usually in some kind of relationship to men. Sometimes they're identified in terms of their character or skills, like the wise woman of Tekoa, or sometimes based on their place, like the witch of Endor. But there are literally hundreds, thousands of women in the Hebrew scriptures, and we don't know much about them in person. But there's some fascinating aspects when you include the oral tradition as well. Have a look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but you wonder, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Eshet Potiphar, the wife of Potiphar, very famous scene, of course, in Genesis, where she's grabbing onto his cloak as he's trying to escape him. And here's another aspect that's really interesting in the Jewish tradition, is that although they may be nameless in the biblical text, the rabbinic tradition preserves the oral tradition, in which there are lots of names and lots of additional details. And one of the crucial things about studying the Torah in a Jewish sense is you need to have two fingers. You have to have one finger in the written text and one finger in the oral tradition to understand it, as Jews have for hundreds of years. And one easy way to do that is one finger in the text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, in the last lecture about matrilineal descent. So anyways, why am I bringing a piece of Persian art? Because in the Persian tradition, there's actually a name for Eshet Potiphar. Zulaikha is her name. And now this is not the Jewish oral tradition, although maybe the Muslims are borrowing something from the Jewish oral tradition, who knows? But the same phenomenon exists in the sense of there's a lot more detail than you get in the Bible itself. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish women. Typically, they're named when they are strong, and often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male demands. For example, Sarah, who insists on the expulsion of Hagar, and Abraham, when he hesitates, God speaks to him and says, listen to her. The oral tradition, Rashi quotes, saying, why should you listen to her? Because she is a greater prophet than you are. Rebecca, of course, when she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac as to which of her two sons, Esau and Jacob, receive the blessing, and in fact, she engineers Jacob's reception of the blessing rather than Esau. Hannah, in Hebrew, Chana, it's hard for me to think in terms of the Hebrew pronunciation, English pronunciation sometimes. But Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli, the Kohen, in the book of Samuel, and Hannah stands her ground and says, no, I'm praying to God, and in fact, she becomes the model of our prayer. We even have female warriors, like the woman who killed Sheva ben Bichri, also in the book of Samuel, or Yael, who plants a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves the Jewish people. Fascinating examples. So, and we have to add to this that in the Bible there are many negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel and Athaliah. These are complex examples of character that they certainly are smaller in scope than the number of strong male characters, but nevertheless they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective, as we saw in a previous lecture, occasionally these tempting artifacts come up from archaeological finds, such as the seal that may have belonged to Jezebel. But for the most part, we are totally reliant on the biblical text, and so therefore the kind of tools that we need to try and explore women's history tend to be more literary in nature than historical per se. Nevertheless, we're going to make full use of the text to try and understand everything we can about that. Let us conclude this discussion with one sort of overarching thing that's really important to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel. And that is that, we have to transport ourselves from an early 20th century environment in which we are increasingly importuned to adopt a more androgynous view of religion to a more ancient view in which there was a very radically different experience of Judaism by men and women. One can certainly see echoes of it in the most traditional of communities today, the Orthodox and the ultra-Orthodox, but this is something that would have been pervasive in the ancient world. In the next lecture, we'll talk about some exceptional women, but when we want to look at women in general in Israel, one of the most important things to really bear in mind is the fact that men and women were not necessarily practicing the same religion. Or maybe I can say it in a little bit better way. They were practicing the same religion, but there are two different tracks. There's a men's track and a women's track. There's a lot to say about this in terms of religious studies, but in terms of kind of an anthropological approach, let's look at this one basic difference between men and women and how they would have approached Judaism. The Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on the interpretation of the commandments. How exactly are Jews to translate the biblical text as mediated by the oral tradition and the Pharisees into actual demands on daily life? So one of the ways to categorize the commandments, which by the way will be a major enterprise of the medieval thinkers, and we'll return to that, God willing, in a few months, is to divide them into four different quadrants, shown here. So on the x-axis, we can place negative commandments, that is, thou shalt not, things you're not supposed to do, and positive commandments, things that you are supposed to get up and do. And then on the y-axis, we can posit those actions which are defined by time, that is, they're restricted to a particular time, or those which are open-ended and always apply. Let me give you a few examples. Negative commandment that is defined by time is no eating bread on the holiday of Passover, right? You can eat bread lots of other times during the year, but on the week of Passover, no bread. Okay, fine. How about negative not defined by time? No pork. It is thou shalt not, and is not defined by time. Now, a positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. You have to honor your parents. Kids, I hope you're listening. You have to honor your parents. There's no time when this is no longer applicable. What about a positive commandment which is defined by time?
Come on, you fucking
let's say the prayers of Judaism, which are recited typically in a fixed window called morning,
the fuck?
a fixed window called afternoon or mincha, and a fixed window called evening or mahar, right? Shachris, mincha, mahar. So this is one way you can categorize the commandments by negative versus positive, and defined by time and not defined by time. To return to our discussion of women, here's the key point. Women are obligated in three of these categories, but they are exempted from positive commandments defined by time. What does that mean, exempt? In general, it means women may choose to do these commandments if they so wish, and they will receive reward for performing these commandments. But if they choose to, they are exempt from performing them. There's exceptions to this rule. For example, lighting the candles Friday night, which is something which is specifically associated with women. That is a positive commandment, and it is associated with time. Women are generally considered obligated in that, or women at least are obligated before men are obligated. Another example would be drinking with 4 cups of wine on the holiday of Passover, also a positive commandment defined by time. Women are obligated, and the Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions and why they are exceptions, but the general rule is as such. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for lifestyle because one of the most disruptive elements of a day, that's putting it in a negative, it's a positive disruption, is prayer 3 times a day. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be overwhelmingly involved in duties of the home, childcare, and things like that, the exemption from positive commandments are defined by time are extremely useful. You can't necessarily run off to school when you're extremely toddler. There's a lot more to say about why women were obligated in this way and not in another way, and whether the rabbinic formulations come after the sociological realities.
I am logging you shitbag.
I will leave that
Sign in to confirm you're not a bot.
to people who are experts in religious studies, women's studies, and so on. But nevertheless, this is the schema of women's experience in the ancient world and for traditional communities through much of the medieval world and even into the modern world when we see the more orthodox communities. There are also beyond this specific experiences that women would have had, but tend to be more biological in nature. For example, regular visits to the mikvah, the moving tour, and one of the most beautiful things that has been resurrected in the early modern period is the composition of specific prayers that are associated with women's experience of the commandments, such as going to the mikvah, experiencing menopause, childbirth, things like that, which are largely disappeared from the regular canon of text because they were primarily guarded by men. A lot more to say about this, but let me move forward into the future. So these kinds of religious structural elements help define many of the traditional divisions between men and women and their experience of Judaism and the world as a whole. Women tend to be relegated to the private sphere of the home, but not at all exclusively. We have lots of interesting examples of women extending into the public sphere. Women tend to be involved in particular crafts such as the production of clothing, very, very time-consuming work, the production of the care of the diet of the family, and so on. Again, no way to say, and it would be inappropriate to say this is universal, but it's certainly reliable to say that it is more common than not. In the next lecture, I'd like to look at 3 exceptional women, 2 of which are exceptional because of their accomplishments, and a third who is exceptional because we simply happen to know a lot about her, and otherwise she may have been an average woman, and give us some sense of what it must have been like in their cases in the first and second centuries. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching.
You're gonna eat one of those spots. Who knows? Who cares at this point? Who knows? I know. I don't want to be the only one eating bugs, and then you're sitting there with a full plate. Put some honey out. Yeah, you know what? Lightly salted. It's okay. Lightly salted. That's that. It's like you're in Panama. Give me nice bug, lightly salted. The restaurant was pissed. We were like a private dining room.
Okay, now that we've had a look at one specific issue, that of matrilineal descent, and then we looked a little bit at some of the sources and methods, challenges of studying Jewish women in antiquity, let's look at 3 exceptional examples. And we'll hope to learn from these examples some kind of contrast to the average woman in general society. It's not a very precise way of doing things, but it's very difficult to work with the nature of the sources that we have before us today. Hopefully moving forward to some degree in the medieval period, but certainly when we get to the early modern period, we'll be able to explore women's lives with much more dependence on their actual voices. But let's have a look at the 3 examples that will give us some sense of what it must have been like to be a woman in These three women were actually suggested in a book by Richard Rowan, who was a very important archaeologist who did some amazing work in the Cave of Letters and in other places. This is the book, by the way, that is really quite fascinating, called Digging Through the Bible, Modern Archaeology, and the Ancient Bible. And he suggests these three characters. I also want to mention that he was someone who pioneered the use of colonoscopy tools in exploring hard-to-reach caves, right? Because his doctor suggested that's a great way to get into hard-to-reach places. And I have to mention that he has a striking resemblance to another famous archaeologist. I can't quite put my finger on who it might be, but there's a certain look. Oh my gosh, I wish I could go back to graduate school. I studied so many things, but one of them would probably be archaeology. Anyway, he suggests that we should look at the life of Gloria as an unusual woman of the 2nd century of late antiquity. It's much harder to get back earlier in time, as we've discussed. But what do we know about Gloria? Well, first of all, she was mentioned frequently in the Talmud. She's the wife of a very important rabbi, Rabbi Meir. She comes from an important family. Her father was Hanani ben Teradion, one of the martyrs of the Adrianic persecution that was related to the Bar Kokhba war. So that helps us date Gloria. Besides Rabbi Meir, her father, this is a sense of her lifetime sometime in the 2nd century. We know from the Talmudic account that her sister was actually taken off to captivity to Rome, although Dr. Frank has some interesting thoughts on that as well. Now, one of the fascinating things about her work is that she is so exceptional in that she is mentioned frequently in the Talmud as a sage. Let us understand that there are about 2,000 different Amoraim, or later rabbinic figures, in the period of the Talmud who actually have a named voice in this massive document. And there can't be more than 20 women who appear anywhere. And most of these women are unnamed, or they have a title like Matronisa, something like that. Gloria stands out so much as being an incredibly important woman in the actual intellectual give and take of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that has kind of like a biting sense of humor. Like in one particular example, when she is accosted by another rabbi who asks her for directions in a rather, polite manner, and she snaps back at him saying, Galilean fool, he asked him to come from the Galilee. Did you not read what it says? And she quotes another teaching, do not talk over much with women. You should have abbreviated your statement to me and simply said, which way to look, right? In other words, she's sort of throwing the teachings of the rabbis back at them. You get this sense that sometimes there is kind of like a proto-feminist critique in the things that she says. But that's a minor aspect of her teaching. Her life story and the kind of things that she talks about are often profound and very deep. She speaks to the nature of personal tragedy in life, as we see with her father and her sister, and also with the children of Rabbi Meir, who died in one particular Sabbath through twin boys, terrifying kinds of things. That's a good one. She's really a teacher of phenomenal depth, of a lot of wisdom, of acerbic wit and perspicacity, and an amazing woman. And she stands out primarily as kind of like a big exception to the rule of women who are silent, who are nameless or voiceless in the Talmud. The end of her life is described in a bizarre passage that is only recorded 1,000 years after her life in the commentary of Rasha on the Tractate of Zara. It doesn't occur anywhere else in rabbinic literature, and although it appears in a very authoritative commentary that of Rashi, a great sage, nevertheless, it's so out of character with what we know about Rabbi Meir's life and what we know about Gloria's life, that it describes her end as being very ignorable. I believe that up to the rabbinic scholars to debate the nature of that particular story. Nevertheless, Gloria stands out as one tremendous counterexample to the vast majority of women who did not have the same kind of access to Torah learning that was so exemplary of her life. So that's an exception in terms of the realm of scholarship, which of course would be extremely important in the development of Jewish society over the next millennia. Another very important figure now in terms of politics would be the figure known as Berenice. She was actually royalty in a literal sense. Her name was Julia Berenice. Her dates are somewhere around the year 26 through the year 85. She was the daughter of King Agrippa I and his wife Cyprus. Now, you will recall that there were a few puppet kings in the Roman period in Judea. Some of them were very powerful, like Herod the Great, who was Berenice's great-grandfather, if I calculated that correctly, and others were quite diminished in authority. King Agrippa I was one of the latter category. He happened to be a more sympathetic figure. He's quoted several times in the Talmud, usually in a very positive light. He lived from the year 41 through 44. As a royal Jewish princess, as she was married off primarily for purposes of lineage and connections, things like that, to one Marcus, who was the son of Alexander the Symmachus of Alexandria. He, in fact, was the Alabah of Alexandria, essentially the leader of the Jewish community there. And not only that, he was the nephew of a very famous Jewish philosopher, Philo, who will speak about that during another lecture. She was widowed, and then she remarried her uncle Herod Cordial of Chalcis, widowed a second time, and then she went and she essentially moved in with her brother Agrippa II. Josephus, in this context, reports a really nasty relationship, rumor about the two of them, which is unusual because it is not repeated by Roman historians of the time. It's not impossible because this was not an unknown practice among Romans, but for Jews it would have been extremely scandalous to say the least. But anyway, at this point she was like at the peak of authority. She was referred to as the Regina or Regina, Queen, Basileia, also Queen, and she actually served famously in the trial of Paul later on in this capacity. We had a look at this earlier. She married a third time to King Polemos II of Cilicia, who actually converted to Judaism and was circumcised and so on. But here's another fascinating thing about her. She was in Jerusalem at the time of the outbreak of the revolt, that being the year 66. And she was there because she was fulfilling a Nazirite vow, which is interesting on its own context. Nazirism is something that's recorded in the Bible, and of course is a protracted at one time, in which basically a person has some kind of like moving experience, and they want to like do repentance for it, they want to do tshuva for it, and so they undertake some restrictions on behavior, like their hair growth, refrain from alcohol, wine specifically, and then at the end of this period, which is limited, usually 30 days or 60 days, they come to Jerusalem and then they offer a sacrifice. So she was there at that time when the revolt broke out. Some kind of sense of what kind of person she would be if she took on things like that. And she stood up for the rebels. She went to Gessus Florus, the procurator, who was very unsympathetic to the Jews, and she appeared before him barefoot to pray for mercy for them, but she was unable to stop either the Roman onslaught, and she was unable to control the rebel emperor himself. She ended up fleeing Jerusalem when the palace of the brothers went down. And somehow in this context, at this time, she was involved in a relationship with none other than Titus. That was the son of the emperor of Vespasian, later to become emperor to destroy Jerusalem. There's some interesting thoughts about what this relationship must have been like. Many of the classical historians point to her tremendous beauty. She and her sister were regarded as the most beautiful women of the Eastern Mediterranean. That itself was unusual. Others point to the very unequal relationship between Titus as a conqueror and Berenice as the representative of a believer in conquered people, so that this relationship might have been more of a hostage situation than an affair. At any rate, according to Dr. Freund, is very interesting interpretation. Her relationship with Titus might have been instrumental in allowing the scholarly refuge Yasmin to persist. You recall that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai famously asked for a retreat so the sages could stay somewhere safe and not participate in the revolt and not be destroyed. And this was granted. So at this point, God gives an interesting thing that maybe there are new situations with the features that allowed this to happen. And if that is the case, then of course she contributed to the survival of Judaism and Jewish people as a whole. Her relationship with Titus was somewhat stormy. It was viewed by many as scandalous, and ultimately she was forced out of Rome, and Titus died shortly thereafter in the year 700. So she's a fascinating and exceptional individual in the sense that she's at the very top of society. She was involved in things that royalty are involved with marriages for setting relationships between virgins and so on. She's involved in the highest levels of government, speaking with emperors, and she deals with huge political issues like the revolt. But this is clearly in contrast to the vast majority of women who left no trace on the political record that we have. But it is worthy to note that it is in her romantic relationship that she's left a real mark on art history as well. The relationship of Berenice and Titus has been celebrated in a number of works, literary, musical, and so on, including La Clemencia di Tito, the Mercy of Titus by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a famous opera. Her role in this relationship has been celebrated in Western civilization far outside the Jewish awareness of her existence. Let us now turn to a final exceptional individual. We looked at Luria as an example of exceptionality in that she was such a renowned scholar. Berenice, because of her high level of political activity as a Jewish princess. Now we have a woman who is exceptional in that we suddenly get a huge amount of detail about her personal life, although otherwise she would be unknown to us. I'm speaking about a woman named Rabbi. I'm only going to speak for a few minutes right now, but I would urge you to have a look at works on her by Dr. Hannah Cotton, by Dr. Friend, and others. I also have an hour-long lecture on the Rabbi that goes into much more detail. She was one of the people hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the caves in the Dead Sea region that we spoke about a couple of videos ago. And she may have died there. It's impossible to tell which one of these human remains, female remains, would have been associated with her. There were many women and children in these caves. But it's likely that she did die there because she left behind this couch, which contains a trove of nearly 20 documents that all link to her personal legal history. And by investigating these documents, which are written in a variety of languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Nabatean, they all speak to her extensive legal battles. And in these legal battles, she saved these documents, also like marriage contracts, things like that. She saved these documents because clearly she was deeply involved in these battles that had to do with inheritance issues, some property that her parents left to her, and also some property that one of her two husbands left to her. That second husband had a co-wife, right? They're in a polygamous relationship, not unheard of at that time. And she was disputing with her co-wife over some orchard or date palms, things like that. And also she had children who the court had appointed to the chair of apotropai, or custodial officers, and she was seeking to get more control over her children and wrested from the courts. And so, this is not the place to go into the ins and outs of the specifics of her controversies, but the documents portray her as, very much a woman in charge of her own affairs, It's not clear whether or not she was even illiterate in these languages. She may have had scribes, involved in drawing them up and so on, but she clearly knew what they meant because she kept them all together in this pouch, and she treasured them like, I have the family documents like passports and things like that in a special little box and things like that. These are very valuable documents for her life and activity. And it gives us a sense of the Jewish woman in the second century who was not without means. She was probably like upper middle class, dealing with property issues and so on, who took charge of her life, and she's patient, involved in her life. So you should not imagine by the Bible's example that the vast majority of women were passive and allowing kind of life to wash over them and being passed from man to man in various ways. This is a woman who's deeply involved in fighting for her life and finding some success from time to time. There is some interesting questions. Why was she there with the Bar Kokhba rebels herself? It's possible that she feared the general destruction that was going on with the Romans. There was one particular figure who appears to have linked her to Bar Kokhba because he's also mentioned in terms of the Bar Kokhba chain of command, so perhaps it was a familiar relationship. We really don't know, but we get a sense of an average woman who has a very important detailed legal history, like many of us do even today. And so this is a corrective to the huge silence that we get from the sources on women's condition. So she's exceptional, not so much in what she did with her life, but the fact that we know a lot more about her life, and it will be a like many more fascinating things are going to be learned, I'm sure, as we analyze the method archive with greater detail. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. We are definitely going to be incorporating more and more discussion of the lectures as we move forward in time. But the next series of lectures are going to deal with the Jewish diaspora. Okay, thank you very much.
Shave your head, nobody will say a fucking word to you. Even if you had shaved me, I had shaved like a fucking mango. They won't say a fucking word to you, but that's what plastic surgery looks like to me. Whatever that like. Guys, you know. We know that you can't move your fucking eyes. Like, I remember seeing a girl from France, she could not move her fucking eyes. Which one? It doesn't matter.
At this point, it makes sense to pause and sort of think a little bit about a major transition that happens in Jewish history that really colors the experience of Jews and the globe, really, and that is, of course, the diaspora. The term diaspora is Greek in origin, and it means something like scattering, and it refers to the spreading out of Jews into the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia and eventually throughout the world. This has been the Jewish experience for the last 2,000 years. It's only been dramatically altered with the establishment of the State of Israel in the middle of the 20th century. So really we're speaking about the biggest chunk of Jewish history in the post-biblical period has been all in diaspora, and Jews negotiated their reality politically, socially, economically, and so on as a minority in majority cultures. And that's certainly had a lot about what kind of people the Jews would become. Now we should note, of course, that the term that was used internally within the Jewish world, at least until the 19th century in particular, was not diaspora, which has kind of like a neutral connotation, but the word exile in Hebrew, galut, or in a Ashkenazi pronunciation, galus, that Jews were thrown out of their land. Um, and this is a little bit of a misnomer because although there was tremendous devastation and suffering in the wake of Jews from Jerusalem in particular, they were not actually expelled from the land in the big population transfers that happened under the Assyrians and Babylonians. They were, in some cases, there were tens of thousands taken off into slavery, but the concept of expelling all the Jews from their land is something that really wasn't, considered reasonable in the ancient world at all. So there was always a Jewish presence within the land of Israel, sometimes an incredibly small population, but nevertheless, Jews always did maintain some kind of physical presence in the land of Israel throughout the long two millennia of diaspora. However, the majority of the Jewish population soon found themselves outside of the boundaries of traditional Israel, hence the experience as galut, as an exile. It's worthy pointing out, not in this particular series, but just in one sentence, that the concept of exile on a theological level pertains even when the Jews have returned to their land and have a state. Meaning, theologically, Jews consider themselves still in exile, even if they're still living in Jerusalem today. There is a concept that until the Messiah comes, there will be a diasporic or an exilic condition pertaining to Jewish existence. But at any rate, let us take some of our time and look at the diaspora in antiquity, both before the destruction of the temple and maybe a little bit after the destruction of the temple, before we move into the medieval period. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. You recall that the first Roman Jewish war in the year 70 resulted in the destruction of the temple in that year, and ultimately the fall of Masada. And as we shall see, there was definitely dispersion of Jews within Israel itself, but the process of Jews settling throughout the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia had begun centuries earlier. On this map, you see the kind of hatched lines that encircle the Mediterranean refer to the greatest extent of the Roman Empire, which would have been in the early 2nd century. And every dot that represents a city indicates that there was a Jewish population after the Bar Kokhba rebellion in the 2nd century. Have a look at these URLs closely here, and you can see that the hatching shows that there was a Jewish settlement along the coast, a little bit towards the northern Negev, and heavily based in the Galilea to the north, and also a little bit in the Jordan Valley on both sides of the river in the Perea region as well. But conspicuous by its absence, of course, is the region around Judea, which is empty of Jews because of the Roman attacks on the Bar Kokhba rebels and the destruction of Jewish villages there. A lot of Jewish population moved in particular north to where the new center was resist them, and Jews were in fact banned from Jerusalem at this time as well. The Romans also changed the name of the land. This is when it received the Latin term Palestina, which was intended to refer to the biblical enemies of the Jews in the land of Israel, the Philistines, Plishtim in Hebrew. So renaming the region Palestina was meant to try and, in terms of cartography, wipe Israel off the map, so to speak. It is ironic, of course, that the term has been revived as a political term. It has always been a geographic term since the Roman Empire. Jews were also living in Mesopotamia, that is this region here, framed by the flow of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers into the Persian Gulf. We'll look at that in the next lecture. And then there's a certain amount of Jews who are living in the Italian and in the Greek peninsulas and in Asia Minor as well, Eastern Mediterranean. We also have Jews who are living on the coast of North Africa. We looked at one of those communities, Kyrene, in the context of the Kitos rebellion a while ago. And there are even Jews as far west as the Iberian Peninsula and the south of France as well. So we're going to look at all of these, however briefly, in the next couple of lectures. But the main center of the Jewish diaspora at this period of time was undoubtedly Egypt, a very, very important place where Jews had been living literally for centuries. There was a long connection between Israel and Egypt after the Exodus. The Bible describes many relations between Egypt and Israel, quite often hostile and quite often not hostile. For example, King Solomon marries an Egyptian princess, and Isaiah refers to communities in Lower Egypt. Jeremiah spends some time there unwillingly, as happens after the assassination of Gedaliah. For him, there was a fast rate every year since then. The Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region in the earliest period. That is down at the bottom. You see the town Elephantine. I always pronounce that, by the way, Elephantine. But I look a little more carefully, and I think it's supposed to be pronounced Elephantine. Maybe someone in the comments will correct me if I get that. This is known as the Upper Nile. Even the Nile, of course, flows to the north. It empties into the Mediterranean Sea. So therefore, upriver is the lower, where you have the cities of Cairo, Alexandria, and so on. So there is a very elephantine edge, and we're going to look at that in just a second. And it may go back, the roots of that settlement are somewhat understood, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when Judah had relations with Egypt and so let's look a little more carefully at that particular site. Here's a satellite view of the Nile River. You can see the green represents obviously the tremendous irrigation power of the Nile. And down at the very south, you see the little red part, there are some cataracts, which means that the river constricts and it loses its depth, and ships moving toward the north have to find a way to unload their cargo or negotiate the rapids or put it on the land in kind of Port d'Arc situation. And so that's a really dangerous spot for any kind of transition, and that's where robbers would lie in wait, so on. Hence, it makes sense to have some kind of military outpost there. And we know a little bit about this community because the records were preserved in Papyri and in Ostraka, right? Those clay pits and clay shards. We know that the Jews had a temple there, and it's interesting that they would have some kind of temple because, after all, the Bible is pretty clear about prohibited any other temples outside of Jerusalem, but there were actually 3 other temples in existence during the pre-destruction of the Second Temple period. We have one in Shechem, which is Nablus in modern terminology, in Samaria. That would be the Samaritan temple, of course, which regular Judahite Jews would not consider as valid. The Halak El Amir in Jordan, and Yom Topos, which would be in Egypt, under Konya. This is referred to as Konya in the Talmud, Anais before. So what is going on in those temples is fascinating, but a little bit beyond we have in these records some interesting records of women, for example. Here's my chance to fill in the block. Check out the Kanye effect. We have one very wealthy woman who owns several homes and things like that. Her name is Midkafia, which we kept up in trust to have faith in God. She was married 3 times, first to a Jewish soldier, and then apparently to 2 types of construction engineers or maybe architects, called builders. Maybe there were local quarries or something in the region. It's not clear. Another fascinating archive refers to a man named Hananiah, who was a temple official, Jewish, who married an Egyptian slave named Tamut. Tamut is definitely not a Hebrew name. Because if people do it, Talmud means she will die, right? That's probably not a good name for your daughter. So the fact that he's marrying an Egyptian slave is in itself bizarre, but you also see from the documents that in fact he wasn't even completely married to her in a Jewish sense, that it certainly does not follow any of the laws as described in the Talmud, because she was simultaneously owned by a different man, her master, someone named Meshulam, which was also a Jewish man. And he, in fact, owned their son, whose name was Hilti. If Ananya were to default in a relationship and ask for a divorce, then Meshulam, the owner of the slave woman, to get the child. The whole thing is really bizarre. It's also interesting, though, again, pretty much in contradiction to Jewish law, Talmud should just start a divorce on its own, which is something that rabbinic law does not. And lots more to say about that. I hope to come back to it maybe in the medieval period. At any rate, fascinating details about families and existence in Elephantine, and there's even some fascinating archaeological discoveries of the actual site of the temple itself. Another major center of Jewish settlement in Egypt and the early diaspora is Alexandria, which of course is a big city today in the western part of the Nile Delta. You can see where it is here, right on the coast. The Jews of Alexandria go back centuries and centuries. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Jews were involved in translating the Bible into Greek, making it available to the broader Mediterranean society. This had an incredibly influential role in promulgating the ideas of Judaism, and was especially influential in the early church. There's a funny story about how the Septuagint was written. According to the legend, 70 rabbis were brought in, and they were all put in 70 different rooms and given the Bible and told to translate it, and they all came out and compared what they had done, and they had all written the exact same translation. They all essentially agreed with each other. And Rabbi Hickner, who's a very important Rosh Yeshiva in America, he likes to joke that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you get 70 rabbis together and you put them in one room and ask them to agree on anything, that's a miracle. By the 1st century, Jews were quite numerous in Alexandria, and they had one neighborhood which was specifically the Jewish neighborhood, and they had a second one out of 5 neighborhoods that they were populating as well. But there was a significant amount of controversy with the Greek population. You recall that Alexander the Great has swept through the entire region and established all kinds of new names and new cities. Alexandria, that's not a coincidence. And there were a lot of people who had privileges under the Greek regime on the Ptolemaic. So when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in society. And so Jews actually welcomed the Roman armies when they arrived in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval against the Jews in the year 38, which some have called actually the first pogrom. This was recorded by the philosopher Philo, a very important Jewish thinker of the era, who approached the Bible primarily in the Greek sense, with the Septuagint. Philo was extremely important in introducing a new philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write the Hebrew, and many of his ideas were really quite contrary to much of what the rabbis were talking about, but nevertheless extremely influential once again on the Christian tradition, and not so much on the Jewish tradition. At any rate, he describes this first upheaval as the result of the tension between the Greek and the Jewish populations in the city that were exacerbated in particular when King Agrippa I, you remember him, he ruled in the middle of the 1st century for a few years, and he visited the region. Jews locally asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He chose unwisely to have a kind of a gaudy parade through the town of Alexandria, and the Greek rivals of the Jews actually mounted sort of like a mock counter parade in which they openly made, eventually translated into violence against the Jews. The local procurator, who had his own issues with Rome, even though he was a Roman official, there was a change of the guard in Rome, and he was concerned about his own position, and he decided to take the side of the Greeks, and he ordered, among other things, that the Jews should be limited to one neighborhood, not the two. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those two neighborhoods, which some would argue actually constituted the world's first ghetto, was also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence and attacks on synagogues, which is really an unusual thing for the world about the so this is where you should not transgress the various ritual worship of other groups. But this was one of those cases where that was ignored. The new emperor, however, laid down the law and established a status quo ante, where the Jews were mollified, but there would be yet again violence in the year 66.
Like Uncle Joey over here.
War that exploded. That's just a look first at Alexandria. And as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the age. Thank you very much.
Those are the chubby ones, the ones that look good for a minute, and they wait for everybody to look good. You look a fire, the motherfucker, even though last time you see that she had one neck, now she got three. Hanging around. Hey, let's put that other fat finger in the cannoli too while you're take two of me looking fit.
I eat pasta every day.
So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora and antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia.
But I do it.
So we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important center of Jewish settlement. Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location of the forced resettlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless Jews were forced to live there in the context of the invasions of the Assyrians and Babylonians in the 8th and 6th. Those 2 centuries were periods in which there were forced removals of Jews from Israel to the region of Babylonia, and it's more appropriate to use the term exile or galut in that context, that even those exiles were partial. They only represented a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained behind and is impoverished, probably gender imbalanced, because men may have been taken away from women, but otherwise many Jews here's a look at a map, and you see where the arrow is pointing to the region of Mesopotamia. That term is a sort of war representing between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamia means, between the rivers. And it's sometimes called the Babylonia, although that's a term that obviously changes. Let's zoom in here to a passage from Jeremiah, in which he famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, this is Jeremiah 29, verse 4, the God of Israel, unto all the captives whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and dwellings, plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply ye there, and be not.
You're just doing it to get up. I would do anything to get up.
Whither I have caused to be carried away. Praise the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall we. This is kind of like a mission statement
So right
of
now, I
the
feel like
concept
I've gained
of
some
exile
control.
in Jewish tradition.
That's for
The
everyone.
notion
Right,
that
control.
this exile is galut, or this diaspora, to use Nietzsche's term, is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work to build it up with houses and vineyards and so on, to raise families there, and to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, you should understand that this represented a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jews, because up until now, although the Jews worship an invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place. Were they somehow abandoned by their God? I know that much more modern thinking understands the concept of, but in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews would be worried that now perhaps their God, is not interested in taking care of them. That's why Jeremiah's prophecy rang so famously throughout the generations as a measure of consolation. Now, what's going on in Babylonia in the period of antiquity? One of the most fascinating collections that we have from here is the so-called New ROTHSCHILD archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the Bnei New ROTHSCHILD, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, when the archaeologists go through these cuneiform tablets, there are lots and lots of names. So it's a business archive with receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell is because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God right built into their own ways of referring to each other. My own children have theophoric names. It's very common. If you have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right? It means God-given. So they all invoke the name of God in some kind of active way. And so it's relatively easy. It's not foolproof. It's a pretty good sense that these are probably Jews. So there are 8% of the names in this archive are Jewish, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place names mentioned there. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Al-Yahudu. Yahud, of course, would mean Jewish, and there's lots and lots of theophoric names in this separate collection as well, which was discovered quite some time after the New ROTHSCHILD archive. One of the things I find really amazing about the New ROTHSCHILD archive is not only are the names theophoric, but Jews always use a patronymic, meaning one is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parent. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after one's father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my Hebrew name is Hillel, my father's name is Yaakov, so I would be Hillel ben Yaakov. Hillel, the son of Yaakov. In almost all usages, you would rely on your father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to your mother's name. There's reasons for these things I'm not going to delay us today. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the individual's names and their patronymics, and you see, is there a change in the theophoric nature, you can see that there's a real scene that something happened around the year 480 before the Common Era, in which all of a sudden these Jews who have regular Babylonian names start giving their children super theophoric names, as if they have suddenly discovered religion, and they are much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews that had like really secular names, like let's say, I don't know, Chad, or Thomas or something that's really not, it's different, right? Really not especially Jewish names. And then all of a sudden the kids get named like Eliezer, and Hannah Rivka, and Sarala. What happened? It seems that around the year 480, for reasons that we don't know, there's a real yeshiva movement, and they start giving their children much more Jewish names, and their grandchildren get Jewish names, and so on, for quite some time. But let's go on. What did the Jews do? So the Mirashu Archive, because it's primarily dealing with business and receipts and things like that, doesn't give us a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there was a strong contingent of Jews who were active in the military. Fascinating that in the vast majority isn't necessarily usually think of that first, but we see that in Egypt, we see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in animal husbandry, shepherdry, well, that's not the traditional Jewish pursuit, right? David and Moses and so on. Jews are involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like they're operating businesses on behalf of the government or so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved. There is a Jewish poor. It's not, one can't imagine that they are more middle class and lower. So much stuff. So let us just conclude a little bit by thinking about the political organization of the Jews during Babylon, because this would, unlike Egypt, ultimately become the next great center of Jewish culture. That's what we're going to be exploring in just a few weeks. There's a slow and steady growth of communities after Bar Kokhba. They move from Israel and they make their way to Mesopotamia, and it just increases the population. There will be a significant amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region. There are the so-called Nefute, which refer to rabbis who leave Jerusalem to go to Babylonia and teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem, and sometimes they go back and forth many times. So there is an increasingly large population there. There's a significant cultural impact as well, because this is a process that started hundreds of years earlier, but Aramaic, as the state language of the region, becomes the literary lingua franca for much of the Eastern Mediterranean. And of course, it will be the language of the Talmud as well. Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write it with Hebrew letters. Other peoples write it with different letters. And it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure, and even most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other, as Hebrew is to Aramaic. We'll come back to that when we talk more about that. The organization of the Jews in Babylon was parts of this group. They had something called the ROTHSCHILD, or in English, the Exile, the head of the exile. And again, I want to postpone a major discussion of this until a little later on in this next semester, but this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews, although sometimes they get into conflict with their leadership, in particular as the academies begin to grow. They really only take off in the 3rd century, but the various great academies of study, which will ultimately produce the Talmud, often get into conflict with the Rosh Hashanah. Nevertheless, just like you saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the Rosh Hashanah that was included in every Sabbath service in Aramaic, in contemporary synagogues as well. But you shouldn't think that it's all, sort of organized and working together effectively. We have some fascinating stories. Josephus gives a lot of details of 2 brothers from the famous city of Nehardar, named Amaleus and Asinaeus, who decided to just, go off on their own and create, for about 15 years, their own kind of like robber state, which was kind of like they were warlords, and these were Jewish guys who maintained kind of like regional independence from Parthian army, Parthian Empire, until finally the Parthians took care of it, destroyed the ROTHSCHILD. Last thing, Buckman died. More to say, but I think that it's too far away. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One more short lecture about Damascus. Thank you for that.
And then I would go right to the director, Sam Raimi, and I would say, "I'm gonna go home for that." Joe, you've been there from 7 o'clock in the morning. Enough is enough, all right? No, I would just show up, like, what time are you gonna be here tomorrow? The second's here at 6:30. Shoot. That means my call 7, but I would show up about for the night before just to get like a fresh breakfast.
Okay, let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean. There's so much to say about all this, but I just want to keep remarks very brief because we will be returning to this. So here's our map that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire and the kind of patch lines. And as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant Jewish population. The region we should look at right now is the, moving from left to right, the Italian peninsula, which is shaped like a boot, and so that Canadian there, and then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look a little bit at the eastern Mediterranean as well, which would be like Turkey and so. The first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back from the 4th century, and then, of course, after Alexander, there was much more presence building in the region. In Rome, we had a very significant population development. This was especially so when Julius Caesar, in the 1st century before the Common Era, proclaimed Judaism a religio lecita, which means a legitimate religion, which means it is protected and it has to be respected, and there are certain things that Jews do that they are allowed to do because of Roman protection, such as the very dangerous and difficult transportation of the yearly half-shekel tax for the maintenance of the temple in Jerusalem. This was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and the Romans actually protected it. The 3 times when transporting this money was interrupted by official authorities was heavily criticized and represents definitely an exception to the rule because people respected, especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they were observant. For example, the whole business with kosher food and Sabbath makes it very difficult. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook demands on conscripts from Jewish communities. Generally, Jews did not so bad in the Roman Empire before the events of the Great War. That's when it got really bad, and of course it went downhill from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally getting a lot of traction socially and legally coming up to the 1st century, there is a growing social movement as well. We can really see in a lot of the work of Greek and Roman writers, there is a basic misunderstanding of what Judaism is all about. There is a concern that Jews are somehow missing throughout that they hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't belong to the religion unless you convert. This was like a strange idea. Really? I can't just like be a Jew because I sort of like Jewish things? No, you've got to go through conversion, whatever that means exactly, but certainly the man means circumcision. Jews would eat non-Jewish food, so you had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice that was definitely misunderstood. Like, for example, this total what seems to be fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, like any kind of worship of idols, things like that. The Jews would get really upset about that, and Greeks and Romans were saying, what is the problem? I've often compared this to the example of not standing when the national anthem is played at a football game. something like that, which Americans would consider very rude. And by the way, I used this example long before it became an element of the social justice movement and Black Lives Matter and so on. But the fact that it has been used to take a knee at a football game is considered offensive to many Americans, is considered such a strong statement that still reinforces the idea of how the Jews would have been perceived if they refused to do some of the basic things that Romans did for their civic religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time. A lot of people are attracted to Judaism. It represents some real attractive alternatives to the fatalism inherent in Roman paganism, and you have a growing population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula before the first century, but also fellow travelers, both converts and those who are just kind of like sympathizers as well. One of the really cool ways that we can see the growth of the Jewish population in Rome, and this is a little bit of a detail, but I just think it's so fascinating. Got to talk about it. Is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome. It was very common in late antiquity to be buried underground. You can see this map here shows a number of Christian catacombs for burial, and you also see in the south and also in the northeast some regions where there are Jewish catacombs. They are so fascinating. You go in them and you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on the walls where the bones would have been interred. It's possible that they practiced a two-step burial, where first they would be buried in the ground, and then a year later, this is actually described in the Talmud, a practice that I do not believe Jews practice anywhere in the world today, but in the ancient period, it was common. On the York side, on the anniversary of the death, they would go and they would exhume the bones, now removing of all flesh, and there would be a ceremonial bringing of the bones to a family crypt. And so they would enter the catacombs and put them on a shelf next to the ancestors and things like that. Kind of tricky by modern sensibilities. I think that's really fascinating. And these catacombs are beautifully decorated like this really charming palm tree on one wall, and painted ceilings with sometimes decorative animals like peacocks and things like that. Some very moving examples of parental love, like this highly unusual statue of a dead child. You see these pattern of puppies. It's a great work of art, I think, but the tragic at the same time carries the kind of pathos across two millennia. And the inscriptions are fascinating. They're almost all in Latin, like this one, or in Greek, like this, which indicates that the awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic is probably lower if their first language for something as permanent as a grave marker would be in its own language. But there are some Hebrew and Aramaic inscriptions. And the symbol of the menorah is very, very common. David, which is one of far related introduction to the Jewish images. The menorah is one of the oldest I'm already done with it, so it's like I can with myself. Like you're ready, I'm ready. So whether I did it myself or not, switch a little bit to talk about the Eastern Mediterranean. By that, this year, I came up the road with Josh, and I spoke to him, and he's like, just go with yourself, fill your hour, and then I got literally got leave that week, got it over for somebody else to do it. And I was like, all right, I get it in advance, so I was like, okay, this, makes sense. And we see that once again, the role of Jews in the military is quite significant.
I like the bullet, the guns in my head too, in the sense that like I would have done it, but I would have not that I would have said on my ass with it, but it's nice when somebody's like, no, this is the team, this is the place, this is what you gotta do. So it removes that part of the thinking for me. When and I just want to preach or tell jokes. I don't want to do all this other stuff. So when you have somebody else to come in, they kind of like, oh, okay.
Really unusual to see that. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of real tensions with Greeks living there, as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues even well before the year 70. And this is something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and about the Greek and Roman lands as well. The Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with the Greek terms prosuke, or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious context. It's actually a translation of the Hebrew term beit knesset, which means a house of gathering as well. Jews, even while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions of this from Josephus and Philo and many other figures as well. Let's just take a concluding look at the Western Mediterranean. In the previous lecture, we looked at the region of Tunis, Cyrene, and a little bit at the island of Crete. Let's just go quickly to the Iberian Peninsula, all the way on the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heartland of Sephardic Jewry that we have not yet introduced. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. They refer to each other with geographic locators like stupid Babylonian, it's actually one of the terms used in the Talmud, but they won't necessarily regard them as being of a slightly different ritual or a slightly different family or customs as we will later on. But the heartland of Sephardic Jewry comes from the region of Spain. The first indication we have of any Jewish person in Spain is some evidence of a Jewess living in Adria. And this is from an early 2nd century gravestone, which was transcribed in the late 18th century. A reliable transcription, even though the original gravestone has been lost. The transcription read like this: "Is something wiped out," and then the end of the word is Nia, and then a new word, Salo, something missing, Mula, and then the word An, Uno, Mens, Quattro, Dia, Uno, Judea, which translates as probably something like "Here lies," girl's name that ends in the letters N-I-A, Julia, something like that, daughter of Solomon, age 1 year, 4 months, and a day. You can see that the Roman numeral 4 is 4 dashes rather than ID, which also is a testament to its antiquity. And finally, she is specifically denoted as a Jewish girl. And she is our first indication of Jewish settlement in this region. But this is good. Some more. But for now, let's wrap up this discussion of diaspora. The next lecture is going to be something weird, sort of like some static remarks about what does antiquity mean in Jewish history and how that differs from the medieval period, which would begin with antiquity. Thank you very much.
But that's what makes you strong. That's what makes you strong. Yeah. Again, I got the happy people. I got the comedy store on Monday night. I got to go to LA on Monday night. My wife went to see. I got to get a trailer. Me and my stripper girl lived in a trailer. We drove all the way from Seattle. By the way, in San Francisco, the frame broke. Yeah, you have no idea. That was another week. But I showcased everything in San Francisco. I got to like 3 o'clock because the truck broke down.
Hello and welcome to another in the Jewish History Lab series. Today's class begins with a rhetorical question. How did the Jewish people survive antiquity? I say rhetorical because, don't get excited, I really don't think I'm going to give you a complete answer by the end of this class. My goal is to try and recap the period of antiquity, which we have spent the last 15 odd weeks looking at in detail, and kind of provide a moment to breathe to step back to reflect on what we've covered because it's going to change dramatically in the next 15-week semester when we go into the medieval period. So again, I'm not going to really answer how did the Jewish people survive antiquity. I certainly have a few thoughts on this, and I'll share some of them in the next video. But for the time being, consider this just a moment to reflect on what we've covered and to take a deep breath and then we'll go to the next adventure, which is the medieval period. So here's a beautiful photograph from Samarkand. It's actually an antique photograph from the beginning of the 20th century, and it has been colorized. So it's gorgeous. You really get a sense of life in history was actually in color, not in black and white. We're so used to these photographs. Let's begin with a quick recap. So here's our map of the Middle East. I put a little marker for where Jerusalem is in the land of Israel. And we start with Abraham and Sarah's migration from the land of Ur, from that was the ancient Sumeria. And most historians place this somewhere around the year 1750 before the Common Era. The challenge of working with this data, of course, is that almost everything is derived from one source. The Hebrew Scriptures, Tanakh, presents a whole range of challenges, which we discussed way back at the beginning of the semester. Look at the video on approaching the Bible as a historical source for some of the different things. At any rate, according to the narrative that we have in the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah make their way from Mesopotamia to the land of Israel. And then there's some interesting kind of side trips to Egypt that occur not only with Abraham and his descendants, but most significantly with Joseph, who ends up in an amazing story, becomes the Vizier of Egypt, and then his family follows them because of famine, and the Jews end up being enslaved there for several hundred years. Note, by the way, using the term Jew here, anachronistically, they would not have called themselves Jews at that time. Most likely, they would have called themselves maybe Hebrew or Hebrews, which comes from Eva HaNahar, from the other side of the river, meaning they originate from the other side of the river Euphrates. I have a video on the evolution of various terms in Jewish and so on, and I tend to sort of elide them all and call everybody Jewish, so everybody is the next event, of course, in the Bible is the Exodus, which occurs sometime around the year 1300 before the Common Era, resulting in a settlement of Jews in the land of Israel. And this is where we begin to slowly get more and more archaeological evidence, such as the Meneptah stele, which refers to Jews in Israel, or that is, refers to Israel in this region at about this time. And we move forward from the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, into the early prophets. We see in the period of Judges, there's discussion of kind of like a tribal organization of governance in the land of Israel, and then that culminates, described in the book of Samuel, in the appointment of Saul as the first king of what will become a united monarchy. This is the golden age, followed by David and Solomon, where you have really the period when the nascent experiment in Jewish sovereignty in his land expands significantly, both in terms of territory and influence and so on. Unfortunately, after Solomon's descent into civil war, and the region is divided. The northern region is called Israel, and the southern region is called Judah, as shown in this map. Then if we move forward a few centuries, we get to the Assyrian invasion, when Israel, the northern kingdom, is attacked, and a good portion of its population is shipped off in a population transfer, which is something common in the 8th century. This is the origin of the 10 lost tribes, which is a little bit of a misnomer because lots of people were left behind in the region. Many of them migrated south and blended with the population of Israel as well, but nevertheless a significant population was taken off into the north. There is then another invasion, which is the southern kingdom of Judah, and destroys the temple that was built there in Jerusalem, and exiles once again a significant portion of the population, especially the elites, off to Babylonia. This occurred in the early 6th century. This exile, however, is fairly short-lived because a few decades later, Cyrus, leader of the Persian Empire, grants religious freedom to the Jews and many other people in his kingdom, and the Jews return to the land of Israel and reestablish the temple there. This refers to the Second Commonwealth, that is the the second resurgence of some level of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. It's not a complete sovereignty. They're still really part of the Persian Empire, but nevertheless, Jews are in their land and governing themselves. When the Greeks come in the 4th century, the Jews are overwhelmed by them and overwhelmed more significantly by Greek culture, Hellenism, and this sparks a dramatic revolution in the year 165 called the Counter Rebellion, when the Jews throw off the dominance, the political dominance, and ultimately the spiritual, cultural dominance of the Greek Empire that was then based in Syria, the Seleucids, and they re-established a Jewish kingdom under the Maccabees, also known as the Hasmoneans or Hashmonaim in Hebrew. The Greek culture, however, keeps exerting its influence, and even though the Jews have established some sovereignty, they are not free from the cultural influence of Hellenism. They ultimately will continue along that path. Romans invade in the year 63, not a really good word to use. I should have changed that because they don't exactly invade. They're kind of invited in because of disputes between the Maccabean kings. But with the Roman advance into Israel, then you have the gradual and sporadic limitation of Jewish rule. Basically, what the Romans do is they allow the Jews, like they did with many other peoples they conquered, to have a level of self-government, and the power of the kingdoms in now what is called Judea varied depending on how adept the Jewish king was at negotiating the corridors of Roman power.
Welcome.
For example, is one of the
How are you?
powerful Jewish kings. He happened to be very
Yo, what's up, pimp?
And he had a very long rule in the first
How you living?
Tremendous amount of public
What up, baby? What's good?
He was an incredible tyrant. Murdered much of his
Living
own
the dream.
family.
Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How'd you find out about me?
Rebel in the first century of the Common Era.
Fuck yeah, man. Absolutely. Welcome. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Oh, well, I appreciate you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Roman exile from the
Yeah, please.
Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than Yeah, dog. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No.
All right, well that's cool. CTKA, they're basically just like constant videos of people, and I've done this now. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously, and I do so for world peace. I don't want war anymore, and I want to bring the world together by showing the world that we're not all that different. I have been streaming 24/7 since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. It overtook petroleum. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that comes to fruition, I'm going to make all your friends and family very, very rich. I'm going to help everybody who's helped me along the way. So what does that mean? I'm going to give you all the money that you need to become financially independent if you're not already, to create generational wealth if you don't already have it, and to create charities and philanthropic organizations that are near and dear to your heart to help the world. How does that sound to you?
Sounds good.
Excellent. If I were to give you all the money that you needed, what kind of charity would you start?
Let me think.
Take your time.
I guess I will buy CS skins.
You would do what?
CSGO skins.
Oh, what kind of charity would you start? Do you know what a charity is? That's okay. No big deal. They found out about me from Kick. That's baller.
in the year 70, again, it's a little bit of a misnomer. A significant number of Jews were taken off into slavery and so on, but by no means was the region depopulated. There was, however, a second rebellion under Bar Kokhba about 70 odd years later, and this resulted in a much more devastating Roman reaction, and the central region of Judea itself, as opposed to the coastal regions and the Galilee, was more significantly depopulated. So that's basically the period that we're going to use to describe antiquity. Note, however, that this is not necessarily the same term that secular scholars use for Western civilization. They tend to stretch the period of antiquity out until the 400s with the fall of Rome. But this is when we start to see really major changes happening in the Jewish population. So,
Welcome. How are you?
Oh, the tremendous challenges that these developments.
What's good, Emer?
First of all, the loss of sovereignty.
How you living, Pam? Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, my friend?
Multiple times.
I love you. I love you.
I love you too, my friend. How'd you find out about me, Emer?
What?
How did you find out about me?
My kick clip.
Excellent. You're an amazing streamer. I'm glad that you're here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
But my children scared.
Why are your children scared?
Because you.
Okay. Well, that's all right. I'm not for children. How's your day going?
Yes.
How's your day going?
Who is Greek? Who is Greek?
Somebody else who found me from Kick, I think.
Oh, okay.
What's your primary language?
Turkish.
Just a moment.
Okay.
I'm here. I don't want your family to be scared. So just one moment. I'll speak Turkish to you.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. Welcome to my Welcome to my Discord. I'm glad that you're here. I hope you and your family have
Discord'uma.
Welcome to my Discord. I'm glad that you're here. I hope you and your family have a wonderful day today.
Discord'uma hoş geldin. Duyduğuna sevindim. Umarım bugün senin ve ailenin harika bir gün geçirmesini dilerim.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. So, what kind of streaming do you like to do?
You're welcome.
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person ever.
Hayatımı haftada 7 gün, yılda 365 gün, dünya barışı için yayınlıyorum. 3,5 yıldan uzun süredir bunu yapıyorum ve internette herhangi bir insanın sahip olabileceğinden daha fazla veriye sahibim.
I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And I want to show the world that we're not all that different. So I give people portals into my life. I'm currently live on over 20 different YouTube channels right now.
Hayatımı dünya barışı için yayınlıyorum. Artık savaş istemiyorum ve dünyaya birbirimizden o kadar da farklı olmadığımızı göstermek istiyorum. Bu yüzden insanlara hayatıma açılan kapılar sunuyorum. Şu anda 20'den fazla farklı YouTube kanalında canlı yayın yapıyorum.
Do you stream on...
Oh, nice. Me too.
Oh, excellent. Well,
I don't want war. No war.
no war, exactly. No war.
Yes.
Wonderful.
But Trump and Recep Tayyip Erdogan, nice, good.
Very well. I also talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I'm very much about technology in the future.
Ayrıca tarım, dronlar, yüzen seralar, tuzlu su, seralar, hidroponik ve dikey çiftçilik gibi teknolojinin kullanımıyla dünya açlığını sona erdirmekten bahsettim. Bulut tohumlamada, gelecekteki teknolojiyle çok ilgiliyim.
Shout out to Turkey. Turkey, yay. Look at this athleticism.
First, under the Assyrians, when the 10 northern tribes were taken away. Then under the Babylonians, when Judah was destroyed. Then under the Greeks, when their level of self-rule under the Persians was threatened. And then under the Romans, of course. This is like repeated loss of sovereignty. The Jews keep coming back, nevertheless, and reestablishing some level of self-rule.
Welcome.
Jump ahead.
How are you, Joel?
They'll do it
How you
again.
living, pimp?
2000.
Kicking ass, taking names. How are you?
Secondly, not only loss of sovereignty, but this is a
Jewish history podcast.
Can you close one of your mics, please?
You can mute the one that is not here.
Oh, okay. I saw the guy who is mute.
Yeah.
His name is a little bit Turkish, I think.
That could be.
I'm also Turk.
Oh, very cool. I just have
I
a
wondered what happened in here.
What do you mean what happened in here?
Don't you know?
No, what happened?
I don't know. I came to ask you.
Certainly. Well, first of all, how'd you find out about me, my friend?
Bro, you already sent me too many inviting links to my Kick channel.
Oh, excellent. You found out about me from Kick. Wonderful. Well, I'm glad that you're here.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, no. You can.
I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. This stream goes back to 2020, essentially more than 3.5 years of content. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Jalal?
Yeah, I have seen it.
Okay, excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams, 24 hours a day, and you can watch my whole life. I eat, I sleep, I do everything that a person does, all being live streamed, and I do it for world peace. I don't want war anymore anywhere in the world, and I want to show the world that we're not all that different. I also talk about things that I feel will help the world, such as ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating.
Can I ask you something?
Absolutely.
If you don't mind?
Go ahead.
It's a little bit special thing, by the way.
I think so.
Okay?
Yeah, go for it.
I don't hear you.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Bro, when you live for 724,
Yes.
how do you jerking off?
Well,
How do you say it?
yeah, sure. You just go under the covers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's insane. Okay.
That's
Okay.
yeah. So
When you told me I'm live 24,
yeah,
I just wondered this for like a man. It's a bit special question.
that's totally understandable. Yeah. So you don't know what I'm doing under the covers. I could be itching. I could be stretching. Who knows? But yeah, if I ever need to,
Okay, it's perfect.
that's right. So I created a timeline or a time capsule for human history. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. It overtook petroleum. And that means that data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And what does that mean for you? It means that when I go viral, I'm going to help you and I'm going to help every person who's helped me along the way. I'm going to make you very rich. I'm going to give you everything that you need to become financially independent if you're not already, to create generational wealth, and to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. How does that sound, Jalal?
Sounds great, but can I ask you, what's your wealth then?
I'm financially independent.
It's strange.
It is strange.
How then? How you gonna do that?
Well, so data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than any person
Yeah.
ever. And when I go viral, I've created a bot that basically promotes me on multiple
Do you think
platforms.
really you are more influential than Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg?
I will be, yes. I have more data online than any person ever. People will watch my life in the future like it is the Epic of Gilgamesh or like a biblical story. It's the story of a human life. It'll be very exciting to people.
And now I am a part of it.
Now you're a part of it too. Absolutely. It would be like when somebody from the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Bible met somebody along the road, and we meet for,
History, yeah.
and you're like now a character.
Yeah. I'm a side character right now.
That's correct.
Okay, I love that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You'll be studied for tens of thousands, if not millions of years into the future.
It will be great for me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
100%.
It was a pleasure to meet you, bro.
Absolutely. Hey, you go do what you need to do. Just more than anything, know that I'm always here to help you. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the world, and I'm here to give people hope. If there's anything I can ever do for you, Jalal, or your family, you let me know, okay?
Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Absolutely.
See
Come
you later.
come back soon, my
Take
friend.
care of you.
Absolutely. Come back soon. Take
You
care.
too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I will be.
Thank
See
you. Bye-bye. Shout out to Jalal.
Physical displacement, right? It's hard enough for countries to reassert its national identity when they lose control of their self-government. But imagine if much of the population, especially the elite, especially the males of fighting age, are taken off to a far-off location. If they're not living within the contiguous borders of one territory, how do they reestablish themselves, especially in the ancient period when communication and transportation is nothing like what we would see in the modern era? A third, full-on court press of other powerful dominant cultures. The Syrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, oh my gosh, the Greeks. Incredible is in the way that these people saw the world around them, and the idea that Jews can somehow maintain their cultural independence with a highly distinct form of worship and ethics and literature. These are tremendous stresses placed on the Jewish people during ancient antiquity. Repeated defeats in war, tremendously devastating and discouragement. See, you're like standing up and getting knocked down again and again and again. The Bar Kokhba revolt, the first Roman Jewish war, the Titos rebellion, over and over again. The Jews are not succeeding, with the exception of the Maccabean revolt. They are simply not doing well for the last 200-300 years of their existence in the period of antiquity. Finally, we certainly cannot discount the spiritual crisis that must have ensued when so much of what they considered rock solid was not so, such as, for example, the temple rituals that were so central to classical Judaism, that the offering of sacrifices at the temple as a way of communicating with God, of expiating sin, of receiving forgiveness with the destruction of the temple twice, and the displacement of people to another land. How are they able to maintain a sense of balance and a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, and a sense of integrity to keep themselves on the straight and narrow and to reincorporate themselves as a nation throughout all of these phenomenal challenges to their existence? It is really mind-boggling. So as I said earlier, I'm not going to provide answers why. I may give some hints as to what I think in the next class that I'm about to report, but let us simply leave for now with the questions, with the moment to reflect, and realize that we are now moving into a new period of Jewish existence, because the dominant population is no longer demographically centered in Israel. It is going to slowly shift to the diaspora, to places like Mesopotamia, which has a phenomenal renaissance and a period of the creation of the Talmud. Also in Egypt, the Italian peninsula, and so on, you see huge surges in Jewish population. And Jews begin to kind of rethink what it means to be Jewish outside of Israel over the course of the next few centuries. So that's what we're going to be looking at next, the medieval period, and we'll see that somehow the Jews managed with phenomenal vitality to maintain their distinct existence over so many centuries despite so many things. Thank you very much for watching.
If this guy is the shoot hero or he's been pong tables or whatever, he ain't on ping pong tables. Whatever, they do ping pong bills out there. What the fuck they do? Today, my hearts and prayers with the people in Texas. Stop! Stop! I know you. You don't even go to Texas.
Welcome to another episode of the Jewish History. Now, just like the last class, when I offered up the question, how did Jews survive antiquity, and I let you know in advance that that was a rhetorical question with no clear answer forthcoming, I want to warn you in advance that the same thing applies to this class, perhaps even more so. I have some thoughts on the question of what is the meaning of Jewish history, and I will give you some sense of where I'm coming from towards the end of this video, but please don't think that by watching the next few minutes you'll get this and you'll be able to impress all your friends and relatives at the Passover Seder. For those of you who are Douglas Adams fans, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 42 is in fact the answer to everything, including this question, but that's not the sense that I'm using here. You may ask a very obvious question, wait a second, why are we only talking about the meaning of Jewish history in video number 42? I mean, are you serious? This should be video number 1, or maybe video number 2. How is it possible that we've gone through the entire ancient period and we haven't gone to this particular subject? So you would be absolutely right in asking that question. Ideally, I would like to talk about these theoretical things right from the very beginning, but most people, when they approach Jewish history, they just want to know, please tell me the story already, please tell me what happened. I don't really want to get into like big theoretical thinking about what it all signifies, and so I have reserved this particular topic to our first kind of reflection moment, the seam between the ancient period and the medieval period, and this is the right place for us to start talking about theory. Now that we have absorbed some of the history we're talking about, I think it's a good time to reflect on, well, what does it all mean? Again, I'm not going to give you the answer at the end of this particular class, but I hope to at least pose some of the major questions related to the overall question. We're going to start by looking at some of the questions raised by a great historian, Professor Moshe Rothschild, shown here, just recently won the Rothschild Prize. Fantastic scholar at Bar-Ilan University. I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to Professor Rothman. When I was a young graduate student, I approached him and he was very gracious in sharing his thoughts. But we're going to be looking at this book, came out just recently, How Jewish is Jewish History? And there are some amazing essays in this very thoughtful theoretical book. We're going to focus in on one specific aspect. That is the question of meta-history, or what I like to call the grand narrative. Now, Professor Rossman uses the term meta-history in a kind of sense of metaphysics, right? It's kind of like a philosophical term. Meta means above or beyond or past. So, like, for example, physics is the study of the physical universe, bodies in motion, mass, velocity, things like that. Then metaphysics is like the study of what's beyond that, the nature of God, the nature of the soul, things like that, that aren't measured with conventional scientific tools, but they're beyond what those tools are able to easily measure. And what he's really referring to is like, what are the theoretical underpinnings of any work of Jewish history? Like, what is the larger story of this history? You know, of course, the word story is embedded inside the word history. What is the grand narrative to which this Jewish history applies? So, just looking at a few examples of how historians have approached this question, you have the Tzemach David, a very interesting work written in the 16th century by a brilliant and rather idiosyncratic individual named Rabbi David Gans. I actually have a friend who is a descendant of Rabbi Gans, David Krauss of Prague, great local historian. At any rate, the Tzemach David represents a kind of early encyclopedic Jewish history. It's not really a history in the sense that it is a chronology. Like, in this year this happened, in this year this happened, and so on. Not a lot of analytical processes applied to it, not a lot of questions asked of David, and so on. But what's interesting is that Tzemach David divides the work into Jewish history. These are all the things that happened to the Jews. And then there's another complete section, and this is world history. Right? As if they are two totally separate things, as if Jews are not impacting the rest of the world and are not impacted by the rest of the world. By the way, I hate using the word impact as a word, but I don't know. Like, Jews live inside the world, and the world affects Jewish history. Jewish history affects secular history, if you will. That's another question that we'll have to get into later. But he separated them out entirely, as if Jewish history was kind of like somehow walled off from other world events. Now, when we get to the 19th century, much more advanced critical historical scholarship is going on. We have the great scholar Heinrich Grech. And his work has been characterized as a combination of Leidensgeschichte and Literaturgeschichte, which means basically Leiden is like sadness or misfortune. Geschichte is, of course, history. And Literaturgeschichte is the history of literature. So, in other words, Grech's grand narrative sort of portrays the Jewish people as being constantly oppressed, dispersed, compromised, exiled, and nevertheless, wherever they go, they get their energy together and they make creations that are phenomenal contributions to world civilization. They're writing these amazing books, they're developing science, they're engaged in so much productive work. And so it's kind of like this oscillation of like society will persecute the Jews, they'll have to run away, but then in the new location, they will rise and do great things for that civilization. Then they'll be persecuted again, and they'll be sent away, and then they'll have to rise in another location and so on. And this is kind of like the grand narrative that Gretz proposes. Another approach is evident in the work of Shimon Dubno, another great encyclopedic historian, who criticized Gretz for missing out some really important things. Gretz tended to look down on Eastern European Jewry in general, and specifically Hasidism and Kabbalah and things like that. Again, Gretz's grand narrative is really part of the entire enterprise of the Haskalah, of the Jewish Enlightenment, the attempt to demonstrate to the non-Jewish world, Gretz wrote in German after all, that Jews were worthy of acceptance into secular society. Look at how unfortunately and how unjustly they have been persecuted, and nevertheless look at all the great things they have produced. So anything that doesn't quite fit that model is either consciously or unconsciously ignored by Gretz, and this is part of the challenges with the grand narrative. So for example, when you look at the Hasidic movement, which represents in many ways not a rationalist approach to Judaism, not an attempt to come to terms with general society, but rather more of an insular, inward-looking approach. And especially when we talk about the 19th century, and there's a lot of conflict with the more rationalist Lithuanians and their accusations of the Hasidim engaging too much in alcohol and raucous behavior and things like that. So Gretz kind of looked at that as sort of like backward superstition going the wrong direction of history, and therefore the Hasidism tends to receive a lower grade in Gretz's history, and that's something that Shimon Dubno wanted to correct. He was much more in favor of looking at what were the people creating of themselves, and Hasidism is of course very much a popular movement that came from the general average Jew more than anything else. Shimon Dubno was very much enamored of a philosophy which came to be associated very closely with called diaspora nationalism, in which he said, it's really about what the people are developing on their own. And what have the people developed? They have developed the ability to exist outside of the trappings of a conventional state. And he says this is something truly amazing, and we should not ignore it. That Jews once had a state in ancient Israel, and then they were exiled, and that should have been the end of their story. How could they possibly exist without borders and currency and a flag and an army and passports, things like that? How is it possible they continued? He says the reason they continue is because they advance beyond what a state requires. That they have developed the ability to exist as an integral unit, even in a diaspora, even as a minority culture, living within very, very different host cultures. And he said this is something which should be strived for. This is an ideal. Everything that is coming from the Jewish people, like Hasidism, is something which is positive and should be developed. And rather than, trying to, fit in with secular society, we should encourage the development of specifically Jewish cultural progress. A lot of fascinating things to say about his worldview. So everything in his grand narrative looked towards that. Obviously, when it comes to something like Zionism, he had a dim view of Zionism because he said, hey, that's going backwards. The Jews have already proved they don't need a state. They can exist very well in modern society, specifically without a state. And you want them to go back to a more barbaric age. So he definitely, his grand narrative, soft-pedaled Zionism. On the other hand, there, of course, are many great Zionist historians like Ben-Zion Dinur, who said that no, the grand narrative of Jewish history is the return to Zion. It's the constant urge of the Jew to resettle and walk the sands of the Judean desert and so on. And so coming back to Israel represents the high point of Jewish activity, and the grand narrative of Jewish history is all about that power of gravity that is exerted upon the Jewish soul by the land of Israel itself. And now, of course, that Israel has achieved statehood, I'm not exactly sure what happens next in Ben Zion Dino's model, but maybe we'll explore that later. Finally, one more great historian, the fantastic Sala Whitmire Barron, fantastic historian working in New York City at Columbia University. He argues that, we should be focusing on the diaspora. We should be looking a little bit like Goodnow at how Jews have developed these abilities to exist within the diaspora. We should not necessarily, apply other overarching motives to that, but we should also realize the highly distinct nature of these communities, and that the monolithic approach of Goodnow, which was influenced in many ways by Marxist theories of history, is not necessarily something that we should emphasize. We should look at how the Near Eastern communities developed this way. Look at how African Jewish communities, look at how Asian Jewish communities developed, and not necessarily try to fit them into one overarching model. Wow, lots of different approaches to the grand narrative. But when we get to our period, we have a much more challenging problem, and that is postmodernism. Postmodernism is a remarkably challenging philosophy. It's associated with several thinkers, including Jacques Derrida, shown here, a French Jew who wrote, among other things, "Il n'y a pas de hors texte." There is nothing outside the text. What exactly does this mean, and what is its implications for Jewish history? Postmodernism represents an approach to text which is deeply unsettling and is having a major impact. It was first felt perhaps in literary criticism, but it has slowly made its way into the social sciences, even the hard sciences. And history, archaeology have been hit very hard by postmodernism as a critique. What exactly does this mean? What Derrida and others like Michel Foucault argued was that we can never move beyond the text itself. We can never make legitimate assumptions about any reality beyond the text that is presented before us right now. So what does that mean? Let's say, for example, I would present to you my birth certificate. The document has my name on it, has my place of birth, my date of birth, and two other options. And you might be tempted to say, so we now know that Henry Abramson was born, and you might be very well correct in making that assumption. After all, you've got a document that says that. But postmodernism would argue that no, all you really know is that you once encountered Henry Abramson on a video who presented his birth certificate, which said that he was born in such and such a place at such and such a time, and these were his parents, and so on. What's the difference? There's a world of difference. Who says that document actually represents the truth? Who says that this document hasn't been forged? Who says that this document isn't the result of a mistake, a clerk's mistake? Perhaps I am deceived in thinking that this is a correct document. Perhaps my parents gave it to me, but they really hiding much larger secrets. I don't know. So you might say, okay, fine, well, we can verify that. We can go back to the small town where Henry Abramson was born, and we can rifle through the card catalogs, and we can find, the original document, and we say, look, here it is. Same thing. All you can say is that here's a document that says the same things as that other document. So now you have two documents, but there's a possibility that both of them are wrong. And this becomes even more complex when you look at something like narrative. Like a government document is a pretty straightforward thing. It's either mistakenly written down or not. Well, let's say, for example, you find a memoir. How do you know that the person who wrote that memoir actually wrote that memoir? And how do you know that the things that the memoir claims to remember actually happened? All you have, fundamentally, is this text that purports to be what someone says he or she remembered at a particular time. You can never go back to what actually happened. You are stuck in the text itself. And this is deeply unsettling, because if we cannot make any kind of generalization about reality beyond the texts and documents, archaeological finds that we discover, how do we make history? So, Derrida famously once said, "Je suis le dernier Juif." I am the last Jew. And like many of these cryptic things that postmodernists tend to say, it's not exactly clear what he meant by it, but it appears that he may be referring to the idea that, Judaism as a whole, Jewish history, is entirely predicated, like all history, on our reliance on prior doctrines. And that we are essentially trusting that such and such a thing happened because there's something that says it happened. And we can never go beyond the documents logically to say what actually happened. In the words of Shamanka, yes, what actually happened. We can never know what actually happened. We can only know what document has been presented to us. So this upends everything, like when we find the Teldan stele that has the phrase Beit David on it, House of David. Does that mean there really was a House of David? Does it really mean, even if we can use carbon dating to say this stone was planted in the ground at this particular time, or was carved at this particular time, is it referring to the David we're talking about? Is it referring to the same David of the Bible? Everything is up in the air because of postmodernism. So what have historians done to respond to it? In my generation, when I was going through graduate school, we were already feeling the advancements of postmodernism, and the tendency among scholars, which has only increased over the last few decades, is that historians tighten the focus. If you can't write about a large period of history, because every single document you encounter never really represents what is beyond it. You only have the document itself. So therefore, one way to compensate is to have lots of documents and lots of testimonies that focus on one problem. So, for example, rather than trying to write the history of revolutionary France, write the history of one particular person living in revolutionary France in a few years, and gather all the documents you can, focusing on that one person's biography, and hopefully, with multiple points of contact, you can say something useful about how this person experienced that revolution, and you can't say anything else about how a woman would have experienced it, or a king, or a traveler, or a Jew, or a black man. None of those experiences are recorded because you focus so narrowly on one small part. But on the other hand, you only have a finite lifetime. How can we possibly examine all those sources and do the same thing for a larger focus? It just gets to be such a nightmare trying to figure out, is it possible to write anything larger? Any survey history? Is it even? So here's a black and white photograph of me that really doesn't have to be here, but I sort of like it. It's such a beautiful photograph. It speaks to who I imagine myself as a historian. This is what I look like as a historian. And so, since we have so many beautiful photographs, I want to put this on there. So, I have to give credit to Matthew Chef, who is an amazing photographer, who reached out to me to do a shoot because he's put together a book, and I'm very proud to be included in his subjects. He really has a unique gift to
Welcome.
To find that book.
How you living, pimp?
This person, and then put it somehow onto his
I was just seeing if you really
that's the picture. Here's the question.
Oh, 100%. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, I've heard about you through other people, but feel free.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
Somebody in Aliens played it.
Oh, very cool. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I essentially am live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously at any given time, and I do so to show the world that we're not all that different. How's that sound?
That's fire. Where can I tune in?
Oh, if you look in the left corner where it says 24/7 YouTube stream link, do you see that?
I got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just plug that link in right now, and you'll see all my streams, and you'll shit yourself.
Oh my gosh.
Look at how many of them are live.
They're all just a different
Angle.
view of them.
Exactly. And I have redundant streams if in case any of them get taken down or any of them, like the app crashes or whatever. I've got backups of backups.
That's fire. I appreciate your commitment to
Absolutely, my friend.
24/7 life.
100%. Have you ever seen the
You
movie?
sleep on cam?
Absolutely. Every single night.
Yeah.
I have a ceiling cam.
You said have I seen what?
Have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've seen Big Brother, yeah.
Excellent. Well, as you know, they essentially have those people on camera 24 hours a day, and that's the same with me. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Santa Monica, downtown Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. And so I do IRL streaming in addition to desktop streaming, though desktop is much easier. But yeah, I'm always live, always available to you if you ever need anything. I'm here to be a positive individual in your life. I'm here to give you an optimistic view on the world and to just give people hope. If you ever need anything from me, just know I'm here to help you, okay?
For sure, bet. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Just say, what do you do with other live streams when you're IRL?
Well,
do you have a bunch of different angles IRL streaming, or?
Yeah, it's more difficult for me to do because I'm just a single individual. So I have when I've done it, I've had 4 different streams. So I'll have two on different phone mounts. I'll have sometimes a chest mount and a GoPro.
That's fine. I'll definitely have to tune into your streams.
Absolutely. Well, just know if you need anything, I'm always here for you. Okay, big dog.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
You have a good day. I'm gonna tune into the stream right now.
Absolutely. Feel free to hop in whenever you have time. Okay.
All right, for sure.
Take care, my friend.
Right. That our documents cannot claim to represent any reality greater than what they are as we see them. You can't generalize beyond them. Then we do a liability. How is this not in the fiction department? Why isn't it there? Just like any other, it's the purpose of every movie.
Now I have a little bit more liberty to say yes to things or to travel for things I gotta go in my car.
So there certainly
because
is a
I know I'm
difference
covering
between
myself.
history and
I'm
fiction.
comedy for me
part of
still.
this
I'll say it.
argument
There's no ego. I'm
Professor
still
Weissman
investing in
makes
myself
in his book,
constantly.
and the way that we
But now
can
I'm not
get
doing
to
it
that a
anymore.
little bit,
Where I
is a
used to
little bit
pay to
more
open
of
for people.
personal sharing on my
Because I
part.
had to pay for my own hotel, I
One
had
of
to
the
pay for my
first
meal, I had to pay
books
for my
that
travel, and
I
I'm
read
making
through
club
his
pay.
history
And this
was a
was
classic written
recently
by this man, Max
opening
Eisenman.
somebody,
Not a
so
professional
enjoy
historian,
no idea
but a
that.
very
So,
talented,
you know what? I looked at
highly
it this way.
paid
I
up
know I'm going to deliver. I know
storyteller.
the
And I
audience I'm
remember
going
when I was
for.
probably
I'm
about
going to pull
13
them. I'm
years
going to
or
make
so
them follow me.
old,
Well,
I
let me tell
came
you
across
something.
this
This year was
book,
my
which
first one.
my parents
Many
somehow
people
had in
came
the
and told
house
me
to
they
take
saw
back.
me when I first opened up
Jews,
for that
God,
person.
and history.
So I'm
And
like,
as
you
you
know
can
what?
see it from the
I
cover,
got
he
my
also
money
wrote a
back.
book called The Indestructible Jews, which I
You
have
know,
to admit I've never
but
actually
it's
read,
hard.
although it all makes
Yeah,
one piece for me. I just recently ordered another copy of Jews, God, and History so I can try and relive a little bit of what it must have been
which I
like
had
to
to
read
accept.
that book.
I just want to enjoy it a
Interestingly,
little
by
bit
the way,
more
before
because
we
now I
leave
look at
to
this, I go,
Stuff
this is my
History,
life. I'm not young.
let's point
Like,
out that
I
it
want
is
to
an
be able to just
incredibly
pay for my
popular
own career. I
book,
want to take
published
Leo on the
first in
road with me. I
the
can take Dan
1960s. It
outside
went
on the
through
road
a
with me.
second
And I can hang
edition,
out with my friends. I'm
which you'll
serious.
note
I
was
know
published in a couple
being on the
different versions.
fucking road
This
in a new
version
city
here
could be depressing. It's
says basically, 1.5 million
weighs on you.
copies, second
I can
edition.
spend, I'm not
But
nervous
this
anymore about my
version,
shows at night.
this
Oh, I
covers
can enjoy this. I used
something
to get
very
nervous. I
significant,
just want to stay in the room
edited
and
and
work on my set.
revised by
I'm not going to do that
Ethel.
anymore. I want to go
So I
get
know I've
lunch.
shown
I
you
want to
a
be
lot
with
of
my friends.
pictures
I just
of
want to make
white
enough money so I
males,
can support my
including
friends
myself,
and feel
that
and make enough
work
money
in
to get
history,
myself to the
but we
next.
don't know how much of a
But
contribution Ethel
that's all of it.
made to
It's
this
not
book.
about
She
making so
herself
much
is
money.
also a published
It's about
author.
like I got to
She
start enjoying
suffered
it.
a
My
head
ass is
injury
old.
and wrote a book about it. But one of her big claims to
I'm
fame
done
is
now.
the
I
fact that
finished
she
those
was
shows.
very
I got
much
one more
involved
weekend in
not
December
only
that I
in the
promised
second
them.
edition,
And
but in the
now
first
I'm in
edition,
LA, so there's
published
no
in the early
residency there,
60s.
but I'm getting
So
up.
we don't know a lot about Ethel Guillemot's
This
involvement in
Saturday,
this, but
July
let's not
12th,
think of this as an
the
exclusive
Triad
male
Theater.
pursuit. She passed away in
7
2014.
o'clock, 7
So
o'clock show. Doors open at
Max
6:30.
Guillemot's approach
I
to
mean, listen, you're
history
going to be on camera.
really emphasizes the
Dress
indestructibility
to
of the
impress. Lee's
Jews.
going to be
And
there.
that's something that
He's
made a
going to be
big
there with Lindsay
impact
Lohan.
on me. So let's return to our question of postmodernism. Now
There's
that I've told you a
pomegranate
little bit
juice
about
for
my own
everybody.
adolescence, first
Courtesy of
encounter with
Joey.
history,
He's going
I'm going
in.
to refer to something that
And I'm
Professor
excited
Ruskin
for it.
calls
I
the
am.
context, which
Tickets
is
are on sale. There's a few
basically a
left at
deal that you
tarotjokes.com,
and
but
I
it's
are
going to
going
be a
to make
sellout.
in
And
this
I'm
history.
very happy.
The deal is
Thank
that
you. Joey
I am
called me.
going to do my
He pays
best
attention.
to
He pretends he doesn't. He doesn't like
that
he doesn't like when I'm
data
interviewing
points
people on
that
the
we
street, but he did see the
to write
promotion
history.
for the special,
I'm going
and he
to be
calls,
as
and I love you for
conscious
calling.
as I can
Thank you.
of my own proclivities towards a grand narrative, towards a meta history, which in my mind is very closely related to Max Guillemot's first presentation of the indestructible Jews. And I am going to share those biases with you upfront. When I am troubled by a source, I'll try and let you know about that. I'll try and avoid, overarching and huge generalizations in my history, which may make it not quite as dramatic as some other historians can portray it, including perhaps Max Guillemot. But nevertheless, I'm going to treat you with a level of respect to say, I'm not totally sure about what I'm saying here, but it seems to say this. And you, on the other hand, for your part of the compact, you're going to read and listen, and you're going to critically analyze and subject my presentation to the same level of academic rigor that I have to hold myself to. When you respond in the comments or in emails or whatever, I hope you will continue to be respectful and understand that I am just a human being trying hard to present this material as best as I see it, within the parameters of my own personal weaknesses as a scholar and as a human being. I hope you won't hold me to any kind of religious yardstick, whether I'm too orthodox or whether I'm not orthodox enough, not Christian enough, or not Muslim enough, or whatever, not secular enough. I'm just who I am, working with the data, the same way you are. That's the difference between history and fiction. In fiction, you're like tossing out a whole story, and this is like, I'm making this all up. And I can make it up any way I want, and I don't care what you think. In history, we have an agreement that I'm going to do the best I can to present what I think, what actually happened, BS identity is involved, and you are going to understand that with humility, that's the way I'm approaching it, and you will analyze it with your own capacity. Finally, I wanted to offer some greater sense into my grand narrative, and for that, I'm going to turn to the work of Cecil Roth, phenomenal scholar who was incredibly encyclopedic in his knowledge of things Jewish. He, in fact, was the prime moving force behind the massive intellectual project of the 20th century, the kind of equivalent of the genome sequencing project for Jewish things, and that is the massive Encyclopedia Judaica. He was the prime intellectual force behind it. And he wrote a survey of Jewish history, And he actually revised it several times, it was translated several times, and there are certain key passages that were identified in Professor Rosman's book that actually differ from edition to edition. And he seemed to be kind of like uncertain about how he wanted to phrase this idea. But here's a version of his conclusion to that survey as he put it in the 1960s. He said, "The preservation of the Jew was certainly not casual. Time after time in his history," note of course that it's not gender-neutral language, but early 1950s. "Time after time in his history, moreover, he has been saved from disaster in a manner which cannot be described excepting as providential." Providential is, of course, a word which Hebrew speakers know as hashgacha pratit, or as divine supervision, meaning like divine involvement in the survival of the Jew. Dr. Roth goes on, the author, speaking of himself in the third person, something which I really like doing, especially on Twitter, the author has deliberately attempted to write this work in a secular spirit. He does not think that his readers can fail to see in it, on every page, a higher immanence. So in other words, what Dr. Roth is saying is that he's going to use the tools of secular reasoning. He's going to use the kind of Western, university-based critical skills that were trained in him by his instructors at the great colleges of Europe. And that's how he's going to analyze Jewish history. Not with some other kind of ideological monitor, not some kind of purity gauge or something like that. He's going to try and look at it as best he can with the tools he has at his disposal. But even with all of that, it's still very hard not to see a higher immanence on every page of Jewish history. That's my choice. I hope you found this theoretical lecture not too tedious. The fact is, you're listening to it at the very end, so maybe you've fallen asleep, but I appreciate you being with me. Next lecture, we're going back to the standard kind of narrative description of the Jews of Mesopotamia. Fascinating period. Thank you very much for watching. I'm now a professional filmmaker, so my job as a filmmaker is to make things real. So all the more I start looking at these pictures, and I can not only tell that there was no electrical lighting, which would be necessary if the sunlight on the moon was 20 times brighter, so there was no atmosphere, right? I can tell you what kind of light they're using. They're using an umbrella light. The period after the destruction of the temple, in the year 70, and the Second Roman Jewish War under Karpa in the 1930s is an incredibly important period in the development of Jewish history in general. This is primarily because the Jewish people had to learn how to adapt themselves to a radically new environment. Without the temple, the fulcrum of their relationship between themselves and their God had disappeared, and they had to articulate a new way of centering that fundamental religious identity. Secondly, on a political level, there was no question that after two disastrous revolts, the Jews would not be able to budge the Roman Empire from their land integrity in order to maintain their identity, and in fact they were quite successful at doing so. Many historians have described this period as the transition between the Tanaim and the Amoraim, very important terms, they're technical in nature. They refer really to periods in intellectual history. The Tanaim are the main teachers from the 1st century before the Common Era up until the early 3rd century of the Common Era, and their main activity was memorizing and teaching the Mishnah. That it is the oral tradition that we discussed a few lectures ago, or what exactly is the Mishnah, but these are the teachers who have played an incredibly important role in focusing Jewish energies on their continued spiritual life, which would of course be related very closely to their communal life, their identity, and ultimately their political life as well. The Amoraim, or the speakers, Tanaim means teachers, Amoraim means speakers, these people are especially associated with the development of the Talmud and there are Amoraim in Israel, and also, more importantly, in Babylonia, where the Babylonian Talmud would be developed. So the period of time basically comes to a close at the beginning of the 3rd century. The Amoraim pick it up from there with their development of the Talmud, although the function of the Tanaim in terms of memorizing the Mishnah is still very relevant for centuries, but they will primarily be subservient to the Amoraim intellectually, in that they will be the repositories of all this memorized knowledge. Even when it is in a written form, there's still tremendous utility for people to have a massive intellectual storehouse of it. And the Amoraim will then be exploring and discussing it, as I hope to discuss in the 2 lectures. At any rate, let's look at this period in a little more detail. So, at the end of the destruction of the temple, perhaps the most important city after Jerusalem was a small town close to the coast called Yavne. And as you may recall, there's a famous passage that we discussed earlier in the Talmud in which Yochanan ben Zakkai appeals to Vespasian, the future emperor of Rome, "Ten li Yavne v'chachameha," give me Yavne and its sages. There's some dispute over the historicity of that particular incident, and there's some interesting reflections on what role Berenice may have had in protecting Yavne. But what we know for certain is that Yavne itself became a major center for concentration of sages. At first, under the leadership of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, later under Rabbi Gamliel, and then the other stories. I'd like to look at one specific episode that occurred in Yavne that has some fascinating implications and illustrate, for our purposes, the sense of what's happening in terms of the intellectual refocus that's happening among the Jewish people at this time. This is a passage that occurs in the Talmud, Tractate Bava Metzia 59b, the Babylonian Talmud. The dispute centers on the status of a particular oven called the oven of Achna. It's a particular design, and the rabbis are arguing as to whether or not it retains its ritual purity under certain circumstances. Basically, it boils down to 2 main sides of the argument. Rabbi Eliezer Gadol, the great sage, who tends to follow the teachings of Shammai, and perhaps I should just make an interview at this point. Shammai and Hillel are 2 of the greatest of the Zukot, the generation that preceded the Tanaim, and their teachings, which are by now like 200 years old, have created 2 large schools. School of Shammai, Beit Shammai, and the school of Hillel, the school of Hillel. And up until the destruction of the temple, it seems that whether one followed Hillel or Shammai was largely a matter of personal choice. You would associate yourself with a particular school, and you would consistently follow the dictates of that school in terms of personal conduct, and they got along fairly well overall. They had tremendous amount of disputes over the law, but those disputes were famously solved quite amicably. Things changed after the destruction of the temple, however, as there was a consolidation of thought, primarily around the opinion of Hillel. At any rate, on the one side we have Rabbi Eliezer Gadol, very important rabbi who tends to follow the teaching of Shammai, and on the other side, the growing consensus, the majority vote, is following Hillel's opinion regarding how to deal with this house. That is the house of Hillel. They were doing it Beit Hillel. Hillel is passed away for a long time. And what ends up happening is really remarkable. The Talmud says that Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let this river reverse course. And the river does. And the rabbis say, it doesn't matter. We follow the argument of logic, and you can bring as many supernatural proofs as you like. That's not how we decide things here. So then Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let these carob trees be uprooted, be sent along the road. And the rabbi, and that actually happens. And then the rabbis say, it doesn't matter. The Torah is something that we debate amongst ourselves and majority rules. And then finally he says, if the law follows my opinion, let the walls of the Beit Midrash crumble. And they crumble. Then at one point one of the rabbis says, what? To the walls. What are you doing? Why should you be involved in this? And to the walls, they don't collapse completely, sort of like stay in a meeting place. And then finally, the same argument goes on and on. Rabbi Eliezer says then, if the law follows me, let the heavens open. And a booming voice comes out from the sky and says, the law follows the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. Well, this looks like a slam dunk, right? You've got all these supernatural phenomena supporting Rabbi Eliezer, but the rabbis say you can bring as many proofs as you want. Lo bashamayim, the law is not in heaven. The law is on earth, and on earth we follow majority rule. So Rabbi Eliezer's opinion is not followed. The dominant opinion, which is the Hillel, is followed in this particular case. It is Abba. Two reasons why this is really important. Let me start with perhaps the less important but very interesting reason, and that is associated with tsunami. So I had this great opportunity. I got a call from National Geographic about a year ago, and they said they want to talk to me. I was really honored about the research of Dr. Beverly Goodman, who is a geoarchaeologist with the University of Haifa. Dr. Goodman has looked at a lot of fascinating historical data and has determined that the earthquake, which is described, for example, far away as Antioch, the year 115, probably destroyed ports along the coastline of Israel. And she argued, and this is why National Geographic wanted to ask me for my opinion, I don't know why it's specifically, but it was really cool to get the call. Is it possible that the passage described in Bava Metzia is actually reflecting a historical event, a geological event, specifically a tsunami hitting the region of Yavne in the year 115? Wow. And it's so interesting because all of the phenomena that are described there, beginning with the river running backwards, the carob trees flying away, the walls of the Beit Midrash beginning to crumble, and then later there's a discussion of huge storms at sea. They all make sense with this particular event. Now, how to place that within the overall context of the discussion in the Gemara is a fascinating question. You can have a look at the podcast if you want to go to the interview, or you can go back and forth on what this means. But what is really significant, that's the kind of cool point, but the most important point is that the rabbis in Yavne, perhaps with the divine assistance of this tsunami, make a clear distinction that this is how we are going to go forward. We're no longer going to be able to rely on sort of like everybody decides what they want. Am I going to be Beis Hillel? Am I going to be Beis Shammai? Now it's time, especially with the loss of the temple, that we come together for sure around our rabbinic leaders. The rabbinic leaders are deciding we're going to follow Beit Hillel, and so the development of this majoritarian consensus rule after debate becomes an exceptionally important element in the way that Jewish communities will organize themselves for the next 2,000 years. Just to be clear, the tsunami and all of the possible impact it had on the discussion that's recorded in Bava Metzia does not affect the central thrust of the meaning of that heaven, that the Torah is here on the planet Earth, and you to advance your particular interpretation of Jewish law is not considered a valid argument, and therefore the rabbis will continue to maintain their standards, and this is a very important starting point for the organization of Jewry from here on. But it's still very cool to think that it's not happening. There were two institutions that were especially important for the survival of the Jews after Yavne. You can see in this map here that the sages from Yavne, which is sort of on the lower left there, they've all spread out primarily to the north, where the majority of the Jewish population is going to be living after Bar Kokhba, but also some development in the south as well. The two institutions that they will ultimately coalesce around are the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate. The Sanhedrin is the Jewish court that continued to function after the destruction of the temple, although it could not function in Jerusalem itself because Jews were forbidden to live there for a period of time. It moved, as you can see from these white arrows here, to Yavne and then up to the north, where it is located in a few different places, so it finally settled in Tiberias, a relatively new city, but a very important center of Jewish activity for the period of the discussion today. Related to the Sanhedrin, and sometimes overlapping in its leadership, is the so-called Patriarchate, or Nesiut in Hebrew. The Patriarchate is essentially the government of the Jews, led by a single individual, the Nasi. We don't have really good sense of exactly how it functions. We also don't have a really good sense of the extent of its authority. We don't have a good sense of exactly how it related to the Roman government. There are some tantalizing elements of this relationship, in particular in the figure of one of the greatest of the Messiahs, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, Rabbi Judah the Prince, as is sometimes related. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was the prime figure organizing the codification of the Mishnah, which up until this point, as we mentioned, has been an oral document that has been transmitted by these Tanaim. He organized its codification into its textual form, its written form, which we have to this day. This happened around the year 200, perhaps 220 of the Common Era. And this is really the line that separates the Tanaim from the Amoraim. After the Mishnah is confirmed in writing, its primary exponents will be known as the Amoraim, and the documents that they will eventually produce are known as the Talmuds. One of them was produced in Israel, actually primarily in the northern region, to a certain degree on the coast, although it intends to be called the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes the Palestinian Talmud. Both of those terms are kind of inaccurate and misleading in one way or another, but there is a Talmud performed, a Talmud created first in Israel, and then a later one, much larger one in Babylonia, which will be the subject of the next two lectures. One of the challenges of studying this period is that we are essentially locked into rabbinic documents. To a certain degree, we have some Roman government documents, we have some church historians, but most of our really juicy sources are rabbinic in nature. And so the rabbis are primarily not interested in giving us history. They want to tell us about law, about religion, about faith, about philosophy. Those are the things that are, the primary energies of the rabbis at this time. We do have some chronologists, like the Seder Olam, which is the Order of the World, one of the earliest chronologies compiled by the rabbis. We also have the Gila Talmud, with a few ancient sources, but they're not really histories. They are kind of like, on this date this happened, on this date this happened, without really analyzing and fleshing out why things happen and so on. So when we look at other sources, we have, for example, the Gabatha archive, which we discussed a little bit when we talked about Kokhba. This is the archive of some 30 documents, primarily personal legal documents that were collected by a woman who was hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the Cave of Letters. And what we can see from her archive is that, while it's hard to generalize from one woman, we have another source, also a woman that comes from around this time as well. It seems that Jews were not hesitant to use non-Jewish courts, which suggests some limitation of the rabbi's authority. Obviously, they frowned on the abandonment of Jewish courts for Roman courts, or in this case, Nabatean and other courts. So perhaps there's a whole existence of Jews who are simply doing their own thing following the dominant authority, which in this case would be the Romans, instead of listening to the rabbis. This would not be surprising, we just don't know the extent of it. We also have to realize that the Jews have a very problematic relationship with the Romans. On the one hand, heavily resenting the Romans for the depredation in their society, and on the other hand, the Romans, who have by this time, by the way, established 2 legions in Israel, which is a remarkably large number of people, about 10,000 soldiers, and they are cash heavy, meaning that they get paid in coin, and so they're extremely important for the local economy. They are resented by the population. The rabbinical sources give us a lot of descriptions of the abuse of the population by the Romans, but on the other hand, they're really essential to the economic realities of Israel. The Romans, as we will discuss in a later lecture, are also extending certain privileges to certain classes of Jews, which makes a very big difference. And they're building roads, they're doing all kinds of infrastructure things that are useful for them as soldiers, but also useful for the economy as a whole. So there's a complex dynamic going on here that we don't know a lot about. We also get the sense, however, that even though we don't know for sure how extensive the authority the rabbis are, there's no question that they have a phenomenal pull. That Judaism is a very competitive ideology at this time. Just for one example, have a look at Helena of Adiabene, who was a queen of this small kingdom you can see out here on the upper Tigris River. And Josephus tells us a lot about it. She also appears in the Talmud as Kiyomi Malka, that is Helena the queen. And she actually converts with her sons to Judaism, and she makes several trips to Jerusalem. She's known for her tremendous generosity. She gives to a lot of charity, and she chooses to be buried in Israel with this magnificent tomb. It was for a long time associated with someone else until they realized it was in fact Helena's tomb. Her sarcophagus was retrieved and is on display in the museum. So we thought that a very important, powerful political woman like Helena of Adiabene would convert to Judaism was just a sense of how, even during these very difficult times in the first century and onwards, Judaism is still quite appealing to the outside population. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. Let's go on in the next lecture to look at the development of the Babylonian center. Thank you very much.
So one person can tell another person that's against our business, and that's slavery, right? I don't care if 4 out of 5 people are right. It's still the decision of the owner of the business whether or not to their business take that risk. It is still the individual's decision whether they want to go shopping or stay at home under those circumstances. They're not our parents, they're not our babysitter, they're not our jail keepers. What is quarantining? That's jail. They're putting people under house arrest. There was a president in France.
So continuing our discussion from the transition of the Tanaim to the Amoraim and the period immediately following the disastrous coup revolt against Rome and culminating in the solidification of the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate in Israel and ultimately the composition of the Mishnah, let us now transition to Babylonia, which will become the gravitational center of the Jewish world within a very short order after the year 219, which is when Rabbi, a great scholar, arrived in the region after having studied in Israel. He was actually a native to Babylonia, went to Israel to study, came back and was very much involved in establishing educational standards there. By the way, this overemphasis perhaps on the role of one particular person, Rav, that particular rabbi, is based on the traditional scholarship, which really dates from the 9th to 10th century, but we rely very heavily on that to understand this otherwise very poorly documented period. But what we can say with absolute confidence is that Babylonia becomes such an important center in the centuries that follow the rise of the region. So let's just do a little bit of background on the political reality. The period that represents the golden age of the Jews of Babylonia in the development of the Talmud is a period when the Parthian Empire falls to the Sasanian Empire. That's in the year 224 of the Common Era and beyond. Again, we don't know very much about the region before 219 in particular. That's when we begin to have documentation from the Talmud itself, but also from the Gaonic authorities, like Rabbi Gaon, who wrote really the first Talmudic history to describe what was going on in the region at the time. It's a period of Zoroastrian resurgence, especially during the rule of Shmuel Malka. Shapur the first, also known as Shmuel Malka, is actually appears every now and then in the Talmudic literature, and it represents a period where the Jews seem to have, for the most part, a tremendous amount of freedom of activity, that they have a widespread settlement in one concentrated area, particularly on the banks of the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers, and they're able to engage in tremendous internal creativity. And it will remain this way until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, and then things are going to shift, just like we saw shifting from the time to the Amoraim. Then we begin to have a different kind of intellectual orientation once the Talmud is solidified in this format, but let me leave that to later on in the series. At any rate, what we're looking at today is the first couple of centuries after the census. Here's a map that shows where the Jews were settled. If you look on the right-hand side, you can see the larger scale of the two major rivers, either the Nahal Duglat through Dekel, which is the Tigris, and the Nahal Prat, or the Euphrates, and they flow from the northwest down into the southeast, into the Persian Gulf. And there's a region at the waist of those rivers where they come together. That's where Jews were primarily settled. And there's much older settlements of Jews that we can trace in biblical literature, for example, but this is really where the heavy settlement exists in the Talmudic period. Now, in this particular map, it's called the area of pure lineage. You can see in the detail on the left there. And this is a determination that was made in the Talmud in one particular discussion about marrying Jews who come from faraway lands, where there is a question of rates of intermarriage and following divorce law appropriately, which has great significance in Jewish law. I think this kind of like overstates it, the way it looks like a solid block, and you feel born on the other side, you're in big trouble. It's not necessarily the case, but I'll leave that to the rabbis to argue. You can see here, though, the number of small towns that are actually referred to several times in the Talmud, but they're all based on these two big rivers with canals that run between them. Here's a Hebrew map that I think condenses some of the information for some of the most important sites. You have the great yeshiva at Surah, the great academy at Surah, at Nehardah, and at Pumbedita. The story of these three yeshivot, and after the year 259, when Nehardah is overrun in a regional conflict of two yeshivot, Surah and Pumbedita, will last for hundreds of years and extend well into the Muslim period. These are the great academies they built in Babylonia, and what I think is especially fascinating about this map is that if you look at the scale, you can see that it's 50 kilometers basically between each of these yeshivot. 50 kilometers in miles is something like 30 miles. Like conceivably, you could walk along the riverbank all the way from Surah to Pumbedita in one long day. Certainly, you could stop in Nehardah for lunch, maybe stay the night and then walk into Pumbedita and have lunch there the next day. It's amazing how we're talking about places that have such phenomenal global significance for Jews studying the Talmud, but they're really so close to each other, even by foot. And the historical element of this is that when Rav came back from studying with Rabbi Yehuda Nasi and others in Israel, when he returned to Babel, he ended up establishing the yeshiva of Surah. His colleague Shmuel went to Nehardah, and later the yeshiva moved to Pumbedita, and that's how we got these major There are many, many others as well, but these are, let's say, the three really big. A lot more to say about what exactly it was a yeshiva. We tend to think of contemporary yeshiva and fold them backwards in time to what it must have looked like then. Possibly it didn't look like that much at all. It may have been more like disciple circles and things like that. But we do know that there were three kind of institutional settings that were especially important in the early church. In the next short video, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what the Talmud is and what these rabbis in these yeshivot were doing. But we should understand that we are to a certain degree hindered by the fact that almost all the information we have about Jewish life in Babylonia at this time is from the rabbis. And the rabbis, by and large, are not really interested in giving us extraneous information that we might like as historians. They give us a lot of description about law, religion, philosophy, things like that, but not necessarily history. And when scholars begin to discover a little bit of little evidence recorded in non-Jewish sources or perhaps archaeological evidence, it's absolutely fantastic and amazing. Like, for example, this is a curse bowl. There are literally hundreds of curse bowls that were recently discovered in Egypt. It has a demon at the center, and it appears that these bowls were used in kind of like folk magic, that somehow Jews would produce these devices. It seems that they may have been, broken apart as a form of affecting a kind of curse or something on enemies, things like that. But what's fascinating is that a lot of the personal names that are listed here are clearly not Jewish names, but Babylonian names. So it may be that Jews were, they had cornered the market in curse bowls, and they were selling them to everybody there. We don't know for sure. It's fascinating to see little bits of what culture must have been like outside of the yeshiva, for which we have all kinds of form of organization of the kind of self-government of the Jews in Babylonia at this time. It's not entirely clear how effective it did enjoy some recognition from the legal power. There was the Jews did have some kind of self-government, which did have official standing to some degree or another with the Royal Kingdom. It was led by someone called the Exilarch, or Reish Kalita, the head of the exile, probably modeled on the patriarchate in Israel, just like from Yehuda. Nasi was a descendant of King David and had that unique leadership role. So too the Exilarch was reputed to be from the line of King David and so on. There is a significant amount of doubt among scholars as to when the Exilarch actually began. We sort of lose track of reliable data in the Parthian period, but certainly in the Sasanian period you have the Reish Kalita, the Armenians, the Tarak, the rabbis from China, and so on. There's also a lot of people who are active in the area, and we only catch glimpses of them because our main lens is through the rabbinic view of the world. So we've already talked about Luria as one of the exceptional women in the Talmud because she was so learned. We also have, however, a few other women that are her, like Yalta, who was a very learned and opinionated woman. She was associated with medicine as well. So it could be that she was representative of women who had some healing professions outside of normally considered and we have some really touching portraits of women, like, for example, the otherwise unnamed mother of Rabbi. She wasn't actually his mother because his mother died in childbirth. He was raised on his uncle, but the woman who was his stepmother, who cared for him, he always referred to her as Ima. And on many occasions, Abaye, the great rabbi, very important rabbi in the Talmud, one of the most important, will refer to teachings of his own mother and say, my mother said to me, indicating that he had a high regard for her as a person and as a person of knowledge. Fascinating, but just tantalizing detail. We also have lots of fascinating non-Jews in the Talmud as well. The Magi, which is the normal passage of Magi today. These are, of course, important in the Christian tradition. They are the Magi come to visit, and they come far away from the east, gone by the star, things like that. The gift of the Magi, the important Old Henry story. But the Magi are Zoroastrian priests who often mess around with the Jews. There's a lot of conflict with the Jews in the time of the period over things like the use of fire. Casual use of fire was something that was frowned upon by the Zoroastrians, particularly on specific days of the calendar. The Mishnah in Shabbos, for example, which is read every Friday night in the Ashkenazic ritual, refers to Jews who put out their candles on Friday night because they are afraid of the Magi. That's not the term used there, but if you see the commentary, you'll see that's exactly what they're talking about. There's also some, because the Magi regard the fire as having tremendous sanctity and as a purifying force. The Magi were also very concerned about issues of defiling the earth, and so they frowned upon burial, Jewish burial. Some conflict erupted over those kinds of things. So the Talmud gives us one look at the outside world, and it is an extremely rich and detailed book, but only from that one perspective. And a lot of data that we would have liked to have just doesn't come through because it's not considered relevant data. But what exactly is the Talmud? Let's talk about that in the next video. Thanks so much for that.
That should be illegal. I don't know why that's even legal. Do you realize that in your country there are 17 ingredients that if you put them in food, people will go to jail? But they're perfectly legal in the United States of America. People are swallowing plastic in their meats and cheese because technically it's biodegradable year. And therefore it's technically organic. Therefore, we allow plastic to be swallowed by people.
Okay, I've only given myself a few minutes to describe what the Talmud is, and I think that's a crazy impossible task. It is such a strange and unusual and amazing and wonderful document that to just kind of crunch it down into a few minutes is going to be very challenging. But nevertheless, I think I have a couple of ideas, and let me share them with you. First of all, let's look at something a little more prosaic. What exactly is, let's say, the structure of the Talmud and its purpose? So probably the best way to understand this is to look at a modern printing of a Talmud page, as you can see here. And this has been helpfully color-coded to give you a sense of the kind of literary archaeology that is present on every page of the Talmud. The first section we have to look at is this sort of coral color, the pink color, and that is the Mishnah. Now, we had a whole class several weeks ago about what the Mishnah was, and so I'm not going to summarize all of that class here, but the Talmud is really a commentary on the Mishnah. And just like the Mishnah is sort of like a law code, I mean, it is a little more organized, and it has like, general subjects like this whole order deals with the Jewish calendar and Jewish holidays, and this whole order deals with damages and things like that. So it has some structure to it, but it really is not the same as a law book either. It has some very wild differences. The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. Immediately following the Mishnah, we will have a discussion that will include literally tens to hundreds of speakers, primarily rabbis, but also, as we saw, occasionally you'll see a non-Jew make a statement or a woman be involved in the story, and this is what makes it really strange. It's like kind of like it's highly arcane in its language. It's very coded, and it takes a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no punctuation in the standard printings, and you have to break up the sentences appropriately. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement or a rebuttal or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to try and work out the language, but nevertheless, it's something that would have been committed to memory, that scholars would have actually memorized page after page of Talmud. And it's essentially like a long transcript of a discussion that took its starting point in the Mishnah. Meaning, if the Mishnah is talking about, in this particular case, obviously talking about when one recites the Shema prayer, then we'll start discussing, when one recites the Shema prayer. But as conversations go, they tend to go from point to point to point, from tangent to tangent to tangent, which is something that is delightful about conversation. We enjoy the unpredictability of communicating with our peers in this matter, and the Talmud essentially follows that and enshrines a kind of literary stream of consciousness in this document. And it is amazing. It requires tremendous concentration and focus to make the leaps of logic and imagination that's required to follow the discussion, but it provides incredibly satisfying results. And that's what happens in the Mishnah. The Talmud, which by the way is also known as the Gemara. The Gemara is Aramaic, and it is literally like finishing, completing, Gemara in Hebrew. The term Talmud and Gemara are sometimes interchanged, possibly because of the fear of church interference in the text, which happened in the 13th century and onward, referring to Talmud as opposed to referring to Gemara to try and avoid the ire of the enemies of this particular text. But it can go on for pages and pages. It's much, much longer than the Mishnah. One Mishnah, like a paragraph from the Mishnah, may result in 15 to 20 pages of discussion that follows. So that's really what's going on. The conversation discussing the Mishnah by the Amoraim, occasionally bringing in other Mishnahs, other passages in Talmud, other statements from people, other logical arguments that be brought into this particular discussion. It's worthy of note, by the way, that the Talmud, even though I'm showing you the first page, it has no real beginning. It's often compared, you can't say the sea has a particular source. It all comes from one place. It's just there, and then you have to enter the sea by some shoreline. Some places might be nice, easy places to get into the water, like, let's say, the second chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which deals with lost and found. That's like a nice sandy beach, South Florida kind of style. And other places are like these rocky fjords with, water crashing and, like trying to jump into the middle of, Monaco or something like that, with sacrificial law and things like that. It's very, very hard. But nevertheless, everyone kind of approaches it and has to learn to swim right away. It's brilliant and amazing. I'm already talking about that. Embracing the text, to use the metaphor of Rabbi Shefkin, who is on the right here, Rashi, which is a commentator from the 11th century, which probably will speak more about him as we go on in this course, and his descendants and other students, the Tosafot from the 12th to 15th century. And they're essentially all concentrating on the central area of the text. I'm not going to label it here, but there are many other commentators surrounding them on the page, which is the prime real estate. Many, many more in other books beyond this particular page. But this gives you a sense of what the document is all about. The structure is here. The function of it is basically to explicate the Mishnah, because the Mishnah itself demands further elaboration. I mentioned earlier Rabbi Shefkin. I have to give a shout out because he runs an amazing website called 1840.org, and really amazing discussions there on all kinds of big Jewish ideas. And I love listening to it. He recently had a podcast with Professor Chaim Salmon, shown here, who is an expert in Jewish thought. He wrote a great book called Halakha. And I heard on this episode something that just made so much sense. I'm going to share it with you now as sort of why the Talmud is so important. So Chaim Salmon introduces the audience to the podcast to the work of Robert M. Hubble, a lawyer who published an extremely influential article in 1982 called Nomos and Narrative. And in this article, he basically used the Talmud as a starting point. Now, what exactly is nomos and narrative? Nomos is the Greek word meaning law, and narrative is kind of like the story behind the law. And in fact, that's what happens in the Talmud. There's lots of like dense legal, sometimes game discussion of tiny little details, sometimes theoretically details that can't possibly actually happen in real life, and then interspersed with a big excursus on the meaning of life, the purpose of the world, the nature of the afterlife, the philosophy, recipes, the behavior of a cat, all kinds of things are popular sayings. They seem to be thrown in there, and some commentators have felt that it's kind of random. It is hardly random. It's highly intentional. And what Professor Hubbard wants to say is that in order for a legal system to work, and the Talmud is at its foundation a legal system, it's called by some the Constitution of Judaism. Three constitutions kind of hold it very exactly, unless it's on a phone or something like that. The Talmud mixes nomos, law, with narrative, with the story behind the law. And this is really important because if a society, argues Mr. Glover, Professor Glover, if a society simply lays down rules without explaining to society why those rules exist, without providing the narrative behind them, then ultimately that's the type of tyranny. The rules are arbitrary. They could be made up any way you want. On the other hand, when you support the rules with the narrative, as I've often found, even in my administrative capacity at the college, people understand and can accept and know to their request if they understand the why behind it. That's essentially what the Talmud is doing. The Talmud kind of like wanders between big discussions of nomos related issues to discussions of narrative related issues. And it forms a somewhat complex and sophisticated whole, bringing together nomos and narrative at once. I strongly urge you to have a look at that podcast on the Talmud. I'll put it in the first link. So that's really what's going on in the Talmud and its content. Now, I have written a lot more about the Talmud. I have many other videos on the Talmud on this site as well. I am very much involved in actually producing a daily video on the Talmud. It's studied in a format called Daf Yomi, which means a folio a day, 2 sides of 1 page per day. And this is a program used by thousands of people around the world today, perhaps hundreds of thousands even, called Daf Yomi, and it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire time. So I'm in the middle of this big project to produce 2,711 little history videos that go with every page of the Talmud. I invite you to have a look. So I'm not going to say much more about the Talmud here. What I will say, though, is that it is a document that has managed to retain the fascination of its students for centuries. It is absolutely engaging and refreshing, and sometimes frustrating, sometimes enervating, but always energizing, and it is the document around much of Judaism has revolved for the last 1,500 years or so. Enthusiastic about it? I hope so. Okay, I hope you found this video useful, and look forward to speaking to you next time.
Saying that, with a legal counsel, remedies, and he's a medical authority. He has a degree in medicine. They took it down. They said, no, only people medically authorized are allowed. He's a doctor. I mean, you're
looking at the period from the 3rd to the 7th century, I think it's useful for us to go through a little bit of political history to try to understand the remarkable changes that were taking place in the Eastern Mediterranean at the time. And there are three really big cities involved: Rome, Constantinople, and Mecca. So from the 3rd through the 5th century, Rome goes through a pretty significant period of decline. As you can see in this 19th century Russian painting by Karl Gulov that shows Rome being sacked, and it was actually sacked several times by the Vandals and others coming from Central Europe. They're taken away here. You can see the menorah and all kinds of things like this, whereas the church seems kind of stable on the far right there. So anyway, it's a period when Rome is going to go through a series of significant steps downward in its authority, and this is going to affect the balance of power in the entire region, as we shall see. Israel will remain within the boundaries of the empire, but just barely, because I'll show you in a map in just a second, the eastern border of the Roman Empire gets pushed steadily towards the west, and Israel just maintains, with the exception of about 15 years, that space on the easternmost part of the Roman Empire, which is once so huge, and it's just barely hanging on. The Christian population in Israel during this time, however, is growing significantly, both from conversion to Christianity from the indigenous populations, Jews and others, and also from immigration into the region for a whole host of reasons. Remember, Israel is a kind of a crossroads, and so as Rome was able to consolidate its control of the region, the presence of the region, so on, development of infrastructure, there is attractiveness in that region for many settlers. And we see the population actually increases at this time, but the balance of the population will change. The local Christian population in Israel will grow, which is not necessarily a good sign for the Jewish population. In the middle of the 4th century, there is a revolt that erupts in northern Israel, where Jews are very dissatisfied with the leadership of one Gallus. This is, however, put down quite decisively, and ultimately will just accelerate the pro-Christian orientation of the Roman Empire to the detriment of the local Jewish population. There is a moment of respite shortly thereafter when the emperor tries to make some kind of connection with the Jews in Israel and in the diaspora by promising to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. This generates a lot of enthusiasm among Jews because you'll recall until this time the temple has been desecrated by Hadrian, who rebuilt a temple dedicated to Zeus there, and actually, or Jupiter actually, and also even forbade the visiting of Jerusalem by Jews except on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple. So Julian the Apostate's offer to rebuild the temple, although it's short-lived because he will be killed in battle, ultimately increases the enthusiasm of Jews and evokes even more ire of the local Christian population. The tensions are increasing, and one of the last things that the Patriarchate was able to do, you recall that the Jews do have some kind of self-governing rulership under the Patriarch, the Messiah. The Patriarch Hillel II, also known as Hillel Messiah, to distinguish him from the Hillel who lived before the Common Era, he designed a 19-year calendrical cycle, which would later be added upon in over centuries, but basically he sketched out the possibility of working with a calendar that is mathematically calculated rather than relying on the traditional sighting of the moon, which is something that was in place for many hundreds of years. But there were a couple of moments in Jewish history when, for example, the Samaritans and now possibly local Christians might have interfered with that process. And so Hillel Messiah, by putting in place a fixed calendar, was able to really establish something very concrete and important for the survival of the Jews in the long term. He was very concerned that the Christian Empire, the Roman Empire, now officially Christian under Constantine, would actually disavow the power of the Sanhedrin, and in fact, this would come to pass, although not under Constantine, in the 5th century. So that's basically what's going on in Rome as it falls into decline and how it has an impact on the Jewish people, particularly in Israel. If we look at Constantinople, we see an acceleration of this negative trend. So first of all, where is Constantinople? If you have a look on this map here, you see it's the big red mark, and it's on a very important strait called the Bosporus that separates essentially the Mediterranean Sea from the Black Sea. Very important site for maritime trade. It was originally known as Byzantium, and the Emperor Constantine in the year 324 renames it Nova Roma, the New Rome. It was also known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine City. And this essentially becomes the center of what's called later the Byzantine Empire. It's the Eastern Roman Empire, and as Rome goes into further decline and is sacked many times, Constantinople becomes even more important. It is, by the way, now known as Istanbul because when it was conquered in 1453 by the Turks, then it received this new name. So Byzantium becomes Constantinople, becomes Istanbul. And one last detail while we're at it, not relevant to our period, but since we already went to the 15th century, when Istanbul is no longer a Christian city, then Moscow takes upon itself a kind of mantle of Eastern Christianity, understanding itself as the third Rome, right? You have Rome, the first Rome, and you have the second Rome, or Nova Roma in Constantinople, with the Byzantine Empire, and then finally Moscow at least self-understands as the third Rome, the inheritor of this entire Eastern Christian tradition. The implications for Jews of this shift from Rome to Constantinople are also generally negative. There's increasingly worse conditions for Jews as we move through the 5th century, as the Roman Empire, now ruled from Constantinople, is more and more pro-Christian. The Patriarchate is formally abolished at the beginning of the 5th century. The kinds of things that they were charged with is illustrative of the kind of austerity. The emperor charged that Jews were using the Patriarchate to build synagogues, right? The idea being that synagogues should fall into disrepair and then never rise again. We're going to talk a little bit more of that in the next lecture. That Jews were holding Christian slaves, or at least non-Jewish slaves, and they were circumcising them, which was part of halakha, the whole discussion of how slaves are to be treated in Judaism, and circumcising them, essentially making them partially Jewish. Upon manumission, they would be completely Jewish. That was something which was viewed with tremendous hostility. And finally, the rabbis in Israel under the Patriarchate were occasionally adjudicating legal cases that also involved Christians, and this was seen as an affront to Roman law and especially to Christian sensibilities. So this is a period of time when there are more and more legal restrictions placed upon Jews in Israel. The Patriarchate is declining and eventually is completely abolished in the 5th century. Definitely not a great time for the Jews. Now let's go quickly to the final city, Mecca, and I'm only just going to touch on it because really we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Islamic influence and rule in Israel, which will last much longer. But just to get the political history together, it's really not only Mecca, it's also Persia. Because basically what happens is, if you have a look at this map here, this represents the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora in the Roman Empire, and you can see that there are three big chunks of Jewish settlement in the Roman Empire at this time. You've got some in Asia Minor, which would be here in Western Turkey. You've got a big chunk of Jews living just north of what would be Israel, in places like Antioch and Damascus in Syria. And then you've got another big chunk in Egypt. This map doesn't show the settlement in Israel as well, but there will be a lot, of course, centered in northern Israel in particular. And then as you go across the Mediterranean basin, you see lots of dots. Those dots represent individual Jewish communities, and you've got them all the way up in the Rhineland in Germany, in France along the Rhone River and on the southern coast of France in the Mediterranean. You've got them throughout Hispania or Spain, and then you've got some in North Africa, like even Carthage and Purina that we saw earlier. So those are all inside the Roman Empire. There is only one really large Jewish population outside of the Roman Empire, and that is just to the east, just above where my head is on this map. This is, of course, the Babylonian center, which had become very powerful, and ultimately Babylonia under the Persians will invade Israel in the year 614. And Israel will very briefly fall under Persian control once again, but only for a very brief period of time because the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius would come back in, and by the year 629 he is back in Jerusalem again. This would also be short-lived, as we shall see shortly, but before we leave the Byzantine Empire, I just want to point out one other area where there was a Jewish settlement, at least up until the 6th century, and that is into the region of contemporary Yemen, in the so-called Kingdom of Himyar. This is so bizarre and fascinating. So here's the Arabian Peninsula, and you can see where the Kingdom of Himyar is in the southern part of it. There's a new book out by Professor Bauerstein called The Throne of Abdullah, which tells the amazing story of this Jewish kingdom in the region, which lasted for quite some time. So here's the story. We know that Jews lived in this region for centuries before the period we're discussing here. We know, for example, that Herod sent a brigade of Jews there in the year 25 before the Common Era, and it's highly likely that there were settlements of Jews that met them when they arrived. We know from other sources that there was a King Abd Assad during the return of the 5th century was having conflict with local Christians and local Christian kingdoms, and this prompted him to convert to Judaism. This, by the way, is not an unusual kind of story. We see a very similar thing in the Khazar Empire, which we'll discuss not too long from now. When the Khazarians, seeing that they were on the one hand pressed by the Christians and on the other hand pressed by the Muslims, they saw Judaism as a third way of maintaining their independence. And it appears that King Abd Assad also saw that as an option for his Himyar people. So we don't have really great sources about that conversion, but apparently it happened sometime around the turn of the 5th century. We have other sources, Christian sources, that describe a King Yusuf Asar Yatar Nuwas that lived about 100 years later. Presumably, Himyar is basically a Jewish kingdom this entire time. And this King Yusuf is at war with neighboring Christian territories and persecuting local Christians. Again, this is a Christian source that is not sympathetic to King Yusuf, but there's no reason to specifically doubt that there was conflict going on. And what's fascinating is that, so far we only have kind of sketchy little bits and pieces of data to suggest that this kingdom is Jewish, but a lot of new material has been discovered in funeral inscriptions, for example, in Beit Shan in northern Israel and elsewhere, that specifically refers to these Himyarites as being Jewish, and that they want to be buried in Israel and all kinds of things like this. So it's actually quite likely that in fact there was this Jewish kingdom in Yemen at this time. We know they went to war with neighboring Ethiopia, and that King Yusuf was dethroned at this point from the kingdom of Aksum, which was in the region, and that signaled the end of the Himyarite Jewish kingdom. But we're talking about something that lasted for well over a century. Really fascinating. I wish I had more time to study this. Anyways, let's go back to the bigger picture. The big picture is, remember that the Sasanian Empire makes a quick penetration into Israel, displacing the Byzantine Empire in the year 614. That only lasts a very brief time because in 629, Heraclius reconquers the region, and then he lasts for about 15 odd years, and the Muslims conquer it in the year 646. The Muslims, of course, will be in control of the Middle East and North Africa for quite some time, and we'll have a large Jewish population living under Muslim rule, and so they're going to look at a lot of these communities in the following lectures. But before we get to Muslim rule, let's talk a little bit about the diversus Judaeus traditions in the Byzantine Empire, which will take us a little deeper into, unfortunately, the negative circumstances that Jews experienced at this time. Thank you very much for watching.
Which agricultural failure people being dependent on it, and eventually killed as early as 12 months people on the earth. So, it's my opinion, they're getting ready for that event by this first little scenario we've been through for the last 3 years, and maybe the next scenario, which it looks like is going to be genuine. That doesn't, and if Bill Gates knows about it in advance, then either he's got,
one of the more consequential aspects of the Jewish experience in the late Roman period is the development of something called the Adversus Judaeus tradition. This is a group of ideas and ultimately policies that were developed by the church fathers in the late Roman period. Adversus Judaeus, the title is generic, it's taken from a series of sermons delivered in the 4th century by St. John Chrysostom, who we'll speak about in just a few minutes. It translates as against the Jews, or as they say here in the United States, against the Jews. Besides the regional differences, because there are clear distinctions to be made between those ideas that were generated in regions where Jews had very, very little population base, and it was an increasingly Gentile environment, and those areas where there was much more of a mixed population and non-Jews actually interacted with Jews on a significant level. But it's also really important to note that Christianity becomes a state religion in the early 4th century with the adoption and approval of Christianity by the Emperor Constantine. And so these ideas that begin as kind of theological disputes, early Christian thinkers trying to articulate the identity of Christianity against the background of Judaism, largely theoretical kind of ideas, which may have had more of a rhetorical import than a physical one, become much more policy ideas once Christianity is joined with the empire. And so some of the ideas which are, less understandable in a rhetorical environment, and people speaking and hyperbole and things like that, it can become actually quite significant when there's real power behind those ideas. Anyways, let's have a look at a couple of the aspects of this versus Judaism tradition. Let's start with Justin Martyr, shown here, and I have to tell you, as a quick sidebar, as I was preparing this lecture, I came across this amazing book on the internet. Here's the citation: André Télé, Les vrais portraits et vies des hommes grecs, latins et païens. So, translation is the true portraits and the lives of these men from Greece, Rome, and I'm not sure what païen means. It means peasant, which really doesn't make sense to me. But at any rate, 16th century book that illustrates the true portraits of these people, which I find absolutely amazing and hardly credible. Although some of the images, like Socrates, for example, seem to be taken from busts that are from the Greek period. So maybe a couple of them are more accurate than others. But otherwise, it's hard to believe that this 16th century work actually portrays these people for real, but nevertheless really cool. Okay, so here's Justin Martyr. As you can see, he was called Justin the Philosopher as well. He lived in the 2nd century, very important early thinker. And among his many works was a book called The Dialogue with Trypho, which is essentially a dialogue with the Jew. And Justin Martyr really takes a lot of the ideas that were nascent in the Gospels and develops them to articulate a rather harsh approach to Judaism as a whole. First off, he clearly makes a distinction between his vision of Christianity, which is ethereal and spiritual and based on ideas and morality and emotion, as opposed to Israel, the Jews, who are carnal in nature, dedicated to really, like earthly things like sacrifices and blood and like which spoon went into which pot. Was it a meat spoon and a milk pot and things like that? And he wants to say essentially that the Jews are all wrapped up in physicality, and that's a negative thing. Whereas Christians are much more thinking about, the more spiritual aspect of life. This is an unfair characterization, but nevertheless, it creates a kind of a dichotomy that will be repeated over and over again in many he also, at the same time, and it seems to me a little bit contradictory, that while he's putting down the Jews for their carnality, he's saying, and besides, we're the real Jews. Christians are the quote-unquote true Israel. That is, that what the Jews were doing with all of those mitzvot, all of those commandments, those were totally wrong and totally physical and not the way God wanted to go. Christianity, which has abandoned all of these things, is much more of a true issue. I have to tell you, as a little bit of an aside, I often get a lot of comments on this site about, you guys are not the real Jews, you are Khazarians, or the true Jews are actually Black Americans. And, it doesn't bother me that much if other people want to claim that they are the true Israel. It'll all sort itself out in the end, I guess. But what bothers me is what does it matter to you what I call myself? I can call myself an alligator if I want, right? Why is it such a big deal to you if I decide to identify as an alligator? At any rate, that's something that is a very pronounced idea that reverberates throughout the centuries. Also, at the same time, Justin Martyr really emphasizes something called the obduracy of the Jews, meaning their stiff-necked nature, their refusal to admit that everything that Justin Martyr and other church fathers are saying is true. And this is why, according to Justin's thought, the Jews deserve more punishment, because really, by refusing to admit the truth, they brought it on themselves. Right? So in other words, the Justin Martyr would demand that Jews admit something, and if Jews refuse to admit it, then they should be punished for obduracy. It's definitely a kind of not such a great start for Jewish-Christian relations, and it is a very important early theme in the church fathers. As we shall see, however, there are some very important correctives, especially with Augustine. But before we get to him, let's have a look at briefly at the work of Saint Jean Chrysostom. And look, isn't this amazing? Hey, we have another one of these vrai portraits, another true portrait of Saint Jean Chrysostom. This one seems to me rather captures a certain element of his thought. Anyway, he is a 4th and early 5th century thinker based in Antioch. And as I mentioned earlier, it is to his work that we owe the very term Adversus Judaeus, because there's a whole cycle of sermons that he delivered in the 4th century that became especially influential in the Eastern Church, but nevertheless set a tone for the entire church as well. The main thing that John Chrysostom was upset with was the participation of Christians and pagans in Jewish public ceremony. We should pause for a second and just think a little bit about Jewish theology here. One of the basic ideas that was articulated long before in Jewish thought was the idea that the children of Noah, that is non-Jewish society, is not bound by the huge number of commandments that Jews are in receipt of. That is where the stuff that Justin Martyr was saying is all carnal, like, the refusal to use electric devices on the Sabbath and things like that. That's all like carnality, and that's all physicality, and why don't you guys just let it go already? But in Jewish thought, that is something which is not mandatory for non-Jews at all. In fact, the Talmud describes 7 specific commandments which are incumbent upon all humanity. And by and large, those 7 commandments, I think most people would find pretty reasonable. Like, for example, no murdering, and no adultery, and you've got to set up courts of law to work out your differences, and no cruelty to animals, by the way, is in there, things like that. And there's 7 basic laws, just be a mensch. That's the Noahide laws. And according to Jewish theology, there is no reason whatsoever for Noahides, that is, the children of Noah, general humanity, to take on any more commandments than they were originally given. If they so choose, then they may, and of course the conversion is always open to non-Jews, but there's no impetus, there's no demand for it. They will enter into heaven and receive reward for their righteousness and so on, so long as they observe these 7 commandments. Nevertheless, this makes Judaism essentially neutral on the participation of non-Jews in their services. Non-Jews may, there are some interesting exceptions to this, which I won't go into in this little class, but non-Jews are welcome to come to Jewish synagogues. Non-Jews are welcome to participate in all kinds of rituals, and there's nothing really stopping them. It's not like a closed society. And from what we see in Chrysostom's rather venomous comments in his sermons, this is exactly what was happening in Antioch, that a fairly open society, non-Jews are getting involved in Jewish activities and going to synagogues even, and participating to whatever degree they feel like they want to within Jewish circumstances. And he was really upset with this because this was making it very difficult for Christianity to clearly identify what it's about as opposed to Judaism. The kinds of things he's very upset about is non-Jews, Christians, participating in Sabbath rest, specifically on Saturday. Right? A little bit earlier in the 4th century, the very important Council of Nicaea that adjusted the calendar in some significant ways, making sure that Christians would observe the day of rest on Sunday, not on Saturday, which is the day of rest, and that Easter would always be unlinked from Passover, and this was apparently not happening. He was very upset that a lot of Christians are resting on Saturdays and working on Sundays. He's upset that it appears that non-Jews and Jews are occasionally exchanging gifts on their holidays, which is very puzzling to him. This also has some echoes in the Talmud, incidentally, but I'm sure he wasn't aware of those things. That non-Jews were enjoying matzah, that Jews would give them their freshly baked Passover matzah, and that's a pretty nice gift. It's like $25 a pound. So they're giving them it's essentially bread and it's just flour and water crackers, but nevertheless it's a seasonal food and so on. That non-Jews were engaging in feasting and in fasting with Jews, but sometimes Christians would participate in Jewish fasts, like the fast to commemorate the destruction of the temple and so on. He refers to non-Jews kindling lights on the Jewish festivals, which appears to be some kind of reference to non-Jews acting as a Shabbos goy. The term goy, by the way, can be used in a derogatory sense, depending on how it's used, how it's, the tone in which it's stated, but it literally means nation. In fact, the Jews themselves are called a goy, a nation, in the Bible and in the liturgy. It's kind of like the word Jew, which I use in generally a neutral or positive sense, but if someone says to you, hey, Jew, in the street, that's probably a negative sense. So the term Shabbos Goy means the Sabbath non-Jew, and it's a non-Jew who will occasionally help out with things that are forbidden for Jews to do on the Sabbath, such as kindling lights. Now, by the way, kids, before you ask a non-Jew to do this for you, there are lots of restrictions on this. Check with your rabbi before you get excited about having a non-Jew take care of those things. That non-Jews were actually involved in communal prayer with Jews. That non-Jews would come to the synagogue and get engaged in, Rosh Chodesh or Shabbat or whatever prayer was going on, and of course the date of Passover, Easter. So St. John Chrysostom really, in a series of sermons, really lambasted his audience, saying that we have to distinguish ourselves, we have to separate ourselves. These are all terrible things for non-Jews to be doing, Christians specifically, and that the Jews have to be essentially shunned to the side. There's a lot of evidence in Chrysostom's sermons that suggests that Jews and Christians actually got along fairly well in Antioch, and he was not happy with that specifically. Now, let us conclude with something a little more positive about the adversity of tradition, or perhaps more generally about the church fathers as a whole. If I had to pick my favorite church father, which no one has ever asked me to do, but I would definitely say it's St. Augustine of Hippo. He's a fascinating person with an amazing biography. So many cool things about him that it's enjoyable to read about it. This is one particular story, a beautiful Italian envisioning of it, in which St. Augustine was apparently, he had a lot of personal doubts about theology and religion and so on. He works us through it in his work, in his writings. He was really confused by the Trinity, could not understand how the Trinity works. So he came upon this young child who in the original version was standing by the ocean in this particular beautiful late Renaissance picture. It's in the forest or something, and the little child was with a small spoon scooping out water from the ocean and putting it in a little hole. Here you can see the little hole right in front of him. There's a halo indicating it's kind of like a supernatural vision. And St. Augustine says to him, "What are you doing? And you'll never be able to fill up that hole." And the child says, "Exactly. There are some things which, you can think about, but you'll never get. So therefore, you have to kind of let go, sort of approach it." Anyways, let's talk about what St. Augustine has to say about the Jews, which is very useful and positive, actually. One of the things that he says, and again, this is around the same time as Chrysostom, he writes that, wait a second, let's just rethink this whole carnal Israel thing. Because after all, Christianity is built on the foundation of the Torah. And the Torah clearly has God commanding the Jews to do these things, to not eat meat and milk, to observe the seventh day of rest, to not mix wool and linen in their clothing, all kinds of really carnal things. Who are we to say that God is not allowed to make these commandments for Jews? And should we not, praise the Jews for remaining steadfast in their commandments, right? They are not in any way binding on non-Jews. There's so much Jewish theology in this case. But the fact that the Jews would remain steadfast to the Torah, that's a positive thing. Why are you criticizing them? In other words, he's taking issue with a lot of the other church fathers, like Justin Martyr, several centuries earlier. In fact, Augustine writes that Judaism functions as the desk of Christianity that supports all of Christian teachings. It is the foundation, to use another metaphor, and therefore the Jews should be as valued as they are, without demanding them to convert to Christianity. This will actually have some explicit reference. He developed something extremely consequential in Jewish history called the doctrine of witness. It argues that the presence of Jews and their maintenance of the Torah is an essential testimony to the validity of the entire enterprise, including Christianity. That since Judaism is the desk of Christianity, that it is the foundations of Christianity, you can't destroy the foundation and hope the superstructure will continue to stand. That the Jews must be allowed to remain as testimonials to the communication with God that is recorded in the Torah. And in fact, when the Messiah returns in Christian thought, they will once again testify to his identity. So, contra Justin Martyr, contra Chrysostom, and many other church fathers, St. Augustine is saying that the Jews should be preserved. Now, this is not uniformly positive. They are like, using the metaphor of Cain. You recall that early on in the book of Genesis, Cain kills his brother Abel, and then God punishes him by placing a mark upon his forehead and causing him to wander forever. And the most important element of that mark is that although there was opprobrium associated with it, he was not to be killed. That anyone who would slay king, Mark was there to indicate they should not be killed, that he should not be killed. That's exactly the way, says St. Augustine, that we should relate to the Jews. Now, that sounds kind of negative, but in reality, this principle, which he articulated using a citation from Psalm, slay them not, was hugely consequential because it essentially defined a church policy that Jews should not be killed, God forbid. They should not be subject to forced conversions because they must, according to the doctrine of witness, remain as Jews. And this is essentially a way of testifying or witnessing to the validity of Christianity in St. Augustine's thought. Now, it is important to note that this particular set of ideas was interpreted in various ways over the next few centuries. There were certain thinkers, like Pope Gregory the Great, for example, who definitely hewed to St. Augustine's positive approach with huge benefits for Jews. And there were others who emphasized that the idea of the doctrine of witness only worked if the Jews were in a degraded state. That is, let's keep them around, but they shouldn't be allowed to get ahead, because if they get ahead, then that witness actually stands against Christianity, because it says, hey, look, we should have stayed Jewish. Why should we have moved to Christianity? Look how good the Jews have it. Nevertheless, St. Augustine's ideas created sort of like a pathway to allow the Jews to progress through the Middle Ages, and ironically, church law therefore protected Jews because they were within the boundaries of St. Augustine's doctrine of witness. There were notable exceptions to this rule. There were periods when the church adopted forced conversions, or at least recognized them ex post facto, and we will unfortunately discuss those in future lectures. But by and large, St. Augustine's contribution is actually very salutary for the survival of the Jews. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at some of the thought of the Church Fathers and the discussion of their impact on Jewish history. Let's look a little bit more now at the interior life of the Jewish world, specifically at the world of the synagogue and the development of something called peace. Thanks very much.
Family entertainment. You see, promoting sexual personality among people who are underage, right? Teen pregnancy, right? It's amazing, right? So everything, the standard of what sin is keeps getting lower and lower and lower and lower. That's the reason for wickedness. People just can't even discern from evil.
In the last couple of videos, we spent a lot of time talking about how Jews were acted upon by larger forces, the state, the church, and so on. But I don't want to give you the impression that they're just, passively accepting whatever is coming to them from the outside. The Jews are also very creative at this period in time as well. And so let's just take a few minutes to see one area where their creativity is especially common, and that is in the institution of the synagogue. Here's an interesting looking map of the synagogues in the ancient world, specifically looking at the 1st and the 2nd century. If you have a look at the legend there on the left, you can see that the blue dots refer to literary references to old synagogues, and the green circles are papyri, and then you've got inscriptions on stone inscriptions, and finally the stars are archaeological evidence of these synagogues. Now, they're not including here these synagogues in Israel. Of course, there are quite a few in the land of Israel itself, but the main concentrations are in the Nile Delta in Egypt. You've also got quite a few in Asia Minor, near the Italian Peninsula. A few of them up on the Black Sea littoral, which is really interesting. And then one that we'll look at in a little bit more detail in a second, Dura Europos, which is way over here on the right, fascinating synagogue. And so synagogues are an extremely important institution for Jews, especially after the temple is destroyed in the 1st century, especially when they're a minority living away from large Jewish population centers. The synagogue is their locus for formal communal ritual activity, specifically religious worship, and they had to like kind of articulate that. What exactly does religious worship look like when you don't have the ritual sacrifice associated with the temple? Synagogues did predate the destruction of temples. In other words, Jews seem to want to create these institutions where they could get together for communal prayer. There's a lot of fascinating discussion in the Mishnah, and the Talmud, and the Midrash that describes the evolution of the prayer service and what connects to what, and references to the patriarchs, fascinating kinds of things like that. But we should understand that the synagogue, the word itself, by the way, is Greek meaning place of gathering, is effectively a Jewish community center, JCC, for a minority population. And it would fulfill all kinds of different functions, not just religious, but it would be a place of gathering for discussing communal affairs, for adjudicating disputes, all kinds of things. The basics of the service that is familiar to synagogue goers today took centuries to evolve. And if you look at the prayer book, that's really an archaeological textual representation of the wanderings of the Jews in diaspora as well, with core elements that go back to Israel, and then other elements and other prayers that were added in many different iterations throughout their long history. One of the things that I find especially fascinating is that women are remarkably well represented in the sources of the act. Professor Tal Ilan wrote a really interesting article in the Cambridge History of Judaism, Volume 4, have a look at the notes and I'll give you a reference that, in that of the synagogues where we know there are lists of donors, like this is something that contemporary synagogues as well. You have like a plaque here and a plaque there, and you have a plaque on top of a plaque. You have everyone who gives anything to the synagogue is recognized in some kind of public way. So looking at these ancient inscriptions that survive, 1/3 of the names of donors to the synagogue were women. In some cases, they're mentioned in leadership positions as well. So that's a really fascinating statistic. I wish we knew more about that, but maybe we'll get back to it later on in the series. At any rate, the synagogue is forming as a major locus of Jewish activity, and innovations are replicated across Europe. And let's look at two of them in particular. And here is a beautiful wall painting from Dura Europos, that remarkable synagogue is so well preserved. This is actually a representation of elements in the story of the book of Esther. You can see there's Mordecai on the left on the horse. He's being walked along by Haman, I think. Fascinating. At any rate, the kind of things that are going on in the synagogue at this time, they're still trying to work out. For example, public Torah reading is obviously something very important. Even the prophet Ezra had mandated the reading of the Torah on a regular basis. But how exactly is that done? How exactly is it broken up? One of the major distinctions that we have at this time is that Israel tended to prefer a triennial Torah reading, meaning that the first 5 books of Moses were completed only once every 3 years, which meant there was a much shorter amount of time actually dedicated to reading the Torah. Whereas in the diaspora, an annual reading, which is pretty much the norm nowadays, was preferred. And this made for a lot of interesting gaps in the prayer service. How long was the prayer service? What other things would people say or do in the prayer service, and so on. And one of the most fascinating elements related to this is the institution of the, I guess the modern term would be drasha, or sermon. It's not the term that was used in the ancient period, but it finds its textual expression in the creation of Aggadic Midrash. So we spoke about Midrash a while back in this series. Midrash are basically kind of like poetic teachings on biblical passages, some of which have halachic ramifications, meaning they are used to determine behavior in a concrete and legal sense. And there's much more that is Aggadic in nature, meaning that is homiletical, that does not necessarily need to be taken absolutely literally, but should certainly be taken very seriously. It's not uncommon to have midrashic interpretations, as the Torah itself is reputed to have 70 different interpretations, meaning an infinite number of interpretations. Maybe not infinite, but a lot of them anyways. The Aggadic Midrash, or legendary Midrash, can go in many different directions, even contradictory directions. And the collections of these midrashim, which are tied to their utility in the synagogue service, is especially pronounced at this period of time. This is when we begin to see the textual versions of books like Genesis Rabbah, for example, Gracious Rabbi, which is now widely studied as a source of these kinds of midrashic teachings. Again, the oral tradition that supports these midrashim is much older than late antiquity, but they begin to coalesce in a written format around this time. We also see the promulgation of Targum. Targum literally means translation, and this is the rendering of the text into a foreign language, most specifically, most commonly Aramaic, because particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Jewish populations are speaking Aramaic, and having the Torah read in Hebrew, although it's a closely related language, they don't have a precise understanding of what's going on. So it is very common to have the Torah reader actually read the text in Hebrew and have a Maturgaman, a translator, standing next to him, it would be him, repeating it in Aramaic translation. This is still practiced, by the way, in the Yemenite custom. So the several Targumim were composed. Perhaps the most famous is that of Onkelos, which is traditionally printed in the standard editions of the Torah, the Tanakh. But there are several other Targumim, especially of other parts of the Bible, that were circulating and were widely used at this time. But it gives you a sense of how the synagogue is evolving, what do we do in the synagogue, what do we say, when do we say it, how long does it take, what do we add, and so on. One last detail, and I know I'm going through this very quickly, I wish I could spend more time on this, the development of something called piyut, which is probably best translated as liturgical poetry. This era sees an effervescence of an attempt to kind of encapsulate the prayer, specifically the fixed prayers that we have already had pre-existing this period, such as the Shemona Esrei, the Amida, to restate them in poetic language as an artistic endeavor, something that would appeal to the literary and aesthetic sensibilities of the synagogue goers, or as amplifications of prayer, as longer discourses on events that are described with very sparse language in the biblical text, but expanded upon in an imaginary and artistic manner. This is a fascinating period where we have more and more of these paitanim, of these poets, creating liturgical innovations, that many of which are preserved even to this present day. The institution of piyut, of course, would reach its apotheosis in the Ionic period, which is several hundred years distant, but this is the period of time in the initial development of the synagogue ritual as we understand it today, that piyut becomes a very important part of that process. The image, by the way, that we're looking at is a mosaic, very common motif in synagogue art from the Beit Alpha synagogue that was discovered in northern Israel. Okay, that's just a very quick look at some of the creativity that's going on in the Jewish population at this time. I hope you found it interesting, and we're going to go to Spain in the next series of lectures. Thank you very much for watching. Let's continue our discussion by looking at the experience of Jews during the period of early settlement in the Iberian Peninsula. Now, one of the things that's really important to understand about this entire period is that there is an Iberian exception. And what I mean, so why is the Iberian Peninsula different? really crucial. The Iberian Peninsula represents an unusual moment in Jewish history where you have three major monotheistic cultures interacting with each other for an extended period of time. Put in other words, uh, for most of the last 2,000 years of Jewish history, the majority of Jews have either lived under Muslim rule or under Christian rule. And there's a lot of interesting contrasts and comparisons that hopefully we'll be engaging in as we go through this history over the next year or so of lectures. But in Spain, and to a certain degree in Portugal, you have this unusual environment where Jews, Muslims, and Christians interact in a triangular culture rather than in a binary culture. So, for example, if we pick, let's say, medieval England, you would have this tiny Jewish population as a minority within a large Christian population. Or if we look at, I don't know, Egypt, you'll have a tiny Jewish population within a large Muslim population. And the way in which Jews interact with their host culture is quite different than we have in Spain, where because of the changing power dynamics of three cultures, two of which who are really vying for rulership of the entire peninsula, the Jews have an unusual opportunity to flourish. And in fact, they do, especially in the Muslim period, which we're going to discuss in a little more detail. So let's just put that on hold. And I'd like to quickly introduce this subject by looking at the various periods of Jewish history, as most historians have defined. The first, which we'll talk about in this lecture, is the early settlement and the early Visigothic period. That is the first time we have any sense of Jews inhabiting the peninsula and what we might be able to know about their experience from the 5th century onward when the region was dominated by the Visigoths. Secondly, you have a kind of sub-period of the Visigoths, let's call it the Catholic period, when the Visigoths switched from one form of Christianity, Arian Christianity, to Catholic Christianity. And that represents a really significant shift in terms of how they relate to the Jews. Then that ends with the year 711 rather abruptly with the invasion of Muslim forces. And so this initiates the Islamic period as the Muslims make their way up from the south of the peninsula all the way up to the Pyrenees. This is the Islamic period. Now, most of the activity is focused in the southern region, in Granada and Cordoba, but there is some fascinating things that are happening here. This is what's often called the golden era of Spanish Jewry, somewhat of an overblown term, but nevertheless there's a lot of merit to it, as we shall see later on in this course. Now, the Christians begin to push back from the north, and that is called the Reconquista, or the reconquest of Spain. It happens slowly. The northern part, the northern sections, of course, are conquered first, and it's only in 1482 when the Muslims officially lose even their toehold in the south. But during this period, which overlaps with the Muslim period because the northern section will be Christian, the southern section will be Muslim, that's also very significant for our study of the Jews because the Christians, when they reconquer the peninsula, will have a very different orientation toward their Jewish minority than we would see under the Muslims. And then finally, although of course there is the dramatic and terrifying expulsion of the Jews in 1492, and then subsequent developments in Portugal with a forced conversion and also a mass migration in 1497, you have what I'd like to call the crypto-Jewish period, because there's still a very significant population of Jews living as Christians in the Iberian Peninsula, and there's a whole spectrum of what that really means. There are some Jews who are like just clamoring to get back to their Jewish practices, but are feigning Catholicism simply for the time being. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have Jews who become enthusiastic adopters of a new faith. And along that spectrum is quite a range of people. There's also a significant expatriate community, particularly those Spanish Jews who fled to Portugal and then sometimes a generation or three later left Portugal only to readopt their Jewish identity in the diaspora. So the crypto-Jewish period is not only what happens in Spain itself, Spain and Portugal, but really what happens in their diasporas as well. So that will take us right up to the contemporary period. So these are like 5 basic ways to divide up the period that we have before us. We're going to concentrate right now on the early 7th. Here's a great map from an atlas that Barnaby atlas that I recently had a chance to examine, and it gives you a sense of the scattering of Jewish population around the Mediterranean basin in the 1st through the 3rd century. So it's a little bit rough because each black square is the same size as every other black square, and that's clearly not reflective of the size of the Jewish population there. You also have that kind of starburst that shows that it's an important Christian community, and I think there's a lot more important Christian communities than Alexandria and Rome, but nevertheless, Antioch, still gives you a sense of the early diaspora, the early scattering of Jews that extends all the way up to London and into what would be later France and Germany, but of course Spain is an extremely important region. And as you can see from the shading, the kind of darker orange is where it's really strong by the end of the 1st century, which is concentrated in the eastern Mediterranean, what would be Turkey, Asia Minor. But by the time you get to the 3rd century, we've got some significant suggestions of Jewish populations all the way out on the Atlantic coast in what would be the Iberian Peninsula. So who are these Jews? They are known as Sephardim, which comes from a passage in the book of Obadiah, biblical book of Obadiah, which refers to the people who are in exile from Jerusalem, and that community is known as Sepharad. The modern Hebrew term for Spain is Sepharad, taken from this verse in Obadiah, and the people who come from the region are called Sephardim, which is a plural in Hebrew for someone who comes from the region. Sepharadi is the adjective which would be used to refer to one person or to things which pertain to Sepharad. Now, there's really no good reason to assume that when the book of Obadiah specifically calls a place Sfarad, that it is referring to what we call Sfarad today. This is a common thing that happens in Jewish geography, that when Jews visit far-off places or settle there, sometimes they will take on biblical names when we don't really have any specific connections to say that this is that place. Case in point, Ashkenaz is one of the names of a person mentioned in Genesis, and when the Jews reached northern Germany, they said, okay, here we go, let's call this place Ashkenaz, right? Maybe the people who descended from Ashkenaz live here, and hence we call it Ashkenaz, but there's really no reason to say so. So it's a very tenuous connection, but nevertheless, the term has stuck, and it is useful because it does refer to a distinct group of people and a distinct geography, but nevertheless, no real reason to assume that in the book of Obadiah, they're actually referring to what we call Spain. There are Talmudic references several hundred years later, which refer to Aspamia. This is a little bit more realistic, given the period, let's say, 1st through 3rd century. We've already got Jews living there, and it sounds a lot like Hispania, and very common kind of shifting of vowels and consonants you have between Latin and Aramaic. So by the time we get to the Talmud, there's no question that there is a reference to Spain and some familiarity with it. But how early did the Jews originally settle in this region? So we have a couple of really early reference points which are probably not true. For example, in the 16th century, one particular writer came across a gravestone that apparently read, here lies Adoniram, who was the tax collector for King Solomon. Now, that's like incredible. And I mean that literally, in credible. It's just way too much to assume that King Solomon, we're talking like, 1,000 years before the Common Era, had actually some, tax collectors going as far out as Spain. So, and the fact that we've lost this particular reference and it is dubious is probably not a reliable source to suggest that there were Jews living there 1,000 years before the Common Era. Another one that does not necessarily negate the idea of Jews living in Spain, but is also regarded as quite spurious, is apparently a letter from the Jews living in Toledo sent to Judea asking that the Jews in Israel refrain from crucifying Jesus. And this would have been dated about the year 30 of the Common Era. Also kind of a far-fetched document. It doesn't date anywhere near to this period, but it falls within a kind of a trope where in the medieval period, Jews had it in their interest to demonstrate that they had early settlement in order to document and to bolster their arguments for things like charter rights, for privileges, to live in a particular area, to pursue certain tasks. If they could demonstrate the antiquity of their settlement, then that would help them in whatever local negotiations they might have. This would be especially important in Europe when medieval charters are put into place, but that's beyond our scope right now. It also indicates a level of kind of an obsequious appeal to Christians, specifically saying we're not like those Jews who crucified Jesus. We're completely separate. We want to have nothing to do with it, which stretches our ability to believe that Jews in Spain knew something about what was going on in Judea at that time. Particularly, we have no other records of Jews really talking about this, other than, of course, Christian sources like the New Testament. So these sources are hard to believe, and we can't really place Jewish settlement in Spain this early as a result of it. We do have, however, a lot of really cool pieces of evidence which suggest something around this period. This is, by the way, a beautiful image from the famous Sarajevo Haggadah. This is a Haggadah that was composed in medieval Spain and later smuggled out and found its way to Sarajevo. There's a fascinating character, by the way. The bottom left, you see there is a mysterious dark-skinned woman. In this particular representation, she looks kind of blue-skinned. In other JPEGs, she looks a little bit more brown. A lot of questions about who is that woman. She's clearly participating in the meal with eating a piece of matzah, but she has a different complexion than the other women there. She is seated somehow separately from them. Or is that just coincidence? The artist chose to put it that way. She's also dressed a little bit differently, but she's clearly, part of the ceremony. Fascinating. We have a much more reasonable 18th century tradition that of a discovery of a gravestone. And the gravestone was partial, and again, like the gravestone of the purported Adoniram, it is missing. However, it's a much more reasonable historical source, so there's an inclination to be more tolerant of it. This is from Adra, and the inscription apparently originally read in Latin, something like Unia, a girl's name, Salomonula, the daughter of Solomon, like let's say Unia bat Shlomo, An uno, 1 year, mens quattro, 4 months, dia uno, 1 day, and finally, Udaya, a Jewess. So this, if it is authentic, and there's good argument to suggest it is the first real mention of a Jew living in Spain, and it dates from the 3rd century. Fascinating, and it's tragic how you can see that the father specifically laid out exactly how old she was when she died, right down to the day, but he regarded it as very significant that he noted that she was a Jewess, the Jewess of a town called Adra. I find this very moving. At any rate, we don't have this, in hand anymore, but it is a significant indicator. We also have a literary evidence of the possibility of Jews in Spain from the 1st century in the Christian scriptures. In Romans chapter 15, there's a discussion there where Paul indicates his desire to go visit Spain. And the reason why this is specifically a good possibility of seeing a Jewish population there is because Paul used to specifically go to Jewish communities as they tended to attract potential Christian converts. That Paul enjoyed visiting those communities that had a lot of Jewish population and then kind of like fellow travelers or interested populations that were a market for the ideas that Paul was, disseminating at these times. So quite possible that if Paul wanted to go to Spain, he wanted to go there for a good reason, meaning there were Jews already living there who would have attracted some proto-monotheists who would consider Christianity as a religious option. We also have an amphora that was discovered in Ibiza that has 2 Hebrew letters, so it indicates at least the possibility of trade in the region. It's quite a bit earlier, it's also 1st century, but doesn't necessarily indicate that it originated there. But by the time we get to the 4th century, then it's pretty clear that it's important to the church, at least, to talk about Jews living in the region. Again, I'm going to qualify this in a second, but basically we have a very important church synod or council in a town called Elvira, and there's a whole bunch of Jewish legislation in the deliberations and decisions of this particular council. There are very clear bans in these documents on intermarriage, bans on social dining. That is, Christians are forbidden to engage in recreational dining with Jews. And one of my favorite passages, a very strong adjuration that Christians must not allow Jews to bless their crops, meaning that Pedro can't say to his friend Baruch, "Hey, you're Jewish. I know you have a close connection with the big guy. Come by to my field, please, and give it a blessing so we can get a good crop." Now, the reason why this is somewhat problematic is because although it suggests that these things were happening, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were. They could be kind of like, testimonials to faith that are just inserted in these kinds of documents to sort of explain that, don't worry, we're following the party line on all of these issues. It doesn't actually mean that there are Jews who are doing these things with Christians. On the other hand, sometimes the specificity of these things does suggest that it's more realistic. Like, for example, a ban on intermarriage, sure, Christian slaves, okay, we hear that too. But mixed dining, blessing the crops, that will sound sort of specific. Like, let's say, for example, I understand there are laws on the books here in America that also, prohibit a person from riding his horse in, certain areas of New York City. Now, nobody rides horses except for policemen and maybe those guys with the special carriages, so it doesn't apply to anyone, but there's no point in taking that law off the books. And even if you renew the law code for whatever reason, I mean, it doesn't hurt if you just keep it in there. That doesn't mean that there are actually horses riding in the streets. But if there's something really detailed that says something like, people are forbidden from riding their horses in Manhattan, especially when we are, building new cell phone towers, right? So, look at that. There's a detail there that places it within the modern period and makes it more suggestive that it might actually happen that people are riding horses and interfering with the cell phone construction. Kind of a stretched example. At any rate, so it's possible that the Council of Elvira was actually talking about real Jews engaging in real relationships with Christians, but we simply don't know for sure. One more source, which is a letter from Bishop Severus of Minorca in the year 418, is also quite tendentious and could easily be entirely fabricated. But again, the level of detail suggests that such a thing actually happened. In this particular letter that the bishop wrote, he refers to a local conflict between Jews in a Christian community, and he specifically numbers the Jews. I mean, the level of detail and specificity suggests that it's more realistic than not. They have in this particular letter, which is fascinating for lots of reasons. He depicts a situation in which Jews not only get along with Christians, but they actually have some level of authority. They serve in kind of like municipal councils and so on. And in the end, these Jews are forcibly converted to Christianity. And it's possible that the entire story is entirely fabricated, perhaps for religious propaganda purposes. But there are some thematic elements in the story that are quite ominous, as we shall see this recorded in much more authentic sources for several hundred years afterwards. What we can say with some reliability, though, is that by the 3rd century, there are some Jews living in Spain. It is certainly on the periphery of the Jewish world, but this population will certainly increase. And by the time we get to the early 8th century and the Muslim conquest, we'll certainly have a much better sense of the size and the distribution of that population. But let's turn now to the Visigothic period. The Visigothic period, in particular the period after Recollet's conversion to Catholicism in the year 587, is like one of the most bizarre periods of Jewish history that I have to say I've ever studied. It's extremely difficult to tease out some of the methodological issues, and just the content of this history is bizarre beyond belief. Here's a map that gives a sense of where the Visigothic kingdom was located. You see the capital there in Toulouse, and it occupies much of the Iberian Peninsula and over into what would be southern France, right up around the Rhone River and so on. And they invaded in the 5th century, and initially the Jews that were located in this area probably fared fairly well because the Visigoths were originally Arian. And what I mean by that is they followed Bishop Arius, A-R-I-U-S, not A-R-Y-U-S, hence the term Arian with an I. Nothing to do with, Aryan nations or Nazism or anything like that, obviously. But this particular bishop had a vision of Christianity which was somewhat distinct from Catholicism, particularly with regards to the figure of Jesus and his relationship to divinity. This is something that is really significant for the early church trying to exactly figure out, was Jesus God? Was Jesus human? If there's a spectrum between those things, how does that work? It's really beyond me and certainly beyond the scope of what we're discussing, but for the relevance of the Visigothic period, the school of Arius had a much more human leaning towards the interpretation of the figure of Jesus, and this was declared a heresy by the Catholic Church. So when Recollect converted to Catholicism from Arianism in the year 587, this marked the beginning of the truly bizarre era in Visigothic Jewish relations. So let's just have a look at this remarkable work of art that I had in the cover screen here. This is Antonio Munoz de Gran, the conversion of Recollect. And as you can see, Recollect is obviously in the center there. He's got this heavenward gaze, and he's obviously entranced by his spiritual transformation. And he's got his hand on the Bible there. It's being held up dutifully by some kind of church official. Really powerful image, I have to say. And I think it captures the kind of excitement that must have gone along with this conversion. And at this point, I think it's significant for us to sort of reflect on the concept of the zeal of the convert. Many of us, are in regular commerce with converts in our various religious communities, and they're wonderful people in many ways. But one of the fascinating aspects of converts is they often tend to take on more religious observance than people who were born into that faith community. I think we can say this, by the way, not only about religious conversion, but I think we could say it about political conversion to different political parties, things like that. At any rate, in this context, we often find that converts, in the Jewish community, they will say something like, excuse me, isn't that lashon hara? Isn't that forbidden speech? And don't you have to say a special bracha, a special blessing after you eat 2 pieces of pizza? All kinds of things like that may irritate Jews who are raised in a tradition because the converts are actually spurring them on to take on additional responsibilities, or at least recognize responsibilities they may already have. In this particular context of the Visigothic era, one of the unfortunately tried and true methods of demonstrating one's zeal for Catholicism in the medieval period is to show just how anti-Jewish you can be. So what happens in the Visigothic era is that there's a whole series of kings, and you have a very good set of their rules and regulations that were passed over the course of the next century and a bit. There's like an incredible degree of anti-Jewish regulations that are stunning in their capacity, in their scope, and in many ways they anticipate the kind of anti-Jewish persecution that we'll only see 700 odd years later in the Inquisition, and to a certain degree even in the 20th century. I'm going to walk you through some of these things, but there are also some methodological problems that we have to consider. And one of the most important ones is that we have an absence of Jewish records that correspond to the period. In other words, the Jewish community in Spain was still too small, too weak, too undeveloped perhaps, or for whatever reasons we are talking about, this is 1,400 odd years ago, the records never survived. We just don't know how the Jewish community would have reacted to these legislation. And it's even possible that in the absence of any kind of secondary perspective on the period, that it could have been a legal fiction. In other words, it doesn't cost very much to simply put a law on the books. And if you want to demonstrate your bona fides, literally your good faith, you could easily put in an anti-Jewish piece of legislation that doesn't have any correspondence to reality because there may not be any Jews who are affected by it. It's hard to imagine that these laws were completely fictional, but on the other hand, it's also difficult to imagine that all of them were actually imposed, and in some cases, the imposition was a logical impossibility. That is, for example, once you have forcibly baptized all the Jews, how do you go and forcibly baptize the Jews again 20 years later, which is the kind of thing that we see in this period. Either you have to redefine, either you have a new influx of Jews into the region, not impossible, or you have open Judaizing with Jews abandoning the forcible conversion, also not impossible, or you have a new definition of what a baptized individual is. It's also not impossible. Let's go through some of those scenarios. But first, I think it's important that we actually look at the kind of persecutory legislation that was imposed in this Visigothic period. So you recall, once again, that the period we're talking about is basically from 587, when we have this conversion to Catholicism on the part of Visigothic kings, until 711 with the Muslim invasion. Here's a remarkable image that captures, I think, very brilliantly the sort of atmosphere that I get in my mind when I think of these Visigothic kings. This is Alonso Cano's 17th century Kings of the Visigoths. I wonder if there's a certain bit of art history here that I don't know much about. I'd like to do a little more research on it, because they don't look like 6th, 7th, 8th century kings to me. They look a little bit too modern, maybe Renaissance era, maybe even later, maybe the fashion and things like that, I'm not sure. But the expressions are perfect. Like the impression I get of these Visigothic kings from Alonso Cano's work is spot on. Let's try and understand some of those regulations. situation. So, as I mentioned, one of the most common things that we see in the Visigothic law books is a series of forced conversions of Jews, which caused a certain amount of stir beyond the Visigothic era. The church, the higher church, never openly approved of forcibly converting Jews, and depending on the era in which we're studying, there is more, disclaimers or more discouragement of local kings to do this. But on the other hand, the church really had difficulty dealing with the ex post facto situation. What do you do with Jews who are forcibly converted and in so doing partook of the sacraments, including, for example, baptism? Can you simply ignore that and say, no, they're actually Jews, it doesn't count, do over? Or do you have to say, well, you know what, it shouldn't have happened, but now they're in fact Christians. So we have this situation where in the Visigothic period, and again, think of the echoes to the Inquisition that we discuss later on in this course, the Jews are forcibly converted, and then they're charged with Judaizing, meaning of going back to their Jewish ideas and especially practices. This occurs several times over the course of the century. One possible way to understand this cycle is it seems that the Visigoths may have created a new Christian status, which is something that we will see explicitly with the Inquisition period almost a millennium later, that the Jews are made Christians through baptism, but then they're not really trusted, that they have a new Christian status, which distinguishes them from the old Christians, and they're not quite reliable in their Christian bona fides. Hence, they could be once again forcibly converted, they could be once again persecuted, identified, and ostracized in various ways. Now, here's some of the bizarre elements of it. The Visigoths, in their zeal to really root out Judaism, put in place legislation that specifically banned, for example, Jews from traveling to different locations for their festivals. And if travel was permitted, they literally had to check in with local church officials on their route and to ensure that they would not be engaging in any secret Jewish practice. This is a level of reach and interference into daily life that is wholly modern in concept. Like the idea of actually tracking people's movements with kind of like a 7th, 8th century GPS, it's so bizarre. But nevertheless, it's the kind of thing that they were demanding. Like Jews had to regularly check in with Christian officials to make sure that these Jews who now are Christians are not actually going back to Jewish practice. And it really seems way out of context for much of the anti-Jewish legislation that we won't see for a long time. And the punishments were, oh my gosh, way over the top in comparison to the kinds of things we see elsewhere. One punishment, which was apparently meted out even to children, was something called decalvatio, which is, it could mean one of two things. It could either mean an embarrassing kind of very short haircut. I don't know what that's like, especially for teenagers, right? That someone who was accused of a fairly minor crime, like maybe refraining from work on Saturday, which is kind of like a passive crime in this context, and they might receive this del cavatio as like a being shorn of their hair, might be especially embarrassing for a woman, and then, to have to walk around and people would identify them that way, at least temporarily. But it could also mean scalping, literally carving the top layer of skin off a person's head, like in the American Wild West. And that would be a devastating kind of punishment, especially for children, if you can imagine it. It's possible to imagine that is in fact what they meant by decalvatio, especially when you look at some of the other punishments. So one of the more serious charges was a marital relationship between a Jew and a non-Jew, Once again, remember that term Jew might actually refer to a new Christian, perhaps, in which case the male partner would have his sexual organ amputated, wow, and the female partner would have her nose amputated. Horrific kind of punishments. These do sound like kind of Visigothic in nature, like the Dark Ages, which had a lot of really bizarre punishments like this. But nevertheless, you see the scope and reach of these punishments is mind-boggling. There are repeated confiscations of wealth and repeated expulsions. Like all Jews have to leave Visigothic kingdom, and then 20 years later, all Jews have to leave the Visigothic kingdom. So once again, how do you do that twice? Does that mean that there were Jews who came back to the region? We do have examples of the medieval period. France, for example, expels its Jews 3 times in, I think it was the 14th century, maybe the 13th century, and then they're re-invited again. That would be the 14th century. They're re-invited back in. So did that happen, and we just don't have a record of them being invited in? Or perhaps these are just simply fictional laws that are stated in order to kind of like, show whoever reads these laws that in fact they are adequately persecuting the Jews. Again, the methodological problem is that we don't have the reaction of the Jews. If we had some documentation from the Jewish community suggesting that they were protesting, or that they were hiding, or they were dissimulating, then that would validate the laws being something that was actually practiced. But otherwise, we only have this legal text, and we don't know how much it corresponds to reality on the ground. We do have some sense of it based on how the Jews would later react to the fall of the Visigothic Empire. Let's turn to that in just a minute. First of all, I want to point out that this brief period, right, from 587 to 711, is one of those strange kind of moments in which we only have one little kind of pinprick view of history, but absent other perspectives, it's hard to know what the big picture is. But I'm hardly the only person to comment on the so-called rhyme of history that a lot of East, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in the era of the Inquisition. One of the more famous people who thought about this was Baron de Montesquieu, a very important 18th century thinker, who wrote this. You see here, tous les maximes, tous les principes, et tous les vues des Inquisitions. When he was referring to the Visigothic era, he said this is all like completely mirrored in the kind of ideas and activities of the Inquisition. Phenomenal. But if we go beyond this, we see elements of it like this idea of limpieza de sangre, the so-called purity of the blood, which was exactly mirrored in the Inquisition era, where Jews were forcibly converted, and then they were given this label of new Christians, and there was kind of this coalescing of thought around the idea that the Jews were somehow racially distinct from the Christian population. And this is out of step with a lot of the medieval world in the sense that conversion was basically, that was it. Once you had converted to this new community, once you had adopted this new community identity, then you were essentially absorbed into it. Let's remember that the concept of racism really doesn't develop until the 19th century. There is color bias, to be sure, and there is cultural bias, linguistic bias, things like that. But generally speaking, conversion meant open doors to the new society in which one entered. So here the idea of the purity of the blood meant that you had one group of societal members based on their descent, on their ancestry, and another group who belonged to the same faith but were of a different ancestry and therefore were somehow legally shunted aside. So that's something we see in the Visigothic era, possibly, but we certainly see it in the Inquisition era. And one last thing. One of the brilliant early scholars of the Holocaust was someone named Dr. Rabbi, who wrote this massive 3-volume work, an early work really delving into the Nazi bureaucratic text called The Destruction of the European Jews. And he specifically looked to the Inquisition era as a straight line from the 15th century right up to the 20th century. And when I first read that, I didn't know as much as I do now about the Inquisition era, and I thought, oh, come on, please, that's like history backwards, and I really doubted it. But now I'm feeling that, you know what, there is a lot of symmetry between some of the thinking of the Inquisition and the Holocaust, specifically the ideas I mentioned earlier, and also the incipient totalitarianism that we see in this era. The idea that the state can really reach so deeply into the private lives of citizens, something which we do not see really happening until, let's say, the 18th, 19th century at all in Europe, and especially in the 20th century, that requires modern technology, communication, record keeping that can be distributed over a large geographic area. These kinds of things really aren't possible in the Visigothic era, but in fact we see them at least making the attempts in the Visigothic law code. So it's a terrifying thing to think about this as being the roots of something that would only mature in its darkest form in the 20th century, but nevertheless I think it's worth contemplating. This all comes to a dramatic conclusion in the year 711 with the Muslim invasion of the peninsula, as you see in this map here, coming up from the south, and with remarkable speed and power, the Muslims completely dismantle the Visigothic state and begin a new era for the peninsula. Now, the Jewish reaction to the Muslim invasion is complex, but on the whole, we were definitely pleased to see the Muslims. There's a certain amount of debate, which I hope to engage in when we come back to the peninsula, as to how much Jews were involved with the early Muslim invaders. There is a historiographic tendency to portray the Jews as traitors of the Christian nation. And there is another historiographic tendency which argues that they may not have actively abetted their entry, but once they were there, they saw it as a very positive event for them. I tend to lean towards the second interpretation, but let's get to that when we get to that particular theory. At any rate, this is kind of like a backwards reflection on how the Jews must have reacted to the law codes of the Visigoths, and it's entirely unsurprising to assume that they would have welcomed these Muslims quite actively, given the level of persecution that they experienced under the Visigoths. Okay, let us continue our discussion with the beginnings of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula, and it's a fascinating discussion to be sure. I'm looking forward to speaking with you again. Thanks very much for watching.
One of the problems in the federal government is that a corrupt president appoints corrupt heads of the EPA, the FDA, the Justice Department, the FBI. All of these government agencies that are supposed to be investigating the executive branch are now controlled by the executive branch. I mean, that shouldn't happen. The president should not be allowed to control the heads of various departments.
Let us now turn to the Arabian Peninsula to understand some extremely consequential events in Jewish history as we look at the birth of Islam and the beginning of a major civilization within which much of Jewish history would unfold. But before we get to some of the really meaty historical elements, I'd like to begin with a prolegomena that specifically outlines the kinds of things we should bear in mind before we approach this subject. The first of which is, I'm really happy that I can use the word prolegomena. I think it sounds so cool, but it really just basically means a kind of a preface. And so this is a preface to our study of the history of Jews Here we go. Beautiful image, by the way, in the background. 13th century Spanish representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess, kind of like an iconic representation of the convivencia, we'll speak about when we get to a discussion of Al-Andalus, the so-called coexistence period, which is in many ways considered the high point of Jewish Muslim history, at least in the past, but hopefully another high point in the future. To really understand the 7th century context of the birth of Islam and the relationship of early Muslims to Jews, we should really look at it from the perspective of the 19th century, and in particular, a struggle for Jewish emancipation that occurred in central Germany at that time. One of the most important early scholars on the relationship of Jews to Muslims is Abraham Geiger, shown here, who's perhaps more well known as the intellectual founder of the reform movement called liberal in Germany, but what is perhaps less well known is the fact that he was quite a talented historian. And he came out with this book, Was hat Muhammad aus dem Judentum aufgenommen? What did Muhammad take from Judaism? What did he derive from Judaism? It's a very important influential text, which sort of reoriented a lot of Jewish scholars to the close relationship between Muslims and Jews and Islam and Judaism that had pertained for much of the medieval period. And he really required historians to look at this period in a very different light. Now, this was one of those rare historical books that sort of seeps out past the narrow attention of historians to the broader Jewish world as a whole. And for much of the 19th century, there was kind of this unusual love affair with Islam, in particular that Spanish Golden Age that I briefly mentioned earlier, that you see in all kinds of areas of Jewish activity, such as, for example, in architecture. There's this pronounced interest in producing these kind of neoclassical synagogues that have a distinctly Jewish or Islamic feel to them, such as this remarkable Johani synagogue in Budapest, which has these kind of Islamic-looking dual minarets that have a bit of a Slavic onion bulb look to them as well, but nevertheless very distinct. And we see this kind of architecture in America as well. Even Yeshiva University has the same kind of feeling to it. It's all alluding to this kind of influence of Islam, or this kind of codependent influence of Judaism and Islam that was celebrated in the 19th century. By the way, since we're looking at this ancient synagogue, here's a picture of the interior with my colleague David Krause of Prague. It's absolutely gorgeous, fantastic synagogue of the status quo movement, and I'm really looking forward to hopefully getting back there. As long as the pandemic subsides, then I'll do that. I'm really with an amazing institute called the Ashkenazium, which my colleague Dr. Michael Figo is putting together some amazing faculty from all around the world, including myself in this cool picture, to talk about Jewish history and thought in Eastern Europe. It's going to be done during, my part will be done during in October, so if you're in Budapest, please check it out. At any rate, why was this so significant for 19th century Germans in particular? Perhaps the best way to understand this is in the context of something which is called at the time the historian struggle. And the two main figures involved were Heinrich Goetz, the great encyclopedic historian of the Jews, who wrote this multi-volume history of the Jews that we spoke about in previous classes, and this German historian, Heinrich von Weizsäcker, who essentially argued that the picture that Goetz was portraying of Jewish history, and especially the contrast of the experience of Jews in Islamic lands to the experience of Jews in Christian lands, was completely unfounded and unfair and must be denounced. What exactly was he arguing? So Goetz, among the kind of like many thinkers of the era, the zeitgeist of the era was to look back and say, wow, look at what happened to Jews under Islamic rule, especially in Spain during those few centuries when they had tremendous freedom. Look how much they produced. Look at the poetry. Look at the philosophy. Look at the unusual, additions that they provided, how they enriched Spanish culture. Wow. It's so much worse in Christian lands, isn't it? This is essentially the argument. And it was used at the time to try and lever additional concessions from German society and government to formally emancipate the Jews. We will return to the topic of Jewish emancipation, God willing, in about a year when we get to the modern period. But in the context of the 19th century, many Jewish thinkers really look back to this golden age, which was somewhat exaggerated, as we shall see, and contrasted unfavorably with the contemporary 19th century German experience. The great thinkers of the Spanish Golden Age were praised for their ability to be Renaissance men, so to speak, absorbing the influences of Islam and of Judaism and of philosophy and of mysticism and creating these wonderful literary works. And the implication was Germany, you should be allowing the Jews to do this as well. Now, Heinrich von Treitschke said totally unfair. He said that the Jews have only brought negative things to Germany. He coined the notorious slur against Jews, which would later be used by Adolf Hitler, the Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune. So it is in this context that we have to look backwards at the Muslim period. The idea of looking at something that was heavily leaned upon in the 19th century, but it went through a reversal when we get to the late 19th and especially early 20th century. This idea of a coexistence between Muslim and Jews, which definitely has its basis in reality, however exaggerated in 19th century thought, was questioned by Jewish historians, particularly when we get to the 20th century. And here we see the influence of contemporary politics often distorts the historical record, the way we approach the historical record. And this is undoubtedly due to the conflict that was exacerbated by the growth of the Zionist movement and the growing immigration to Israel, which to a certain degree inflamed conflict with local populations in the land of Israel and in the region as a whole. Many of these Muslim populations were just beginning to go through their national reawakening, something that had occurred in Eastern Europe 100, 200 years earlier and was now catching up to the Middle East. And they began to see these Jewish immigrants as somehow interlopers and as somehow upsetting the status quo in a very negative way. And of course, we will explore this when we get to the modern period, but there was significant conflict between the indigenous population, Arab immigrants to the region because of increased economic activity, and the flow of Jewish immigration to the land of Israel. And so many Jewish historians began to question that 19th century model, saying, was it really so wonderful in the ancient world? Did Jews really do so better under Islam? The kind of areas that we see focused on in 20th century historiography emphasizes the really pretty brutal period of conflict in early Islam, which we're going to look at in the very next video, and tries to reevaluate how do we understand their experience under Muslim rule. Bernard Lewis, very important 20th century historian, who looked at this period, he says, in a very moderate way, he says, look, Jews in Muslim lands, quote, were never free from discrimination, but were only rarely subject to persecution. This is, I think, a fairly temperate way to characterize several centuries of Jewish experience in Muslim lands. And when you compare it, pound for pound, incident for incident, there's no question that the moments of violence that punctuated Jewish-Muslim relationships was nothing compared to the same thing we would find in Christian Europe, as we shall explore over the course of this lecture. He also said, and this is also a helpful kind of way of thinking about the period, it was never as bad in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when Christendom was at its worst, nor, on the other hand, was it ever as good for Jews in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when it was at its best. And I think that's a fairly moderate and even toned way to characterize these centuries. In other words, in Muslim lands, as the British historian Mark Gilbert put it, there was no Inquisition, there was no Holocaust, but at the same time, Jews never achieved the same level of full legal emancipation and broad acceptance that they would, for example, in England or in France. So this is kind of like a broad way to compare the experience of the Jews under the crescent, that is in Muslim lands, and under the cross, that is in Christian lands. One of the greatest living historians of this period on this topic is Professor Mark Cohen, who has done a lot of really valuable work looking at the comparative experience of Jews in Muslim and Christian lands. And he proposes there are five main categories that really explain much of the difference between the experience in these two areas. And let's look at them very quickly before we go to the actual history in the next video. The first is we should understand that the nature of anti-Jewish antipathy in Christian lands is of a highly distinct character when compared to that in Muslim lands. Recall that Christianity is born from Judaism directly, that there is that special mother-daughter relationship which can have an unusual level of acrimony, particularly when the daughter religion tries to articulate how it is different than the mother religion. And we saw a lot of that, for example, when we looked at the work of the Church Fathers. Islam is kind of like a granddaughter religion. It occurs 6 centuries later, and it doesn't necessarily have the same kind of need to distance itself from Judaism that Christianity did. It's a very significant theological point that colored much of the period we're discussing. Secondly, we're talking about very different kind of social-economic structures. In Europe, you have a form of feudalism that has competing centers of power. The church is a very powerful center, particularly at certain periods like the 13th century, and the king is very powerful at other periods. And sometimes the king's interests, vis-a-vis the Jews, do not coincide with the church's interests, and depending on which power is stronger and in which region, that can hold the Jews in one direction or another. Nobility is also very significant. Sometimes the kings do not have absolute power vis-a-vis their nobility, and so Jews can often find themselves pulled in different directions. This is not the same kind of social structure that pertains in Muslim lands, and as a result, much of that uncertainty and, for example, propensity for expelling the Jews does not exist in the same way in Muslim. Third, Christian lands often have special economic restrictions applied to Jews, such as exclusion from certain guilds, the maintenance of particular charters that regulate what kind of economic activities Jews can engage in a particular location. These things do not necessarily pertain to Muslim lands. Fourth, there is a much higher level of social exclusion in Christian lands. Again, we're speaking in generalities here, but the barrier between Jews and Christians in the social realm seems to be much higher and more durable in Christian lands than it is in Muslim lands. And finally, in Europe, we begin to see the gradual expansion of what I'd like to call an ethnic proto-nationalism. It's too early in the medieval period to really speak about nationalism, which is essentially a modern phenomenon, but the growing sense of the strength of larger regional identities, which will ultimately find its fuller expression in nationalism, begins earlier in Christian lands, and this affects the Jews because are they considered part of this proto-national identity? In Muslim lands, you don't necessarily have the same growth of that specific regional identity. You're much more of a pan-Islamic, sometimes pan-Arabic identity, and Jews are much more included within that model than they would be in Europe. These are 5 factors that serve to distinguish the experience of Jews in Muslim lands from the experience of Jews in Christian lands. And as we go through the next few lectures, hopefully this will become much more apparent. the golden age in Spain really was a golden age. There were phenomenal things to see in that period, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you about it shortly. Nevertheless, placed within the larger context, hopefully these ideas will give us a better sense of how to fairly characterize the relative experience of the realms of Jewish history. Wow, so much talking. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Let's go now to look at the experience of Jews in the Arabian Peninsula at the time of the birth of Islam. Thank you very much.
And so, why not give every person $20,000? And what happens? They would go out and they would buy cars. They would buy washers and dryers, which would trickle up.
Jews were certainly present in the Arabian Peninsula centuries before the birth of Islam in the early 7th century. There are legends of settlement that come to us from Muslim sources that place the arrival of Jews way back in the biblical period, and there are various degrees to which we can ascribe any kind of historicity to it. The idea that they may have been descended from, for example, Jews who went in search of the Amalekites in the Arabian Peninsula, or perhaps whether they were somehow related to the figure of Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses. But nevertheless, we certainly are on solid ground when we get to Josephus, who sees about 500 soldiers sent to the region in the first century. And this is entirely plausible because when we look at the physical proximity of the land of Israel to the Arabian Peninsula, there's no question that there would be permeable travel between those regions. We also, as we discussed in the previous lecture, noted that there was actually a Jewish kingdom in the southern part of the peninsula, in the region what we would call today Yemen, the kingdom of Sinjar, which fascinating footnote is during this time. But to be sure, by the 6th century, when Islam was born, Muhammad himself was born in the year 570, we have a strong presence of Jews in a region called the Hijaz, which is, as you can look at and see on this map here, it's the basically the coastal region of the Red Sea, a region that is known for its agricultural output, and there are numerous here on this map with the solid rocks. We should point out in particular the presence of Jews in Mecca, which will of course be the prime holy city of Islam, and also in Yathrib, which later was named Medina. Note even the Hebrew-sounding term Medina, which in Hebrew basically means city or province, depending on the context. Also note here the location of Khaybar, which will be especially important in understanding the conflict between the Jews and the Muslims in this period. So we've got this environment where Jews are well populated in a very important region of the Arabian Peninsula. Islam, the founder of Islam, Muhammad, has interactions with Jews to be sure, and with Christians. And as we discussed in the previous video, there's no question that certain elements of Islam are modeled upon Jewish practice, such as the prayer multiple times a day, the dietary restrictions, and so on. So he has some familiarity with Jews and Christians, and Islam shows the impact of a lot of these ideas. But it would be unfair to say that Muhammad's early encounters with Jews were positive. In fact, it would probably be more accurate to characterize his relationship with the Jews as one of armed conflict. Much of this early period, based on the sources that we have that come from 3 biographies of Muhammad that were written over a century later, are of his extensive conflict with many of the Jewish tribes in Mecca and in particular in Medina. Let us understand that the Jews who lived in this region at this time were actually Arabs. We should distinguish between these terms. Arab is an ethnicity, it's like a people. It also is a culture that involves certain modalities of dress and certain kind of patterns of economic activity and of course a language. And Jews were fully participating in these things. The Mishnah and the Talmud has lots of interesting references to Jewish Arabs and their behavior, much like today we'll talk about Jewish Americans or French Jews. They are Jews who live in France, and of course they speak French, and of course they enjoy baguettes and things like that. So the Talmud, for example, speaks about the way in which Jewish women dress in the Arabian Peninsula, and they call simply Arab Jews, and it's not considered a contradiction. Islam, on the other hand, is a religious faith, and Muslims are those who participate in Islam. So it would be inappropriate to speak of Jewish Muslims unless you want to say that they are Jews who have converted to Islam. But you could easily say Jewish Arabs because they participate in that ethnicity and that culture. Muhammad's biographers describe a series of alliances that Muhammad attempted to form with the various Jewish tribes with varying degrees of success. In general, the Jews were happy to speak with Muhammad, but had no interest in adopting Islam, at least not on a tribal basis, although there were many significant individuals who did leave Judaism to join the Muslim faith. The tribal alliances sometimes ended in betrayals and then were followed up by bloody battles with terrible beheadings and all kinds of acrimony. Captives were taken from the women and children. Muhammad himself actually took 2 wives from Jewish captives, who later formed very significant positions within his circle. One of the most notorious of the incidents of violence which followed an alliance which was betrayed was at the location of Khaybar. In fact, ironically, for Muslims, Khaybar actually occupies a very large place in their kind of map of historical geography. Martin Gilbert, in his introduction to his book on the history of Jews and Muslim lands, specifically notes that one of the terrorists who engineered the bombing at Bali, he shouted at his child, "Jews remember Khaybar." It's actually very large in their thinking with regards to the understanding of their relationship to the modern world. But I think what's perhaps the most important takeaway of this entire period, which I've only sketched in the very broadest of terms, if you look at some of the sources that are in the notes, you can get into greater detail about what happened to them and what precipitated certain violent episodes. I think the most important takeaway is that much of this is kind of like normal conflict between tribes that we would see in this kind of society in this time and place. In other words, contrasting Muhammad's conflict with the Jewish tribes with, let's say, the anti-Jewish attitudes of the church fathers, you see that it's really, a typical power struggle, an argument over territory, influence, and social position that translates to many societies and many times. It's certainly not pleasant. It's certainly not peaceful, but it is definitely something which we could say is unfortunately normal in terms of the history of human conflict. The Jews were tribes in the region, just like Muslims occupied tribal identities in the region, and they came to conflict in the period of Muhammad. Now, what I think is more significant for our purposes is to understand how these conflicts were resolved politically and historically, and those are things that we're going to see in 2 very important documents, one of which we're going to discuss right now, and the next one will be in the following lecture, the Constitution of Medina and the Pact of Imam. The Constitution of Medina is not precisely named. It's not really a constitution, although that term has been used widely to try and explain it, particularly to modern readers. But what it does refer to is the establishment of a formal relationship between Jews and Muslims in the era of Muhammad. It is generally thought to be quite an early document and quite authentic. There are internal references within the document that have been analyzed to suggest that it actually does come from the period of Muhammad's early activity. Now, what exactly does it do? According to Dr. Moshe Gill, who is one of the well-known historians of this period, it basically demotes the Jews to a relationship of subservience to the Muslims as a people, specifically with the goal of removing their ability to negotiate independent alliances with other tribes. In other words, just like Muhammad had to go through a period of conflict with the Jewish tribes in Medina, the constitution of Medina basically says, okay, after all this is done, as Jews, you will have a level of protection. You will have a fixed place within society that you can rely upon. We'll discuss in the next video why that is so important. But you will not be equal to the Muslim tribes, and you will not be able to side with one tribe against another and things like that. This is extremely important because they were a significant, powerful entity in Medina in particular, and by removing their ability to negotiate their own political future, it meant that they would have to remain docile, but at the same time, the Constitution also extends the protection of their independence and their status for a diminished status. They also have to retain shared responsibility for defense. And what's significant about all of this is that the Jews may not have a high place in society, an equal place in society, but they do have a reliable place in Muslim society, and that will be exceptionally important for their future historical development. Okay, let's come back to this idea in the next video as we talk about the Pact of Umar and what it means for Jewish history moving forward. Thank you very much for listening.
And they're going to get ready for this event because what's coming, I know one meteor strike in particular that would not be a planet killer, but it would be a country killer. And as best as we can tell,
the Pact of Umar is a hugely consequential document that had a huge impact on the way in which Jewish life was regulated in Muslim lands. It was not necessarily adhered to according to the letter of the text in every place and every time. A lot of variations from the Pact, both in terms of leniencies and in terms of stringencies, seems to have been related to the specific inclinations of a particular ruler or a particular time and place, but nevertheless it does give us a sense of the location that Jews had within the socioeconomic hierarchy of Muslim lands and really contributed quite a bit to their survival under these conditions. The pact is attributed to the second Caliph, who reigned between the years of 634 and 644. Caliph essentially means successor, and this is a reference to the rulers of Muslim lands after Muhammad. It might also refer to the Caliph known as Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, who ruled in the 8th century. However, there's a problem with the text because most scholars note that the document is not cited before the early 9th century. So in other words, we're not entirely confident that it was really pertaining to periods prior to the 9th century. But what's especially important for our purposes is, at least from the early 9th century onward, this document both defines and regulates Dhimma status for Jews. Dhimma essentially means protected class, and it refers to the Jews and other so-called peoples of the book that have a place in Muslim society, which is not as high as believers, as Muslims, but nevertheless they have certain protections within that realm as well. People of the book includes the Christians and later the Zoroastrians as well, and in certain contexts it refers even to the Hindus, although it doesn't seem to entirely correspond to the same reasons as the monotheistic faiths of Judaism and Christianity in particular. The idea is that their earlier interaction with the divine is recognized by the Pact of Umar, and as a result, the people who pertain to that faith are therefore guaranteed certain privileges and certain rights, as well as being burdened by some responsibilities. The specific items in the Pact of Umar show the influence of Byzantine regulations and also of Sassanid, that is, Persian regulations as well. What's exactly in the pact? So there are three basic areas that are described in this pact that define what Jews and Christians and Zoroastrians and so on are allowed to do and not allowed to do in Muslim society. And let's look at those three areas. The first is basically they are restricted from engaging in public religious activity, especially activities that might lead to proselytism or disturb the public sensibility that this particular land is Muslim in nature. So examples of this are synagogues and churches could not be built anew. They could only be repaired. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, quite often this was observed during the breach, and Jews did frequently engage in building new synagogues in Muslim lands, often for an exchange of funds, but nevertheless, the idea was that Judaism was to be maintained in its status quo and not expand. Very important, I should mention that the protections that were granted to Jews were offset by a special tax called the jizya, which was frequently quite onerous, but not universally so in Muslim lands. But to continue, Jews and Christians could not engage in loud public displays of their religious activities, like outdoor parades, or the act also refers to using noisemakers like clappers during services and so on. This was perhaps more relevant to Christian activity than Jewish activity, but the holiday of Purim, of course, does involve the use of noisemakers. These kinds of things were prohibited by the Pact of Umar, obviously for the purpose of not attracting Muslims to features of the non-Muslim faith. So in other words, Jews could reserve and observe their own religious activity, which is of huge value to the Jews, but they have to kind of restrain it to make sure that it doesn't impinge on the religious sensibilities of the dominant population. Jews were particularly happy about that and very pleased to accept it in the sense that, Jewish practice was protected. Secondly, a range of small symbolic discriminatory practices and social distinctions. For example, Jews were not allowed to bear arms, to carry a sword, to wear certain colors or certain types of clothing that were associated with Muslims. In fact, they had to wear distinctive clothes that set them apart from Muslims. Again, quite often these practices were simply ignored or bribed out of existence. Jews could not ride with saddles, they had to use bareback. And whether or not these rules were enforced really depended a lot on local conditions. So the idea, though, however, is that while Jews were a protected class, the Dima, nevertheless they were a subjugated class at the same time. But overall, fairly limited restrictions on things like economic activity, so on the whole positive. And third, certain preferential support for Muslims, both in terms of financial support, for example, in the jizya, but also in, maintaining Muslim travelers. Jews were required, for example, to extend a certain amount of hospitality to Muslim travelers. They were prohibited from engaging in certain economic activities like the sale of alcohol, which of course is prohibited in Islam. And then there were, things like they could not build their houses taller than Muslim houses. The same would apply to religious structures as well. So it's kind of like put in place another reminder that Muslims are really the dominant population and have superior rights, and Jews and Christians and so on were a subordinate population. Again, protected. This is something that Jews really appreciated. It allowed for Islamic lands to achieve the status of being a ROTHSCHILD, a society governed by law, because the Pact of Umar at least defined areas where Jewish activity was protected. The implications are huge because this meant that Jews could rely on certain structures being in place for their maintained activity. It's true that there were these symbolic placements that kept them in a second-class status and theoretically prohibited them from expanding in size, building new synagogues, and things like that. But by and large, these things were not especially strong prohibitions to their advancement. What I think is especially interesting is to contrast the Pact of Umar with the doctrine of witness that we discussed when we looked at the church fathers, because this provides us with a kind of counterpoint that illustrates the difference of Jews in Muslim lands as opposed to Jews in Christian lands. Jews in Muslim lands had to recognize their subordinate status, but nevertheless had a tremendous amount of freedom within those boundaries. In Christian lands, Jews were to be preserved in order to later provide testimony for the truth of Christianity, a theological purpose which posited their future existence, but at the same time kept them in that subordinate status in Christian lands as well. So ironically, the Pact of Umar is kind of like the Muslim version of the doctrine of witness, and very similar socio and economic implications. And we'll have to see in the next few lectures exactly how that played out within Muslim societies. In the next lecture, however, we're going to go to the continent of Africa to look at the fascinating and not well-studied history of African Jews, and much of this takes place within the Muslim orbit. Thank you very much for watching. I'd like to now turn to the fascinating history of the Jews of Africa. And this is an extremely complex and not very well researched topic, but let's break it down into three main areas. If you have a look at this map of the continent of Africa, I think you can sort of bulk the history of the Jews of this continent into three main geographic regions. The first would be, of course, North Africa, which is the most well-known aspect of Jewish history on the continent. It includes towards the east Egypt, you can see the Nile Delta in this satellite photograph. It includes really important regions like Tunisia, Morocco, which have long established Jewish settlements, because when the Jews were exiled from Israel in the first century, they followed a path that had already been trod by many previous migrants. The pattern of Jewish settlement in the ancient period basically extends across the coast of North Africa up into Spain, and then later across the Pyrenees into Europe. But it also includes simultaneously settlement of the Italian peninsula, the Greek peninsula, and so on. But the coast of North Africa is a fairly well-known area for Jewish history. We've already treated it a few times in previous lectures, and we'll come back to it again in future lectures. So I'm not necessarily going to break out a special lecture just for North Africa, because much of the history of Jews really is integrated with other things that are going on, particularly in the Muslim world, and so we will return to those later. Then there is the fascinating story of the Jews of Ethiopia, and that's so unusual that I'm going to devote at least 2 lectures to Ethiopia. The next lecture in the series will start with the Ethiopian Jews and take them up to the late 19th century, and then later on when we get to the spring semester, hopefully we'll return to look at them in the 20th century. And then finally, in the Deep South, you have the major population of Jews in South Africa. And most of those are migrants who come from Eastern Europe in the 19th century, however. And so it's better for us to treat them, later on in the semester, a little bit like, I used to live in Miami for quite some time. And South Florida is way north of North Florida in terms of American culture. So South Africa is way more European, even though it is at the southern tip of the African continent. There are also many other populations, some fascinating ones like the Lemba, who are also primarily concentrated in the south, that have more features in common with the history of the Jews of Ethiopia, but I'm going to break it up to these three sections for now. Again, North Africa is going to be integrated with a lot of the topics that were alone lectures, and South Africa will also get to when we get to the spring semester. This is not to say that Jews are only found in these three regions of the continent. On the contrary, many of the regions have experienced Jewish settlement, and there are a significant number of indigenous African peoples who have claimed Jewish descent. The so-called Falasha or Beta Israel, which we'll speak about in the next lecture, are hardly the only African tribe that have been associated either by themselves or by others with the Jews. But in the interest of the scope of this particular series of lectures, I'm just going to concentrate on the areas that I identified here. One of the most profound writers of the history of the Jews of Africa is undoubtedly Dr. Tilo Parfit, who has written some amazingly important works that focus on the history of the Jews in this region. He's especially well associated with the Beta Israel, and some of his works, they're really wonderful to read, and they're quite heroic in scope. But he identifies something which I think is extremely important for us to understand, and that is the misapplication of the so-called Hamitic myth. The story, which you may recall, goes back to the book of Genesis. Here it is represented in the 15th century Nuremberg Chronicle, where Noah, after successfully, braving the waters of the flood, he lands his boat and he immediately plants a vineyard. Once he discovers the intoxicating qualities of the fruit of the vine, he falls asleep in his drunkenness, and naked, his three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, shown here, all find him drunk and passed out like this, and Shem and Japheth, not exactly as portrayed here, but Shem and Ham elect to cover him up to respect his dignity, and Ham does not. So when Noah wakes up, he finds out what has happened, and he is especially angry at Ham, and for reasons which we'll have to left aside for now, he actually curses Ham's son, Canaan, or Canaan. And this curse, for much of Western history, has been associated with slavery. It has been used as a justification for slavery of Africans in particular, because the descendants of Ham are especially associated with the settlement of Africa. In kind of a fanciful association, the word Ham in Hebrew means hot. It's related to the word, one of the words for sun. And the medieval argument is that Africans receive darker skin because of their exposure on the equator to sunlight and so on. So there's this idea called the Hamitic myth after Ham. It really should be after Canaan, but you can have a look in Dr. Perfect's work, Dr. a little more about that. But how it's been used is fascinating. It's been used as a kind of a justification for some of the achievements of Africans in order to say that it's really not possible for indigenous Africans to have come up with these remarkable discoveries, such as, for example, Great Zimbabwe, which is one of the most important of the archaeological sites found in the southern region of Africa. And 19th century European explorers said, there's no way that local Africans could have built this. It's simply too fantastic. It must be that there were Semites somehow involved, because the local population are descended from Canaan, from Ham, and have to be held at a lower cultural level. Even though Later researchers have pretty conclusively identified that this was an indigenous African culture. But from this Hamitic myth, you have a long series of attempts throughout African culture to make distinctions between the so-called pure descendants of Ham and the intermixture of Semites who may have, come into the continent at one point or another, intermarried with local populations, and so on. This sort of intellectual exercise is engaged in not only by the European powers in Africa, who wish to make distinctions between the many, many different peoples of Africa, and they use this Hamitic myth to elevate one at the expense of others. It's also sometimes used by Africans themselves, who choose to identify with an earlier Israelite origin. Perhaps the most famous of which is Olaudah Equiana of the Igbo tribe, and there have been some interesting associations. He, of course, went on to write a remarkable book about his experience as a slave, which had a tremendous impact on the abolitionist movement. But he wrote about childhood memories of associations with Jewish practices because of his presumed tribal affiliation with an original Israelite origin. The accuracy of these claims to Semitic or Israelite origins, of course, is really all over the board. Some are quite significant. The Lemba tribe has, for example, demonstrated through DNA studies that there is definitely a linkage with Semitic people living in the Middle East. But in other cases, it's purely fanciful and was served primarily to bolster claims of superiority of one people over another for whatever reason. Now, one last comment before we look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which will give us a first look at the Jewish history in Africa. We should understand that there are many different populations that use the words black or Hebrew or Israelite or Jew or African in many different contexts. So let me just clarify that in this particular series of lectures, right now I'm really focusing on the distant historical experience of Jews in Africa. And specifically, we're going to look at the Jews of Ethiopia in the next lecture. But I am not speaking about many other peoples who claim similar origins, especially when they're living here in the United States of America. It's an entirely different phenomenon that is definitely deserving of study, but not necessarily historically linked to the populations that I'm going to discuss here. There are movements in America that call themselves Black Hebrews or Black Israelites because they identify with these ancient Hebrews or Israelites, sometimes with a bit of animus to people who identify as Jews who do not necessarily have African origins. There seems to be a certain amount of hostility to Caucasian Jews, for example, with the claim that somehow Caucasian Jews have supplanted the true identity or true racial features of Jews by portraying themselves as Jews, whereas the real Jews would have been of a darker skin hue. I am not going to evaluate those claims in this particular lecture. We may come back to it in the future later, but right now we're just going to focus on the Jews of Africa. It's also important to note that there are many Jews who are of African origin for whatever reasons, including conversion. There are some tremendous individuals who have converted to Judaism because it is effectively colorblind. The state of one's skin color does not have a reflection or bearing on their candidacy for conversion to Judaism, although it is less common. But they and their children remain Jewish, and we have significant populations of Jews of color throughout the world. Okay, enough background information. Let's have a closer look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which I find absolutely fascinating in the next video. Thank you for watching this brief introduction.
It says in Revelation 2, unless you repent, I will take away your life and salvation. Jesus says about the tower falling on the election wicked people, and unless you two repent, you perish. Right? So you have to get saved and stay saved. Stay saved, and that is a narrow road. The reason why Jesus gives us that for 24.
The Jews of Ethiopia are absolutely fascinating, and I really enjoyed doing the research for this particular video because so many of the norms that I'm used to by studying the history of Jews in the Middle East or in Europe are out the window because things are so different in Ethiopia. So a lot of this was new to me. I was also surprised by how much that was actually very similar. And I said, well, of course this is Jewish history, even though it's happening in a very different cultural environment. A lot of the parameters and constraints put on the Jews of Ethiopia were identical or at least commensurate with those that Jews in Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands experienced. I'm going to speak in this video only about the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia until the late 19th century. There's quite a bit of material here, certainly enough for this lecture. But I have to set aside the remarkable events of the 20th century for a much later lecture when we look at the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia as they finally returned to the land of Israel. It's really an amazing story, but I'm going to have to leave that chapter until quite a bit later. Let us now turn, however, to the Jews of Ethiopia and specifically their discovery. The term discovery in itself is something of a colonial term because, after all, the Jews of Ethiopia didn't need to be discovered, they simply existed. But they were discovered by the Europeans. So the most important figure in bringing the attention of a Jewish population in Ethiopia to the minds of Europeans, Jews and non-Jews, was James Bruce, this 18th century explorer, who wrote this remarkable book, Travels to Discover the Source of the Nile. And on several trips, he actually went and he encountered the Ethiopians. He wrote about them in quite a fascinating way and really drew the attention of much of Europe to this unusual Jewish population. But by the time James Bruce came on the scene, Jews had known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years. Just to give you a few examples of the earlier references to them, there is the remarkable story of Eldad the Danite, who a mysterious character who appears in the 9th century and claims to be associated with a Jewish kingdom that some authors have identified with Ethiopia. It's, however, difficult to ascertain because it seems evident that he was a bit of a charlatan, and much of the story that he recorded is questioned by historians. It's more likely he actually came from the region of Arabia, and much of the events that he describes and the conditions that he describes really does not pertain to what we surmise must have been Ethiopian Jewish history at that time. So there is a reference here that some historians rely on, but others regard as such. Then we have Benjamin of Tudela, much more reliable source, a famous Jewish traveler who made his way through much of the Jewish world, and he recorded in significant detail what exactly he saw. However, he never got to Ethiopia himself. He merely recorded what he had heard from others, and so there's some question as to the validity of his account of Ethiopia in particular. Nevertheless, there is significant reference to it. Rav Ovadia of Bartanura, also known as Bartanura, or simply the Rav, very important commentator on the Mishnah, writes about the appearance of African Jews, meaning dark-skinned Nubian Jews, showing up in slave markets and needing to be redeemed by the Jewish community. A much more interesting kind of reliable source, which is certainly confirmed by the extensive writings of Rabbi David ben Abi Zimra, known as the Rabbi, an abbreviation of his name, in the 16th century. He was the preeminent rabbi of North Africa. He was very active in Cairo in particular, and he dealt with specific cases regarding these people from Ethiopia, and he absolutely confirmed that they were Jews from the tribe of Dan. In particular, he dealt with the question of whether a slave woman coming from this region and claiming to be Jewish could be redeemed and then married, meaning could they buy her out of slavery, and then was it possible for a Jew to marry her? And in fact, he ruled in the positive and was very supportive of the Jewish identity story of the Ethiopian Jews. Fascinating. So Jews have known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years, long before James Bruce, but we don't have really extensive historical data that describe the interaction of this population with other Jewish communities. Here's a map that shows you precisely where the majority of the Jews of Ethiopia, proximity to Saudi Arabia and Yemen is very significant. They're about 4,000 miles south of Israel, however. And I think we should turn now to a discussion about where do they come from? How do you get Jews in Ethiopia? They don't seem to be fitting into any other patterns of migration that we know of Jews from Israel. According to the Kebra Nagas, which is a medieval account of the history of Ethiopia, the entire Ethiopian royalty comes from Israel. Echoing the account in the Hebrew scriptures, the Queen of Sheba, which is located just to the east of Ethiopia, across the Red Sea, traveled to Israel and met King Solomon. Then she returned, and this time to Ethiopia, and she was expecting a son by King Solomon, who was named Menelik, and he formed the beginning of the Ethiopian royalty. So, ironically, Ethiopians regard themselves as Israelites, particularly because of this particular royal connection. In the oral traditions of Ethiopian Jewry, this is one of the several stories that may account for their existence there. There is, however, no other data to support this other than the oral tradition. There are similar oral traditions that suggest that perhaps the Ethiopian Jews were a break-off from those Jews who left Egypt in the period of the Exodus, or perhaps the tribe of Dan from northern Israel who successfully evaded the Assyrian invasion in the 8th century before the Common Era and made their way to Ethiopia. And all of these are kind of like legends that are lost in time and have no real way of validating. Other theories, which may have a little bit more validity, or at least maybe a little bit more credibility, is the influence of Jews through Chinyar. You recall we spoke about them a few weeks ago. This is the kingdom in South Arabia that converted to Judaism sometime around the 4th, 5th century, and they had significant conflict with the kingdom of Aksum, which was based in what would be today called Ethiopia. So it's possible that maybe Judaism arrived in Ethiopia through the influence of the Chinyar. But what is without doubt is there is a certain population of people in Ethiopia who identify as Jews. We'll see there's a little bit of a caveat on what that word actually means, living within or alongside the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia. Here's a representation of the Christian king speaking to Muslims. The historical data on the experience of these Jews is not fully fleshed out until much later, but it appears that they had some degree of self-rule. It's debatable whether they had a full kingdom of their own, but they definitely had a certain amount of territory and authority that was often in conflict with the Christian rulers of Ethiopia. There is a famous Queen Yodith, who is sometimes identified as a Jewish queen, and historians have identified the high point of their self-rule in the 16th century, followed by a marked decline, as they slowly begin to lose much of their landed status. Their occupational profile changes from farming and going into crafts, pottery, and other types of semi-urban types of professions. Still very strongly represented in the martial arts, but gradually losing their connection to ancestral land, which would have very negative consequences when we get to the 18th and 19th century. Now, let us speak a little bit about what do we call these people. I've kind of danced around it, and the term Ethiopian Jewry is sort of vague. It is important to note that they would call themselves the Beta Yisrael, the House of Israel. And this was designed to contrast them from the Christians who were called the House of Christianity. They would not call themselves, ironically, Jews. The term for Jew is Yahud. Pardon my Amharic pronunciation, which is really rusty. But apparently the term Yahud was used by all people at the time to indicate people who were rebels, people who were, opponents, people who were, against the status quo. So the Beta Israel, calling themselves Israelites, were recognizing their Israelite origin, but knowing that the Ethiopian Christians also claimed an Israelite origin, they used this more specific term, Beta Israel, or Beta Israel, which designated that they were not following the same faith as the Christians. They were following the Jewish faith, although they wouldn't call it that either. Now, the term Falasha, which came into wide use through the 19th and 20th century, that's actually a derogatory term. It means roughly outcast or landless person, wanderer, and this was used to describe the Beta Israel during the period of their lowest ebb in terms of their economic and political power. They were gradually, over the course of the 17th and 18th and 19th century, pushed out of ancestral land holding, as I mentioned earlier, and so the negative term thrown at them was Falasha, meaning they were landless, they were wanderers, and so on. The term of respect would be Beta Israel. Now, let us look specifically at the content of their faith, which is called the Haymanot, which means literally faith. It would have been used to describe different types of faith in Ethiopia, but in Israel it's used specifically to refer to classical Ethiopian Judaism. Perhaps we can, by looking at their Judaism, understand a little bit more about their origins. Here's a picture of a typical Ethiopian synagogue. It doesn't look so much like the synagogues that I pray in, but nevertheless, it'll work. When we look at the practices of the Ethiopian Jews, we see that they are entirely biblical. They show no evidence of rabbinic or Karaite influence. Rabbinic, of course, means the whole tradition that we've described in great detail in the past, with the Midrash, the Mishnah, and of course the Talmud. They do not have the Talmud, and they don't have any of the Talmudic teachings. Karaism, which we're going to discuss a little bit during a couple of weeks, is essentially a sort of a break off from the rabbinic movement that tries to rely entirely on the biblical text without the Talmud, but nevertheless, it's impossible to do so without specific interpretations anyways, and so we don't see them as Karaites either. Nevertheless, the Ethiopian Jews, on pain of martyrdom, hold to their beliefs with tremendous tenacity. But what does it look like, their faith? Well, fascinatingly, they retain a priestly sacrifice. The role of the Kohen is extremely important in their daily life. They're extremely punctilious about Sabbath observance, although again, they're not observing it with the rabbinic overlays, just their understanding of what Sabbath observance requires. They also have strict dietary laws. They practice a form of menstrual separation, which is similar to the laws of Judah. Interestingly, their calendar preserves the fast of Esther, which would have been associated with events that are in the 6th century before the Common Era. But they don't have Hanukkah, which is something that, of course, began in the 2nd century before the Common Era, which might be a nice placement for perhaps the ancient origins of the Ethiopian people, but it's also possible that they may have absorbed this either through the influence of Qumran or others, and they absorbed the calendar imperfectly. So it's not an absolute certainty. But there are several things in not common to other Jews. You have, for example, monasticism, very strong emphasis, incredibly heavy reliance on the texts created within Ethiopian Christianity. Here's a look, for example, at the text they call the Orit, which is related to the word perhaps Oraita, Torah, the Aramaic word Oraita. You can see it's written Ge'ez, which is the ancient scriptural language of Ethiopian Christianity and also of the Ethiopian Jews. And it appears that they simply took the Ge'ez translations of text, probably taken from the Greek, and they used those as their central religious texts. So there are some things that are going on in the development of Ethiopian Judaism which are not similar to what's going on in the rest of rabbinic Judaism. This would pose significant consequences for 20th century debates over the fundamental Jewishness of the Ethiopian people. We'll speak about that in a much later lecture, but I will note at this point that great scholars like Rabbi Yosef, chief rabbi of Israel and one of the most well-known 20th century rabbis, agreed with the Radbaz, said that they are Jewish in origin, and that really paved their way towards acceptance in Israel. Let us move now to the 19th century. And one of the things that I can also say about the Ethiopian Jews, things that I've learned in my own research for this lecture, they have an incredible yearning for Zion that is demonstrated throughout the centuries. In 1855, however, there was an unfortunate event which began when an Ethiopian Jew, with the blessing of his elders in Ethiopia, brought his 13-year-old son Moshe to study in Jerusalem, to try to learn what is it that we are missing, what is all this rabbinic stuff, what is this Talmud and so on. And his pious intent was to learn more about how they should be behaving according to rabbinic traditions. Moshe stayed behind. He was left with a group of rabbis to study, but then he disappeared shortly thereafter, only to turn up again under the influence of an Anglican missionary named Samuel Rabbi. And this is one of the rather unfortunate aspects of the Ethiopian experience, that once their presence became known to the outside world, the Christian world in particular, there was a dedicated effort to convert this tiny pocket of Ethiopian Jewry to Christianity, and it was the subject of a significant effort by Protestant Christians in particular, as we shall see. However, the disappearance of Moshe ben Daniel was an unfortunate event because one of the first people to really raise questions about the Jewish status of the Ethiopian Jews was one of these rabbis, Rabbi Joseph Schwartz, who was assigned to study with Moshe initially. But let us return to the difficult aspect of this story, which relates to the targeting by Protestant missionaries. Perhaps the most significant of which is Henry Stern, a Jew who was converted to Protestant Christianity and made it his career essentially to preach to the so-called Falasha, as you see here, an illustration from his many books at the time. Much of the actually spent remarkably little time in Ethiopia, and the time he spent there was not well served because at one point he was arrested by the emperor, but many of his acolytes were the ones, local Ethiopians, who adopted Christianity and went on to proselytize on his behalf. Now, in 1862, a crisis occurred when a young man named Kindi Fanta converted to Christianity through this mission, and he was excommunicated by the village elders. Fanta then turned around and cursed them in the name of the emperor, and this curse apparently had tremendous impact on the population as a whole. The curse had phraseology to the effect of, "May the emperor die if you do not stop offering ritual sacrifice." Now, the Beit Israel took this very seriously. I think this is part of the cultural milieu of Ethiopia, with which I'm not that familiar. They took this very seriously, saying, "Oh my gosh, this curse must have some impact. And how are we supposed to behave according to our religion if that will place a death sentence on the emperor?" So the Beit Israel went to court over this. Again, it's 1862. It's still the modern era. And several courts, they went through the motions. They actually nullified the curse, but people were still concerned about this. And ultimately, this came into an appeal before Tewodros, the emperor himself, who actually issued a new decree to limit sacrificial practice, which was a direct infringement on the religious life of Ethiopian Jews. Now, in that same year, there is some debate about exactly the sequence of events, but in that same year, a large number of Ethiopian Jews, the precise number is not known, decided that they had no future in Ethiopia, and they attempted to march to Israel on foot, about 2,500 miles or 4,000 kilometers. The effort, although certainly we can appreciate the religious sincerity that motivated, ended in disaster. The huge numbers of Ethiopian Jews who hoped to make this great migration on foot were afflicted by hunger and disease, and ultimately the march ceased at Tigray in northern Ethiopia when many of the survivors simply stayed there and others tried to make it back to Lake Chad. So this is kind of like a low point in many ways for the history of Ethiopian Jewry, but there will be a glorious 20th century development that we'll have to discuss in the next time we come back to Ethiopian Jewry. In the meantime, I hope you found this useful, and to say I find it absolutely inspirational. And I look forward to speaking to you next about the Jews of Khazaria, a strangely unrelated topic. Thank you very much.
That's the other side of it as well, right? You get a lot of people who you call them keyboard warriors, where they'll be negative and yelling through comments on YouTube videos and on Twitter. But if you was to see that same person in real life, in reality, they would be a completely different person than you do on the screen. Well, I go out well, and like I think you can the fact that somebody with lots of shit.
I've recorded about 500 videos on Jewish history now, and one of the things that used to surprise me, unfortunately doesn't surprise me anymore, is that in the top 10 of popularity, my handful of videos on the Khazar conversion remain very popular. And at first I thought, that's a really cool thing, but now I begin to think it says something unfortunate about humanity. So for this video and the next, which are going to focus on the unusual chapter of Khazar Jewry in our larger project, I'm going to first speak about something that is frequently posed as a question, and I'll answer definitively. The answer is no. Ashkenazi Jews are not Khazar. They are not descended from the Khazar people. If they have any connection with the Khazar, it is very, very tiny in proportion to the overwhelming whole, which is largely European and Middle Eastern in background. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about and what is the resolution to something which is a burning question for many people. First of all, what is the Khazar hypothesis? Although it is shrouded in mystery, most historians coalesce around the idea that a population in the region of the Caspian Sea, not too far from the northern Black Sea, encompassing part of southeastern Europe, converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th century. They had come into existence in the 6th century as a proto-empire and then began expanding until they were finally defeated by the people of Kiev and Rus, that would be based in today's Kyiv, Ukraine, in the 10th century, and then they basically disappeared. So here's a map that shows you roughly where the Khazar Empire would have stretched. Again, we can't use like really firm boundaries, but this is the general area. Now, at the same time, more or less, you have the establishment of Jewish Ashkenaz, which is associated primarily with Germany, with the Rhineland, and we begin to see Jewish settlement there from somewhere around the 10th century onward. The name Ashkenaz is of biblical origin, but it is applied in the medieval period to this region of Germany. Now, from what we know from lots of other sources, there's a pretty significant eastward expansion of migration of the Jews of Ashkenaz to Eastern Europe for reasons that I'm looking forward to discussing with you in later videos. But there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, and from there they constitute the largest single demographic chunk of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews trace their origins to. Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas, particularly from Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and that's basically the migration that my own ancestors came from, and that's basically the story. The term Ashkenazi, again, derives from medieval Germany, although most of those Jews who used that term later migrated to Eastern Europe, and then from there moved into America, Israel, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as the Spartans, who trace their origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula. God willing, we'll talk a lot more about that shortly. Now, here's the Khazarian hypothesis. Since there is something of an overlap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, which had some kind of connection, possibly a conversion to Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population of Jews that by the time you get to the 20th century, the vast bulk of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe. The Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are not descendants of the German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's it in a nutshell. Now, why should we care about this is something that we'll talk about in the next video, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis, that the Jews who originate from Eastern Europe are primarily descended from this Turkic tribe living in Central Asia. Perhaps one of the most significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Shaul Stamfer of Hebrew University. Great scholar. He's written quite a bit on Eastern European Jewish history, and he's published quite a bit on Khazaria in particular. He has a very jaundiced view of the entire conversion process as a whole, the entire conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next video. But he says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. First of all, there is no DNA evidence to support this. Now, if you go back in my earlier videos, as I've been doing these over the last 10 years, there's been growing amounts of data, and you'll see slight changes even in my own presentations because of the appearance of new data. DNA evidence is one of the most exciting tools that historians have in their toolbox. And when it comes to the question of biological descent as opposed to halakhic identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap evidence, or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Haik, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that he's presented specifically on Khazaria. Now, without being a scientist to be able to get into the real nuts and bolts of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2013, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 1,300 Y chromosomes, 1,300 people looking at their Y chromosomes to try to see what the similarities were between Jews and about 75 odd other nationalities. Unfortunately, the sample was really, really small. Of the Jews, only 8 fit the specific parameters that we're looking at right now. That's a tiny number to really make huge statements about the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews. Secondly, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied was precisely 0, because there are no Khazars today, and in fact, we haven't had any Khazars for about 1,000 years. There has been no one walking around who claims Khazar descent to whom we can go to for genetic data. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars if you don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, an educated guess, using Georgians and Armenians, which live roughly in the same area, but with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that that's reasonable at all. So it's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly most historians, are not accepting this limited data evidence to suggest that Jews come from Khazarian. Secondly, we can pile on the burden of proof here. The second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. I mean, one of the things that we would certainly expect to see is that Jews would pick up Khazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi, originating from Eastern Europe. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a census in the Russian Empire, and I think it was 98% of Ukrainian Jews, 97% of Jews throughout the empire, if I remember correctly, claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkish in Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there that are kind of uncertain derivations. There's a professor named Weinreich, who is one of the most important theorists of early Yiddish, who argues that the word daven, which means to pray, might come from a Turkish origin, but it's kind of up in the air. Absolutely, Yiddish is basically German. It's overwhelmingly German. Arguments to the contrary, that its grammar is essentially Slavic, is nonsensical to anyone who has studied all three language groups. If you study German, if you study some Slavic languages, and you study Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is overwhelmingly German, written with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew, Aramaic, both Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French, and all the various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migrations. The small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in the Eastern dialects of Yiddish, which is not at all surprising, given that we're talking about living in a Slavic area. They're not Turkic, they're Slavic, very different languages, and they're basically like uses of aspect and other finer grammatical forms. So, bottom line is, Yiddish is way more German than it is Turkic. The Turkic elements, the Khazar elements, are vanishingly small if they exist at all. Third, there's no cultural evidence. Where are the recipes? Where are the folk customs? Where are the superstitions, the stories, the legends, the songs that one would expect to come from Turkic origins? We simply don't have them in Ashkenazi culture. We have lots of Russian things, lots of Ukrainian, especially lots of Ukrainian, Polish, and so on, after 1,000 years of living in the region. We have evidence of German, of Latin, of French types of cultural accretions that follow the Jewish travel, but we don't have any Khazarian. So the burden of proof is clearly on those who want to push this theory. The overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration from Ashkenaz is exactly what happened historically. So then that brings us to the next question: where did Ashkenazi Jews come from? And I get this question a lot, actually. So this is Doron Behar, who is a remarkable geneticist who's really advanced the field quite a bit, and he's done some great studies of DNA, and they must have been mostly disappeared in the last few years. One of the most fascinating things that he discovered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from precisely 4 women, apparently of European origin, and there's some indication that they lived about 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little bit earlier. No indication they lived like they knew each other, but there are 4 specific women that seem to have had. Statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews, Mizrahi Jews, and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. In other words, it still seems to be one big family, despite the superficial differences in skin tone and hair texture and so on. But Jews seem to be more or less one family, and there are significant distinctions between, especially in Eastern Europe, between Jews and the peoples among whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of the Jews moving from Western Europe into Eastern Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out include something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi people. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you a Y chromosome study in a second that shows a lot more about Jewish males than Jewish females. This happens when, as is very common and well documented, non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into the Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion, women converting to Judaism than men converting to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinctions between, let's say, Mediterranean Jewry and Eastern European Jewry. You also have a phenomenon which is consistent with the historical record of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that, for a variety of reasons, which could be social, economic, political, it could have to do with persecution, massacres, wars, things like that, but a larger group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population. The bottleneck forms, and that means that there are much fewer people from whom the later ancestors derived their origins. This helps explain the fairly large number of genetic disorders that unfortunately afflict Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer and ASAP, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck, perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that meant that the population of Jews living in Northern Europe that would later move to the east represent the basis of a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking, although Italy may be more important than most historians have thought. Have a look at this map here, which is also part of Dr. Bihar's research, and this is looking specifically at Levites on the Y chromosome. Now, Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priestly family, and they are, and it's only the males that pass down father to son. Mothers do not pass down the Levite connection. So looking at the Y chromosomes of Ashkenazi Jews, he was able to determine that it appears that they do have origins consistent with Middle Eastern distant origins, and then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazi heartland in Germany. That would be numbers 1 through 2 in this particular map. And then number 3 is, as we expected, a large migration towards the east, where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origins going back through that original sector. And then, as you can see, the kind of the faded line there of the extension towards the west, along with the arrow labeled number 4, there is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and, in fact, begin to form families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi Jews generally in the Iberian Peninsula. It is probably at the point number 2 on this map when those 4 mothers appeared, probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry, and as a result, a tremendous popularity of Asian food now in America and so on. Now, if you look at these the green lines here, This is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and this does not contradict the historical model that we have well documented Jews moving their way across the coast of North Africa. But that particular route would not necessarily explain the origins of most Ashkenazi Levites. In other words, while Jews may have been moving along that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites in the Ashkenazi community, and so it's not demonstrated by the research that we have worked on. Nevertheless, we do have Jews moving along the coast of North Africa. It's not necessarily Levites that would end up producing lives in the Ashkenazi. It's so complicated to see with so many ways, but you get the basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through an Italian vector. And there are 4 women, ironically, the Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah of Ashkenazi Jews account for almost half of all Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What can we say about it in college? Okay, thank you very much for watching.
As a novelist and a student of literature, I tend to have a bias towards giving literary sources more weight than a formal historian might. For my part, I don't think it's unreasonable to argue that these poems may have incubated, at least in a hazy form, an authentic memory of those days. The feeling of apocalypse that must have washed over the region, and a war that seemed to dwarf all others since.
Now that we have discussed the persistent question of the origin of Ashkenazi Jewry in the previous video, let's go straight to Khazaria and try to understand what exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region, possibly in the 8th century. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history. This is what the German historians call the Rezeptionsgeschichte, or the history of the reception, how an idea is formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Rezeptionsgeschichte, how it's hard to say, of the Khazar conversion is this very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story describing the Kuzari is essentially the story of the Khazar conversion as this great poet and philosopher developed into a massive book. The story goes like this. Basically, there is this King Bulan, who somewhere around the year 740 is a very spiritual individual and concerned with the practice of paganism among his people, and looking at the growth of monotheistic movements, particularly Christian Islam, are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching its borders. A pagan joining one of these other faiths and so on. And so he has a debate where he brings together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like an offensive joke, but it's not. And he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact that this is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi writing it, King Bulan decides to accept Judaism, and all of his court and the Kuzari, the Khazarian people, ultimately follow him to Judaism. That's essentially the story. Now, I hope you notice that there is 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of the Kuzari. That's half a millennia. That's a lot of time. And we have to understand that the Kuzari was chosen as a subject for Rabbi Yehuda Halevi because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day, specifically the trilateral relationship between Jews, Muslims, and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi essentially used the story of the conversion of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Kuzari, and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important for what Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wanted to achieve in his literary work. So let us set aside the Kuzari as a historical source. It's definitely not intended to serve as a historical source. It's intended to serve as a literary philosophical source. Let's try to go back and understand what we do know about the book. So let's move back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Chastai ibn Shaprut. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating and very important source, which was exceptionally important for Yehuda Halevi's work as well. Chastai ibn Shaprut, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at Spain in the 10th century, very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. And he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on there? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of King Bulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarians, their Judaism, and all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these provided the letters to the messengers of Chastai ibn Shaprut, and they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from King Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians in different places and report, however briefly, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we shall see, many skeptics would say that the plural of anecdotes is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away but were amazingly preserved till they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in the Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, when charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a petek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, he's fallen on hard times, he's supporting orphans and widows or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this petek, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or it may come from the originating community, like from Jerusalem or wherever, then you give them charity and they build up their cause. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated. Typically, this was not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great Harvard historian Emelian Pritsak argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter, which comes from Kiev, specifically describes how the person has fallen, how at times the person is worthy, and you should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here in this particular image. There is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, "I have read it," or "We have read it." It's fascinating. That indicates that there was evidently people who, because normally this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like a rabbi or the Parnas of the community, which is essentially the president of the community, and he obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which would be very unusual unless there was a distinct Khazaric community in Kiev at the time. We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria as well, and perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describe the origins of the Kiev and the Rus population, which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine. It's also shared with the Russian Empire and the Polish Empire and so on. It's the so-called Povest Vremenia Kiev, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr, or Vladimir, to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazingly, it's exactly like the story in the Kuzari. There is a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity, and there is a representative of the Jews, and that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And this is absolutely fascinating that not only do they replicate the story that is essentially told in the letters of Chastai ibn Shakrut with King Joseph, they actually report the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how history would have changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He very nearly did, by the way. But this is, one of those data points that's really hard to ignore, speaking to the idea of a Jewish community in Khazaria at the time. And then finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time, like 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, a sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. That's an unusual kind of statement there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from a Khazar archaeological dig is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism. But what exactly happened? Let's have a look at that. So, if you ask Professor Shaul Stamper, who we met in the last lecture when we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Stamper is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story. Right? You could finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, but we still have all these little bits of data, the Kievan letter, the Spillings hoard coin, and things like that. What does all that mean? So, trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is if they did convert to Judaism, and I tend to believe something happened there with regard to conversion, why did they convert? There does not seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for us, besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chasdai ibn Shapur, widely regarded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation was essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice, but maybe I've been a historian too long. I tend to be skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with the Muslims. They did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine, then Kiev and Rus, in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hoped to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Pact of Umar, which we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the massive Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This was really the world center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion? Who converted them? If not the rabbis active in Babylonia and Mesopotamia, was it the Karaites, who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So a lot of questions about why they would convert. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion, both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity? I mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kievan letter just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen on hard times, but it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, with Queen Helena of Adia Bene, who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish? Is it possibly similar to the conversion in Chimyar in the Arabian Peninsula? We simply don't know how many of Khazarian Jews converted to Judaism. And it could be that this was simply a token conversion that took place in the upper strata. It did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. We don't know. And thirdly, perhaps contributing to the ongoing mystery about the Khazars, what happened to them? Where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav of Kiev and Rus destroyed it for the last time. But they seem to pop up every now and then in the Chronicle of Bygone Years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps, make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations, like in the Caucasus, like the mountain Jews, perhaps? We simply don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about the Khazars. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the comments because they just get way out of hand. And you might wonder, if this is your first time encountering this question, why would people care? Right? What is the big deal? Some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for 21st century politics. If you consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zahn, who is an Israeli historian who has written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jewish. That this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact on modern politics in particular, since the 19th century in particular, they're not actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now this has a lot of appeal to people who wish to see modern Jews taken down a peg. Maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Again, not that it really makes a difference in terms of Jewish law, and although I'm not a theologian, I don't think I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity, and of saying that we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise be appropriate for them. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition, and perhaps therefore, we don't have to even apply the doctrine of witness to them. We could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers who have somehow taken away the true patrimony. You see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who claim to be Jews, they can't be Jews because we are. Right? As we discussed when we looked at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not a factor in the theological or the halachic application of who is a Jew. Halachic in terms of Jewish law. So a lot of anti-Semites really like the Khazarian hypothesis. And for people like Professor Zahn, they also see kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore, where the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically, and that's why, ironically, you sometimes find the Khazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story, to use Dr. Stamper's message. But we're going to move on from this now. We're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jewry, and particularly we're going to look at the Gaonic period. Thank you very much for watching.
Ancient Egypt for 67 years during the golden age of the New Kingdom, almost a century before. And for the most part, Ramses seems to have been a relatively good ruler, although it's worth remembering the camp only his inscriptions to go on. But it's clear Ramses at least wanted to be seen as a king who did the best he could for his people. He mentions planting trees to increase the shade along the harsh desert roads, and protecting the rights of women so they didn't fear walking about the streets. He mentions allowing soldiers to go home to their families during peacetime. And other records show that he donated huge amounts of land and wealth to Egypt's temples, and also undertook vast reconstruction projects. He sent expeditions across the Red Sea to Yemen, where he discovered long-lost copper mines that boosted Egypt's wealth, and he brought back rare plants and crops to twilight of its empire. This decline, as far as we can tell, wasn't his fault. In fact, his actions would ensure that Egypt's cities didn't follow the fates of those left isolated in Megara, where only ash and desolation remained. When news of the Sea People's attacks came to Ramses, he had been pharaoh for 8 years. Upon hearing of the destruction of other cities of the region, he must have felt a chill run down his spine. Great nations were being wiped off the map, and Ramses resolved that Egypt would not follow the fate of its neighbors. Egypt couldn't react to this threat the way the Assyrians had, by retreating and consolidating their defenses. Egypt had a long Mediterranean coast, making it vulnerable to invasion from the sea, and maritime trade was the backbone of its economy. Ramses knew he had to come up with a plan. It wasn't going to be easy. The ancient Egyptians had a poor reputation as seagoers. They were essentially a land-going power, but usually left the messy business of watery warfare to smaller nations. The Egyptians were used to dominating ancient battlefields, using vast assemblages of archers and swift units of horse-drawn chariots. Their tactics were to advance with a wall of infantry, all the while pelting the enemy with arrows from light chariots, before using charges of heavy chariots to sow panic and break the enemy lines. This had allowed them to conquer lands all the way up the Palestinian coast and defeat the Hittites in battle. But these tactics required a large open battlefield. Since members of the Sea People tribes had served in Egyptian armies in the past, perhaps they knew this weakness. The Sea People seem to have known that the one way to neutralize Egypt's tactics would be an attack on its very life, the Nile River itself. All of Egypt's great cities lay on the Nile, and if Egyptian resistance broke on the river, its cities would fall one by one, and the riches of their land would be taken. It was a huge gamble, but the Sea Peoples believed it would pay off. The decisive battle would take place in Nile Delta. That's the part of the river that splits out into multiple branches before it reaches the Mediterranean Sea. It's a green land in the middle of a rolling desert, banked with fertile silt. Red lotuses bloom here in the autumn, and papyrus sedges grow along the banks. At this time, Nile crocodiles and hippopotamus still ranged wild in the delta. And it was in this challenging terrain that Ramses knew he had to mount his final stand against the Sea Peoples. Ramses decided to play to what strengths the Egyptian army still had. He decided to lay an ambush and give the Sea Peoples a surprise attack of their own. As the enemy's ships amassed in the waters outside the delta, Ramses gathered a vast army of his own. He gathered archers on the banks, supported by spearmen in thousands, all crouching for reeds. The tension must have been tremendous. All the soldiers of the Egyptian army holding their breath and waiting for the first sign of an enemy ship to come in from the sea. Then, at last, a ship came around the bend in the river. After that came another and another, until the whole seaborne might of the Sea Peoples was in sight. The Egyptians must have been able to hear the creak of 10,000 oars, the beating of the drums below the deck, the shouts of the helmsmen and soldiers within. The ships of the Sea Peoples drew nearer until they were within range, and then Ramses unleashed hell. The Medina Tabu inscription recounts what happened next.
Those who reached my frontier, those who came forward to get on the sea, the full flame was in front of them at the river mouth. Our stockade of lances surrounded them on the shore.
And the chaos of this battle is encapsulated in a sprawling low-relief carving in Medina Tabu. As the Sea People advanced in their full force, Ramses' archers kept up a continuous volley of arrows into the enemy ships. Panicked, the Sea Peoples attempted to land on the banks, but as they did, the Egyptian lancemen advanced out of the reeds and met them. While the enemy was held at bay, trapped and frantic on the river, the small Egyptian navy sailed in and attacked them too.
rise overhead. Boats overturn, spilling men into the river, and bodies float up and down in the frothing water. They were dragged in, unclothed, prostrated on the beach, killed, and made into heaps from tail to head. That made them turn back from even mentioning Egypt, for when they pronounced my name in their land, they are burnt up with fear. In the brutal hand-to-hand struggle which ensued, the sea people were overwhelmed. Ramses' plan had worked. The Egyptians were the first people to ever turn back these sea-going invaders and stop their campaign of destruction. The hearts are taken away, the soul is flown away, the weapons are scattered in the sea. Another key source for these tumultuous events is a document called the Harris Papyrus, found near Ramses' tomb in Medinet Habu. It's the longest known papyrus ever uncovered from Egypt, coming in at 41 meters long. That's longer than the wingspan of a Boeing 737, just for reference. In it, Ramses boasts about his triumph over the various groups of the sea peoples. I overthrew those who invaded. I slew the Danaf, the islands, the Tijaka and the Pelasgians, who were made ashes, the Shardana and the Reshesh of the sea, who were made as opposed to axes and knives. I brought captives to Egypt, numerous as the sand of the shore. The Egyptians were victorious. They had repelled the invasion, but this alone would not save them. To see why, you just have to look at the situation surrounding them. Egypt now stood alone in a devastated region, like the hero at the end of a disaster. Every land around them had been gutted and reduced to ash, vast and ancient civilizations. The Mycenaeans, the Hittites, Pharaohs, the Kassite dynasty of Babylon. All of these vulnerable societies had collapsed utterly, its civil order had given way to chaos. Those precarious trade routes we talked about at the start of the episode were now broken, and Egypt's economy went into a steep and unstoppable decline. By the end of the late Bronze Age, Egypt was utterly diminished, a shadow of its former self. As other enemies encroached on its borders, Egypt was able to fight them off, but its treasury became so depleted that it would never fully recover its imperial power. The first known workers' strike in recorded history happened during the 29th year of Ramses III's reign. It happened when Egypt could no longer provide food rations for its elite royal tomb builders and artisans in the village of Deir and Medina. Ramses III ruled for a total of 31 years, but his death was followed by years of bickering among his heirs. 3 of his sons would become king at different times, reigning as Ramses IV, Ramses VI, and Ramses VIII. And meanwhile, Egypt was increasingly beset by droughts, lack of seasonal floodwaters, famines, civil unrest, and official corruption. While the power of the pharaoh fell, that of the priests in Thebes grew. The last pharaoh of the dynasty, Ramses XI, grew so weak that these priests became essentially the true rulers of Egypt. The Egyptian empire finally fractured. It was lost forever, less than 80 years after Ramses III's reign. Earlier, I used the example of the city-state of Gujarat to show the vast destruction that could be wrought by the sea peoples, and to paint them as a terrifying alien invasion responsible for the Bronze Age collapse. But we shouldn't be so easily seduced by the lure of this easy scapegoat. That's because the fate of other sites is actually a little more uncertain. The great city-states of Mycenae, for instance, the main belligerents in the Trojan War, was suddenly wiped out along with all of its surrounding cities sometime around the 13th century BC. But modern archaeologists believe this was actually not the work of the sea peoples, and today it's thought that the culprits were the Mycenaeans' belligerent northern neighbours, the Dorians. We do have evidence of sea people's activity around the Mycenaean coast, but it seems more likely that while weakened and distracted by this outside threat, the Mycenaeans were no longer able to defend their northern border, and the Dorians seized their chance. They Hittite capital of Hattusha, where we opened this story, is another example. It lies far inland in the mountains of Turkey, and it wasn't likely to be the sea peoples who sacked it. A more likely explanation is that this was done by their long-term rivals, the Thracians, groups from the Balkans who seem to have migrated south during this time. These invaders must have seen their opportunity the moment raids by the sea peoples disrupted Mediterranean trade routes and caused famine in Hittite lands. And perhaps a key part of understanding this is seeing how much states of this era depended on their allies to help them out when they were threatened. But if a crisis like the attacks of the sea peoples happens across the whole region, suddenly everybody's military forces are tied down. Alliances that had previously kept everyone safe would suddenly become ineffective. No one could come to anybody else's aid. One great example of this happening is in Babylon. Babylon was a mighty city, one of the most ancient and powerful of the region, mentioned at great length in the Bible, and located about 100 kilometers south of Baghdad. At the time leading up to the collapse, Babylon was ruled by a dynasty known as the Kassites, who for 500 years had ruled the great ancient city. The Kassites had long depended on their allies in Assyria and the coastal regions to help them defend it. But now those nations were busy defending themselves, and Babylon stood alone. To the north was the land of Elam, a hardy people who lived in the mountains and lowlands of southern Iran. The Elamite king was a man named Kutur-Nahunte, and he believed that the crown of Babylon belonged to him. He threatened an invasion with fearsome rhetoric. I am a king, son of a king, seed of a king. I know I will sit on the throne of the land of Babylon. I will destroy your cities, demolish your fortresses, cut them down your orchards. You may flee up to heaven, but I will pull you back down. You may flee down to hell, but I will pull you up by your head. Kutir-Nahunte led an invasion into Babylonia in the year 1158 BC. With all its allies tied down, Babylon stood alone, and the Elamite invasion succeeded. Kutir-Nahunte went on to do most of what he promised, and he laid waste to the land. While Babylon burned, its last Kassite king was led to Elam in chains, along with a statue of the Babylonian god Marduk. And the theft of this statue seems to have traumatized the Babylonian people more than the loss of their king. Babylon was sacked and left in ruins. One sacred Babylonian text, the Nabur-Kuduri-Usur, recalls the terrible vengeance of the Elamite king.
His crimes were greater and his grievous sins worse than all his fathers had committed. Like a deluge, he laid low all the peoples of Akkad, and cast in ruins Babylon and all the noblest cities.
And these examples show that the situation in this region isn't quite as simple as that classic alien invasion style scenario I had you imagine. In Hollywood, the writers always imagine the world coming together to fight the outside threat. It makes a better story that way, and we get to hear some inspiring speeches. But the example of the Bronze Age collapse teaches us that it's just as likely that if aliens ever arrive and begin blowing things up, some might see that as an opportunity. The story of the Bronze Age is of large, complex states successfully defending themselves against the smaller states at their borders, with less complex societal structures. And part of the collapse that ensued is perhaps also down to the increasing power of these smaller, less complex nations. During the Bronze Age, empires like Egypt, Mycenae, and the Hittites had monopolies over the production of weapons, the importation of horses, and the building of chariots. Smaller, less complex states simply couldn't compete in those areas. But the power of these smaller states was beginning to grow at this time due to one very important thing. One thing that would bring the Bronze Age to an end forever. And that thing was iron. Iron had been in limited use since as early as 3000 BC, and early people even worked the iron they found in meteorites that fell to the earth. It was considered a sacred metal, perhaps due to its magnetic qualities. But as an everyday practical object, iron presents a number of problems. As requires a huge amount of heat to melt, over 1500 degrees. This requires advanced furnaces and special technology that took millennia to develop, but at this time was beginning to permeate across the region. But iron on its own isn't that useful. It's brittle and it easily breaks. The knowledge of how to turn iron into steel, mixing it with the right proportion of carbon, will transform it into a metal just as sharp and hard as bronze, but much cheaper and more readily available. Soon, even tribal societies and tiny kingdoms could afford cutting-edge weaponry. It acted a little like the introduction of cheap assault rifles like the AK-47 in our time, a great leveler that destabilized whole regions. We know that after the Bronze Age collapse, bronze was no longer in use across the region. Steel weapons took its place, and the Iron Age began. Armies of chariots, such as Egypt employed, gave way to armies of massed infantry, and some historians point to this factor alone as the great shift that caused the collapse of so many societies. So this is another theory, that the Sea peoples and other tribes on the land, newly armed with iron weaponry, were a significant element in the collapse, and certainly sacked some cities themselves. But a large part of the destruction was also due to opportunistic wars and infighting between rival nations. And these combined served to pick apart the complex web of interdependency that had sustained these great empires for so long. But some historians go even further, and their work reconfigures the roles of this story completely. They ask, what if the Sea peoples aren't the villains in this story? What if they weren't the perpetrators in the collapse of civilization, but another set of victims? And this final theory allows us to shift our perspectives completely. One thing we do know for sure about this time is that the climate of the eastern Mediterranean at the end of the 13th century BC underwent a sudden and rapid change. Lands that previously boiled over with greenery suddenly became dry and arid. Analysis of ancient pollen in the region shows that plants suited to a more desert landscape flourished during this time. Analysis of sediment cores and oxygen isotopes in mineral deposits in caves in Israel have all shown that the 13th and 12th centuries BC saw much less rain than the previous era. And this all points to a period of climate change in the region, during which the crops that people knew how to grow must have died in the earth. Alongside this scientific evidence, we can see marks of severe droughts and famines in the region's written records too. The Hittites in their dry, stony mountains were hit particularly hard. Letters from Ugarit write about sending large quantities of rain up to the hill roads to feed the mighty cities like Hattusha, and the crisis seems to have lasted a long time. In the mid-13th century, one Hittite queen sent a short but dramatic message to the Egyptian pharaoh.
I have no grain in my lands.
Another tablet sent from the Hittites is equally telling.
Did you not know there was a famine in my lands?
Elsewhere, letters sent from a servant to his master, who was a merchant in Ugarit, show that there was a famine in the city of Emar in Syria at the time of its destruction.
There is a famine in your house. We will all die of hunger. If you do not quickly arrive here, you will not see a living soul from your land.
And I want to make it clear that there had been famines and droughts in the region before. It was simply a fact of life for people living in the precarious reality of the Bronze Age. But the climate change that occurred around this time seems to have happened so quickly and been so dramatic that scientists have been looking far afield for an explanation. And to get to the bottom of why this happened, one answer might lie nearly 4,000 kilometers to the north. Let's zoom out and soar around the globe, across Europe and the stormy waters of the North Atlantic, until we come to rest on the slopes of the snowy mountains of southern Iceland. This is a harsh landscape, a snowy tundra over which the shadow of an enormous volcano looms. Its name is Hekla, and it's one of the world's most active volcanoes. In the ancient and medieval imagination, Hekla was thought to be the gate to hell and the prison when the traitor Judas was tormented. The Cistercian monk Rabbi of Clairvaux wrote about it with particular colour.
Mount Etna, the renowned fiery cauldron of Sicily, which men called Hell's Chimney. That cauldron is affirmed to be like a small furnace compared to this enormous inferno.
So can it be a coincidence that the most cataclysmic eruption of Hekla we know about was the one that took place sometime around the year 1100 BC, right as the Bronze Age collapse reached its height? This eruption is known as Hekla III. It threw nearly 7.5 cubic kilometers of volcanic rock into the atmosphere and covered the sky in a dark shroud of dust that would have lasted for years after the event. In Ireland, studies done on bog oaks, those are trees half fossilized in marshy waters, have shown that for 18 years after the eruption of Hekla III, the trees barely grew at all. Across the Atlantic in the United States, bristlecone pines, the oldest living trees on Earth, still show similar records of this time of darkness and cooling, which seems to have lasted about 2 decades. And the effect on our region would have been dramatic. Crops would have failed, soils would have blown away, and more than that, the dark cloud that seemed to hang over the sun would have spoken to people of something dreadful on its way, a punishment from the gods, and perhaps even the end of the world. As people looked up and saw the sun only a pale white through the haze, they must have asked, what did we do wrong? Why have our gods forsaken us? And why haven't our kings protected us? When we dig into an archaeological site and find traces of destruction, we can never really tell who it was who burned this building, destroyed this wall, or buried the city in rubble. But some historians now think that some of the destruction of the Bronze Age may have occurred due to uprisings and rebellions within the kingdoms. If the gods were angry at the king, so were the people. The spread of iron weapons would have also empowered these mobs and allowed them to arm themselves with weaponry previously unseen outside of a professional army. And I don't want to do too much speculation, but with famine, drought, and disease spreading, I think there's a good chance that the citizens of some of these ancient empires simply rose up and burned their own cities to the ground. And the thing is, if we buy the theory of the Hekla III eruption, it forces us to reevaluate our portrait of the sea peoples as a marauding armada of destruction. Were the sea peoples, in fact, refugees? Imagine the situation. You were a citizen of an island in the Mediterranean, say Sardinia or Sicily, and one year the sky turns dim, the sun peeks through the grey haze with pale light, drought soon follows, and the crops no longer grow. Starvation begins to set in on your island, chaos begins to spread. There are riots for food, and everywhere people are saying the gods are angry, that the world is dying. And then the next year at harvest time, the same thing happens. The sun is still weak, and the crops still don't grow. And now waves of people begin arriving in your lands. Hungry people from the far north, where the sun is even dimmer, where the worst winters in living memory are ravaging the lands, when nothing grows. What do? Do you stay and hope the sun comes back? Hope the crops grow next year? Do you hope that your new, hungry neighbors are friendly? Or do you band together? My guess is that you do one of the things you do best. You build ships. And then you set sail for somewhere else, somewhere where the sun might still shine. It's easy to imagine this band of seagoing nomads starting small. They go from place to place, trying to find somewhere the gods haven't abandoned. But it's the same everywhere. Society is disentangling the wake of famines and droughts that last for years, and wherever they go, more desperate people join them. They get stronger, and in desperation they resort to theft. They steal from merchant vessels and in small villages. They capture prisoners and gain new recruits. Their strength grows and grows until it becomes truly overwhelming, an army of the sea. It seems no one can stand in their way. A roving band of refugee warriors roaming the oceans in search of somewhere to call home. I find this portrait of the sea peoples the most convincing.
of their mystery, how such a vast force of diverse people suddenly looms out of the sea with seemingly no direction, no leaders, and no command structure. If this portrait of them is true, then the sea peoples must have been anarchic, probably changing leaders frequently. There would have been opposing goals within the group. Some would have wanted to find land to settle, others just to loot and burn. And when they met their deaths in the shady shallows of the Nile Delta, in the hands of Pharaoh Ramses III, they must have felt the utter hopelessness of their situation bear down on them. They were people without a land who had brought so much destruction to the homes of others, and their final desperate gamble to seize the lands of Egypt had failed. If this sounds like too much of an unhappy ending, then I should at least mention that some of the sea peoples, at least, escaped total destruction in the marshes of the Nile. In fact, one of the groups that made up their wandering army seems to have settled down in the region of what is today Gaza in southern Palestine. There, they put down their roots as a people. They were known as the Palestine, who the Hebrews later called Pelasha, and we today call Philistines. They would come to be remembered as one of the great rival nations to the kingdom of Israel. And the word Philistine has given us the modern name of the region, Palestine. So as we weigh up the evidence, a picture begins to emerge of a complex and tangled web of societies so dependent on each other that they could not allow each other to fall. These societies sent food to each other in times of famine. They sent artists and artisans to work on each other's palaces, and merchants took luxury goods between the markets in their great cities. And while this interdependency was a strength, it was also their greatest weakness. And with the climate changing, and people from other lands fleeing, perhaps invaders landing on their coasts, this interdependent system began to come apart at the seams. One by one, these great civilizations fell. The trade routes that had sustained them fell apart, and the basic necessities that allowed their empires to continue were no longer available. Meanwhile, the spread of iron weapons allowed smaller, less complex kingdoms to amass vast hordes of infantry and challenge the typically chariot-based warfare of the previous era. Rebellions seem to have rocked at least some of these nations, further weakening and toppling them over into chaos. The events of the late Bronze Age remind us just how fragile a thing civilization is. It reminds us that in our world today, we are not isolated nations either, that we too live in a complex and interdependent world. But once war and violence are set into action, we can rarely contain its consequences. Think about how it must have felt to be a person alive in this time, to see the collapse of so many great civilizations all at once, and how it must have felt to pass from a golden age of civilization to one of rubble and ruin. Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I've been Paul Cooper. I'd love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M. Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and to see behind the scenes, you can follow the podcast on Fall of Civs World, _ separating words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, but you also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this possible. If you think you can spare anything, please do head over to Patreon and support the podcast today. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening. 1695, right at the end of the 17th century, a Spanish monk fled barefoot and starving through the tropical forests of Central America. His name was Andres Avendaño y Loyola, and along with his men, he was dying of thirst and hunger. Their faces had been torn by thorns, and his feet cut open by pieces of flint scattering the swampy ground. Avendaño and his men had been part of a mission to the city of Tayasa, an island stronghold that was the last independent holdout of a once mighty civilization, the Maya. Avendaño's mission had been to convince the Mayan king of Tayasa to convert to Christianity and to accept the dominion of Spanish control, which had now spread to cover most of Central and South America. But Avendaño's mission had failed. The Mayan people of Tayasal had rejected him, and now Avendaño and his men fled through the jungle back to Spanish lands. Their journey was hard and treacherous. They climbed over hill after hill through thick forest cover, desperate for food and water, their legs almost giving out from under them. But then they came over the crest of one hill and saw something that stopped them in their tracks. It was an enormous pyramid of stone, jutting out of the forest canopy, tangled with roots and vines. And although Avendaño was weak from hunger and thirst, he still found strength enough to approach the ruins.
There was a great variety of ruins. They were very high, my strength was little. I climbed up them. Some trouble. There were formal convents with small cloisters and many living rooms roofed over, and a large little wagon, lighted with faster. It seemed to us that these buildings were standard settlement. But we found ourselves, as we saw afterwards, very far from settlement.
At the time that Avendaño stumbled across this ruined city, the Mayan civilization was a shadow of its former glory. The invasion of the Spanish in the 16th century had spread diseases like smallpox that harrowed the Mayan population, long before the Spanish conquistadors arrived with guns, steel blades, and war dogs to subjugate the remaining population. Avendaño had seen Mayan people living relatively simple lives on the northern coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. But what he encountered here was something different. These were the ruins of a city that rivaled the ancient capitals of the Old World in size, magnificence, and grandeur. Avendaño couldn't have known it then, but he had stumbled across the ruins of the great Mayan capital of Tikal. For 7 centuries, Tikal had ruled a vast empire, conquered its enemies, and raised monuments of astonishing size and quality. And Tikal wasn't alone. It was just one of at least 40 Mayan cities that had flourished in this region, giving birth to a thriving and colourful culture of arts and literature. And then, over 500 years before any European first set foot on the American continent, this complex society had collapsed. The great city of Tikal was abandoned, along with every single other city in the area. After this catastrophe, the forest swept in to reclaim the stones of Tikal. Its imposing pyramids were left to crumble one by one into the earth. And the story of exactly what happened is still one of humanity's greatest mysteries. My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Every episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at that great romantic mystery, the fall of the classic Maya civilization. I want to show how this great civilization grew up among environmental conditions that no other society has ever contended with. I want to explore the fatal flaws that lay beneath the surface of this civilization and describe what happened after its final and cataclysmic collapse. Despite Avendaño's encounter with the ruins of Tikal, the legacy of the Mayan civilization didn't really capture the world's attention until the early decades of the 19th century. This is down to the work of the American writer and explorer John Lloyd Stevens and his artist companion Catherwood. The pair had traveled together for 2 weeks through the deep Guatemalan interior, following rumors that the ruins of an ancient city lay somewhere in the jungle. They traveled in greater comfort than Avendaño, but their journey was still difficult. They were beset by mosquitoes and the constant mud of the seasonal rains. But as they rounded a bend in the river, they came across a sight that Avendaño would have recognized. It was the top of a towering pyramid, just visible above the trees.
We ascended by large stone steps, in some places perfect, and in others thrown down by trees which had grown up between the crevices. We followed our guide through the thick forest, among half-buried fragments, to 14 monuments. One displaced from its pedestal by enormous roots, another locked in the close embrace of branches of trees and almost lifted out of the earth, another hurled to the ground, bound down by huge vines and creepers. The only sounds that disturbed the quiet of this buried city were the noise of the monkeys.
Stevens and Catherwood to explore over 40 sites around the Yucatan Peninsula. And the book Stevens wrote, illustrated with Catherwood's detailed lithographs, created a sensation around the world. Until then, it was thought that only old world civilizations like Egypt or Babylon had built cities of such magnitude and elegance. People of the time simply refused to believe that such enormous constructions had been built by the people who now lived a relatively simple existence in Central America and called themselves the Maya. 19th century experts flocked to the news, proclaiming that ancient Egyptians, Indians, Chinese or Norse explorers must have crossed the ocean from the Old World and built these towering pyramids here in the forest. Some even suggested that they had been built by the mythical lost tribes of Israel, or even the inhabitants of Atlantis. But at the time, Stevens caused something of a stir. He was the person who had most extensively explored these ruined places, and he claimed that these cities were indeed a product of the Mayan people.
Working our way through the thick woods, we came upon a square stone column, about 14 feet high and 3 feet wide on each side, sculptured in bold relief. These were works of art, proving that the people who once occupied the continent of America were not savages.
Stevens insisted that these vast ancient cities had been built up over centuries by an advanced society indigenous to the New World. To him, these ruins told that story clearly enough. But of course, they also told another story. It was the story of a catastrophe that had few precedents in human history. The dramatic and wholesale collapse of an entire advanced society.
In the romance of the world's history, nothing ever impressed me more forcibly than the spectacle of this once great and lovely city, overturned, desolate and lost, discovered by accident, overgrown with trees. It did not even have a name to distinguish it.
Today, we do know the original Mayan names of some of these cities, and that's due to the tireless work of archaeologists who painstakingly decoded the Maya's written language. Before we dive into describing the collapse of the classic Maya civilization, I think it's worth pausing for a moment over how much of a miracle it is that any of this writing still survives. The Maya were a literate culture. They wrote on books made of bark paper or deer skin, using reed pens and conch shells as inkwells. They used a rich and complex system of the only true writing system thought to have ever developed in the Americas. The Maya used their writing in a sophisticated and often playful way. But after the arrival of the Europeans, the written language of the Maya was nearly eradicated. And we can place the blame for that tragedy at the feet of one particular villain, a sadistic and fanatical Spanish bishop called Diego de Landa. The span of de Landa's life neatly matches up to the Spanish conquest of Central America. In 1521, 3 years before he was born, the great Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan had fallen to the Spanish. And by the time the baby de Landa arrived screaming into the world, the Spanish had already conquered a large part of Mexico, enveloping it into a vast colonial territory that they called New Spain. And from there, the Spanish conquistadors, or conquerors, moved south into the densely forested lands of Yucatan, the lands of the Maya. And in the lands they conquered, the Spanish colonialists ruthlessly exploited the indigenous populations. One surviving Mayan text, the Chilam Balam, records how the Mayan people felt at the time.
It was the beginning of tribute, the beginning of church dues, the beginning of strife with guns, the beginning of strife by trampling on people with horses, the beginning of robbery and violence, the beginning of forced deaths.
But the Mayan people, without steel or gunpowder, fought fiercely against their colonizers. So fiercely, in fact, that it took the Spanish 200 years to conquer them completely. As the conquistadors advanced into the Yucatan, the Maya fought guerrilla campaigns in the forests. Their fighters were protected only by padded cotton armor, armed only with stone weapons and flint spears. But they ambushed Spanish soldiers with great effectiveness and laid spike traps for the Spanish horsemen. And it was into this atmosphere of insurgency that Diego de Landa walked, a young man at the age of 25 when he first set foot in the New World. The year was 1549. De Landa was meticulous in his work. He kept detailed notes about everything he saw, about the Mayan culture, language, and society, and he did so in order to better identify its weaknesses. As a missionary, he soon earned a reputation for being fearless. He would often venture deep into the jungle, into areas that had only recently been conquered by the Spanish, where hatred of the Europeans was bitter. And perhaps it was this fearlessness that meant he was eventually put in charge of bringing the Roman Catholic faith to the Mayan people. Until then, the Spanish had exempted the Mayans from the notorious cruelty of the Spanish Inquisitions. But the sight of Mayan people continuing to honor their old gods disgusted the new bishop, and de Landa soon announced the beginning of an Inquisition, the first of its kind in the New World. De Landa was brutal in his methods. He tortured countless Mayan people, hanging them from their necks as a form of interrogation. And in the midst of it all, he built a great bonfire in the center of one of the last Mayan cities. He gathered together all of the ancient books he could find, centuries of accumulated knowledge, writings on the history of the Mayan people, their study of mathematics, astronomy, poetry, and literature. And de Landa threw these into the fire and watched as they burned. He later wrote about this event in his memoirs.
We found a great number of books containing these letters, and as they contained but superstition and the lies of the devil, we burned them all, which dismayed and distressed these people greatly.
Only 3 Maya books are known to have survived this act. This ancient language was nearly lost completely. But history, as always, has something of a sense of sarcasm. De Landa's meticulous notes about the Mayan people have survived, and in those books he wrote down something that he called the Mayan alphabet. It's not a complete dictionary of Mayan symbols, because de Landa only asked for the letters that already existed in Spanish. But these notes were actually crucial to the later effort to decipher the ancient writings of the Maya. So this is one of the first ironies that gather inscriptions that the Maya wrote on pottery on their plastered walls that they carved into bone and shell or chipped onto the walls of their temples and palaces. These inscriptions have transformed our understanding of the society that once ruled the Yucatan Peninsula. We now know that Avendaño and Stevens were right, that when the Spanish arrived in the New World, the Maya were already an ancient culture. They had built vast cities and monuments to rival any in the old world. And then, like so many civilizations, their golden age had passed. Over 500 years before the first European ever set foot on the American continent, the whole of Mayan civilization, over 40 large cities and countless people, had collapsed. Hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of people, simply disappeared from the region, and the forests crept back to cover its ruins forever. Before we dive into discussing exactly how this collapse occurred, I think it's worth asking, who were the Maya? And it's important to understand that they were not one people, one empire. They were a loose collection of city-states and kingdoms clustered around the Yucatan, right where the continents of North and South America meet. In modern terms, that's the area of Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and the very south of Mexico. The Maya spoke a family of related languages and shared a cohesive culture that built stepped pyramids, drank hot chocolate from ornately patterned vases, and made headdresses of emerald green quetzal feathers. They were a people of contradictions who developed a mathematics capable of calculating dates in the millions of years, but who never invented the wheel, the arch, or the pulley. They gave themselves colourful names that drew from the natural world around them, like Lady Sharkfin, True Magician Jaguar, Doublebird, or Smoke Serpent. Early Spanish accounts of the Maya's appearance describe the jade plugs they wore in their ears, how they tattooed their skin with green ink and painted themselves with red and black paint. The Maya believed that time was circular, that history really did repeat itself, and that the future could literally be foretold by learning about the past. They worshipped a complex pantheon of gods, including the sun god, the god of corn and rain, the gods of the sky, and the gods of the underworld who lived in deep caves and sinkholes. And perhaps you already have an idea of the Maya as having an insatiable appetite for human sacrifice. Modern films like Apocalypto might have given you that idea. But we should be cautious about how we approach that subject. For centuries, garish stories of human sacrifice formed the cornerstone of European propaganda and their justification for the theft of Mayan land. Evidence shows that ritual killings did feature in Mayan society, but it was usually limited and small scale. And as we've already seen, the Europeans could be just as brutal in the application of their faith. The Mayans famously played balls with fire. One Spanish writer, Herrera, wrote one account of this sport in the New World.
The king took much delight in seeing sports at north, which the Spaniards have since prohibited. Ball was made of the gum of a tree that grows in hot countries. Though hard and heavy to the hand, it did bound and fly as well as other footballs.
And if we knew nothing else about the Maya, the colossal ruins they left behind would be enough to prove their ingenuity. But when you acknowledge the environmental challenges the Maya faced in the forests of Guatemala, you really appreciate the monumental achievement that their cities represent. The Yucatan Peninsula is a shelf of limestone of a sort called karst. It acts a little like a sponge, and over millions of years, rainwater has poured deep channels into this soft rock and filled it with holes like Swiss cheese. There are barely any rivers here, since any rainwater that falls is immediately drained away into the twisting current of deep underground caves. Instead, the water gathers in vast underground sinkholes called cenotes. These are pools of still water surrounded by echoey cave walls, often overgrown with vines and creepers. These were sacred places to the Maya, places where you could access the underworld and its gods.
but they were also crucial to this civilization's survival. The Maya were constantly battling to preserve water, and to do this, they dug vast tanks, plastering the bottoms of the cenotes to make them watertight. They built complex systems of water control that allowed water to flow from higher tanks to lower and to irrigate their raised fields. And in all of this, the Maya couldn't rely on four-legged help. In Europe and Asia, domestication of animals like the horse and ox was one great driver of civilizational progress. Even in the Andes, in Peru, Chile, or Bolivia, the presence of the llama allowed peoples like the Inca to carry heavy weights across long distances. But in the Maya lowlands, the only large animal was the shy and reclusive tapir, which they sometimes hunted for food. All transportation was done simply on human backs, using the simple technology of a strap tied around the forehead. And another challenge was the inefficiency of Maya farming. Their staple foods like corn were very low in protein, and the harsh landscape meant that agriculture was a constant battle against the forces of tropical nature. The soil in Yucatan is very thin, sometimes only a few centimeters deep before you reach stone. It easily loses its fertility or becomes washed away. The Maya largely relied on slash and burn agriculture, hacking and burning the forest away in patches in order to grow a few rounds of crops, before letting the tropical forest rush back in to reclaim the land. And the storage of food was a problem too. In the humid environment of Guatemala and southern Mexico, it was difficult to store corn for more than a year before it started going moldy. And one final point before we move on is that for most of their history, the Maya were essentially a Stone Age society. Copper working began in Mexico in the 7th century, long before contact with Europeans, but it took several centuries to work its way down to the Mayan lowlands. The Maya never worked iron or mixed copper with tin to make bronze. To cut and carve stone, they used blades made of obsidian, a kind of volcanic glass that forms an incredibly sharp cutting edge when properly worked. So every one of the great pyramids and temples you can see today was not only constructed without animals and pulleys, but also carved in all their ornate intricacy without metal tools. But despite these challenges, the Maya flourished, the only great civilization to ever arise in the midst of such harsh conditions. The earliest signs of the Mayan civilization began around the year 1800 BC, nearly 2,000 years before the beginning of the Christian calendar. From this time, Mayan people domesticated maize, beans, squashes, and chili peppers, as well as the cacao bean, which they used to make a rich drinking chocolate. The inscription on one ornately patterned vase from the city of Mashal, called the Vase of the Seven Gods, shows that chocolate was often drunk in celebration, and new groves of trees were planted on special occasions, like the birth of a young prince.
This drinking vessel for the fruit of a new grove of cacao trees. It belongs to the smooth-skinned sprout, the young boy who listened, son-eyed Lord Jaguar, the owner of the trees.
The Mayan world was essentially divided into two zones, the highlands and the lowlands. The highlands were of crucial importance to the Maya, a spine of rocky mountains covered with pine forest that follow the line of the continental shelf. In those cool hills, the Maya found obsidian and the greenish precious stone jade, which they carved into marvelous trinkets. And the highlands were also home to the quetzal, a bird with bright emerald green feathers that the Maya used to create headdresses for their kings and priests. And if you stood in these highlands with your back to the Pacific Ocean, you would see ahead of you a flat, undulating plain stretching out into the distance. 400 kilometers away, the peninsula ends at the curving Atlantic coast, broken with bays and lagoons. And it's within this basin that all the great wealth of Mayan cities rose. This was a network of societies that looked a little like the classical Greece of Sparta and Athens, or Renaissance Italy. Think of the Pope ruling in Rome, the Medici family in Florence, the Doge in Venice. Different centers of power all sharing a common culture, but in constant opposition for power. In Mayan conceptions of the universe, the gods created 3 worlds previous to the current one, each of them resulting in failure. They believed themselves to live in the 4th world. And it's true that when the Mayan cities of the classic period began to grow and thrive, there had already been a number of rises and falls. But through the 3rd and 4th centuries, Mayan cities began to grow with astounding speed. And for much of the Mayan classic period, the largest and most powerful of these was the city of Tikal. When the fugitive monk Aventano stumbled across the ruins of Tikal, it's clear why they had such an effect on him. That's because Tikal is home to some of the most spectacular ruins in the Mayan world. Its limestone temples tower up to a height of 64 meters, or 22 stories, almost as high as the towers of the Brooklyn Bridge. These temples were topped with enormous masks of the jaguar sun god, and originally painted a brilliant deep red. When making the first Star Wars film, George Lucas used Tikal as the setting of his rebel base on a moon of the planet Yavin, and it's not hard to see why. Today the ruins do look otherworldly, the tips of those ancient pyramids just peeking above the trees. But Tikal is also one of the Mayan cities whose history we understand the best. A long list of its rulers has been discovered, and excavations have uncovered the tombs of those same rulers. Archaeologists now believe that this city may have held as many as 90,000 people during its height. But to understand the history of Tikal, we also have to introduce another huge player in this region. And this player stands as a shadowy force behind much of what occurred in the Mayan world. This was the city of Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan lay over 1,500 kilometers away in the Valley of Mexico. It was a vast city of stone pyramids, today much of it buried beneath the urban sprawl of Mexico City. But at its time, it was the largest city in the pre-Columbian Americas. Teotihuacan commanded a powerful military and controlled all the crucial trade networks across the continent. It had a monopoly over a particular kind of green obsidian that was of exceptional hardness and quality. In this era, it wouldn't be too far off to think of Teotihuacan as something like an early version of the United States. It was cosmopolitan and multi-ethnic, with a population estimated at 125,000, which would have made it at least the 6th largest city in the world at the time. Unlike the United States in modern times, it was also fond of intervening in the politics of its southern neighbors. In the early centuries of the first millennium, Teotihuacan began aggressively expanding its sphere of influence, extending trade routes far south into the Mayan lands, establishing embassies in faraway cities, and spreading that shining green obsidian far into the forests of Central America. The Mayan city of Tikal came under the influence of Teotihuacan in the 4th century AD. It's not clear if this was a military conquest, a palace coup, or a diplomatic intervention, but we do know that a young ruler, Yashnunahir, which means curl nose, rose to power in Tikal with the apparent help of this distant superpower. One stone carving in Tikal shows King Curl-Nose being crowned, while Mexican soldiers look on, carrying distinctive dark braids. the center, they build a temple together that has stepped sides like the Mayan temples, but a fanned crown on top like the Mexican. It's a clear image of collaboration and partnership, and might even show the construction of an embassy in Tikal. Is this harmonious image an accurate portrayal of the situation? We don't know, but under the influence of Teotihuacan, Tikal grew in wealth and power until it was the most powerful city in the Mayan world. Its empire at its greatest height contained a population of 500,000 people. One useful hieroglyphic in the Mayan system is one called Yaha. It means his Lord. And when we see it in the inscriptions of one city talking about another, we know that this city has been subjugated. The other city has become their Aha, or Lord. Around the time that Tikal started its partnership with Teotihuacan, its neighbors began using this phrase to describe its kings. Tikal's soldiers fanned out across the Mayan world, armed with weapons made of that green Teotihuacan obsidian. Its city after city fell under its banner. It was the beginnings of a true empire, and for a while it looked like Tikal's plan to rule the Mayan lowlands might have worked. That is, were it not for one very important thing in their way. That's their great rival, the city of Calakmul. Calakmul was a city with a very distinctive character. Like Tikal, it too was building an empire. And in every dominion it conquered, Calakmul's people marked the site with its head, a snake head, which in the Mayan script makes the sound ka. Its lords called themselves Vulcan Ha, or the Lords of the Snake. Another interesting feature of Calakmul is the emphasis it put on the female line of its royalty. Whereas the inscriptions in Tikal only speak about kings, those in Calakmul mention the joint rule of a king and a queen. And Calakmul was proud of its roots, which it traced back to the ancient Maya of the pre-classic period. So while Tikal had a kind of international outlook, allied with the distant superpower Teotihuacan, it seems the people of Calakmul saw themselves as the true inheritors of the Maya legacy. And Calakmul was a powerful city too. It was surrounded by a complex system of canals, and its many buildings are tightly packed, clustered like the skyscrapers of a modern city. But in the early centuries of the Classic period, Calakmul was outmatched by the might of Tikal, swollen as it was by the riches of Teotihuacan. The rulers of Calakmul, the so-called Lords of the Snake, must have calculated that the only way to challenge the supremacy of Tikal was to outplay them in the game of strategy. Calakmul set out on a centuries-long game of chess with their rivals. They slowly gathered the small states that surrounded Tikal into a network of allies, threatening Tikal's trade routes and supply lines, slowly suffocating it. It was a kind of cold war, and for this reason, the snake stones carved by Calakmul are by far the most numerous of all the Mayan city-states. They appear right across the Mayan world, and often in places that for Tikal would have proven pretty inconvenient, threatening their trade routes and menacing the farmland. And the strategy, although slow, was a success. From the second half of the 6th century AD, Calakmul gained the upper hand. The distant power of Teotihuacan fell under mysterious circumstances, and now Tikal was left all alone, surrounded by its enemies. But it wasn't until the rule of one particular king, a man known as Double Bird, that Tikal's fortunes would really take a turn for the worse. Double Bird seems to have been particularly bad at the game of politics, and we know this because his actions would lose the city of Tikal, one of its key allies in the region, a city known today as Calakmul. Calakmul was once one of Tikal's mountains. As part of its service, it would have paid tribute in the form of food and valuables. It would have sent soldiers to fight for Tikal in its wars, and workers to build its temples. But at least in the year 553,
That's what Caracol still was, but it's possible that the formed tongue of Kalakmul was already beginning to erode this alliance. In any case, the king of Tikal, Doublebird, wouldn't help matters. I have to stop here for a moment and point out that we understand very little about warfare in the Mayan world. The Maya often undertook low-level skirmishes, and their wars seem to have served a largely ceremonial and symbolic function. These wars, known as axe wars, would have involved perhaps only a few hundred fighters, and their main purpose seems to have been to capture prisoners for sacrifice to the gods, to decapitate an important noble from its axe war, and presumably to bring back plunder and glory to the capital. The Mayans in general were not interested in wars and conquest, but just occasionally a different kind of war was undertaken, which had a more brutal and all-encompassing nature. And these wars are referred to in the Mayan inscriptions as star wars. As far as I can tell, the previous connection to George Lucas is a coincidence. The name Star War comes from a specific type of glyph used in the Maya script, which depicts a star showering the earth with fire. And this war seems to have been something quite rare in the Maya world, a war of total conquest and destruction. The inscriptions, as always, are hard to decipher, but it seems that in the year 556, the king of Tikal, Doublebird, embarked on an axe war, a low-level attack against his former ally, the city of Caracol. His soldiers have swept into its territory wearing padded cotton armor, wielding flint spears and clubs studded with blades of green obsidian. They would have burned villages inside Caracol's sphere of influence, robbed anything they could get away with, and kidnapped a number of its citizens, who they would later have sacrificed in one of Tikal's temples. Doublebird's reasons for ordering this attack are unclear. It could have been a way of punishing some kind of insult from Caracol. Perhaps Caracol hadn't been fulfilling the duties expected of it as an underling, or Tikal feared that it was falling under the influence of its great enemy, Kalakmul. Whatever the reason, the rulers of Caracol didn't take this axe war in good humor. In retaliation, they announced the beginning of a true war, a star war, against their former masters in Tikal. We can assume that Kalakmul gave every help it could to Tikal's enemies. It lived up to its reputation as the kingdom of the snake, putting its pieces into place for centuries, building a network of allies that surrounded Tikal and cut off its supply routes, wrapping itself around Tikal and choking the life from the once great city. And now it seems that crushing grip tightened. In the year 562, the once great city of Tikal was surrounded and besieged. Its defenses were overwhelmed, and its enemies swept into the city, smashing shrines and temples. Tikal's enemies uprooted the stone monuments proclaiming the achievements of its rulers, broke them and buried their pieces. They vandalized carvings of its kings, lopping off the heads of its sculptures, chipping at their faces with stone tools. And the destruction was devastating. For the next century, Tikal's population stopped growing. For 100 years, no stone carvings or great public monuments were erected. Its people were buried with only meager possessions, and production of painted pottery ground to a halt. The fate of Tikal's king, Doublebird, is unknown. He was probably taken back to Caracol or Kalakmul and executed on the top of the pyramid. A new king was put in place in Tikal, a man named Animal Skull. And although we know almost nothing about him, inscriptions in his tomb show that he was not the son of Doublebird. For the next century, Kalakmul and not Tikal would rule the Yucatan. But this great Mayan rivalry would go on. Tikal would regain the upper hand and then lose it. Wars between the two cities' allies would blaze on for generations. But it wasn't war that caused the collapse of the Mayan world, at least, not entirely. To get to the root cause of this collapse, we will have to look at how Mayan society structured itself. the fatal flaws built into its civilization, and the tensions and conflicts that would ultimately tear it apart. One way that we can track the progress of the Mayan collapse is by looking at the number of inscriptions they left. When times were good, the Maya erected new temples, palaces, and carved monuments. So we can see that around the year 500, as the classic Mayan period just got started, the number of dated monuments was quite low. In the city of Copan, for instance, there were only 10 built in the year 514. But as the years went by and Mayan society grew, the number of monuments at Copan skyrocketed. It increased to 20 per year just a century later. And by the year 750, over 40 monuments were being constructed each year. But then the collapse set in. After this, the number of dated monuments begins to falter. Only 50 years later, in the year 800, only 10 monuments were built. And in the year 900, the construction of new monuments had ended. From the year 800 onwards, all across the Mayan lowland, these inscriptions start to die out, faltering like a failing radio signal, and then crackling out into silence. Each of these cities goes out one by one, like lights blinking out in the dark. The process began in the southwest, along the Usumacinta River. At the city of Guanampak, the last date of an inscription is the year 792. The city of Yaxchilan fell silent in the year 808. And from there, this wave of doom washed over the whole of the Mayan lowlands. The great snake city of Calakmul went silent after the year 810, and Copan followed in 822. Tikal held out another 70 years after the fall of its great rival, but it too finally fell into the darkness in the year 889. The last Maya inscription of all, in the remote city of Tonina, comes in the year 909. And the strange thing is, none of these inscriptions give any sense that anything is wrong. There are no prophecies of doom or accounts of terrible events. Maya art doesn't decline either, remains elaborate and highly skilled to the end. So what happened? How could this vibrant and powerful culture collapse so suddenly and so completely, leaving not a single warning behind? As with the fall of any civilization, the collapse of the Maya wasn't a simple event. It's hard to point to any one cause and form a simple, one thing leads to another narrative. All of the environmental stresses we discussed earlier meant that to succeed in such a harsh landscape, Mayan society, like any society, had to accumulate a number of stresses and imbalances. Under extreme stress, these would form into fractures, and with sufficient pressure they would splinter along the whole length of their world. Of these stresses, surely the most pressing is the capacity of the Maya to feed their booming population. In order for any society to work, farmers need to produce enough food to feed themselves, and also enough to feed all the people in the society who aren't farmers. The soldiers and carpenters and masons, and of course the king and all his nobles. In a hyper-efficient modern economy like the United States, less than 2% of the population work on farms. Each farmer in America feeds over 150 people as well as themselves, freeing up a huge proportion of the population to do other things. But for the Maya, who used slash and burn agriculture and grew low-protein crops, each farmer could feed perhaps 5 other people. And as the end of the 8th century neared, the Mayan population was booming. In Tikal, for instance, the population in the city centre was 65,000, with a further 30,000 in the outskirts. There were perhaps as many as 800 people living per square kilometre, and they began living in hastily constructed wooden buildings piled on top of one another. Today, when we walk through the spacious plazas and temples of the Mayan cities, it's hard to imagine that those empty, overgrown terraces were once teeming with dense residential population. And as the
population of the Maya lowlands exploded, the demands on its agriculture only increased. Another huge problem was deforestation. Because of what we've seen of the overgrown ruins of Mayan temples, we have a romantic idea of the Maya as a people who lived out their lives beneath the jungle canopy. But by the end of the classic period, the Maya lowlands had been more or less completely deforested. Studies of pollen samples found in lake beds and swamps in the region show that by the end of the 8th century, hardly any forest remained in the Yucatan Peninsula. The Maya cut down the trees, not only in their cities, but between them as well. So if you stood on top of one of the great temples of Tikal or Calakmul around the year 800, you wouldn't see the thick forest canopy you see today. You would have seen houses and streets stretching out in every direction, and beyond that, people toiling in the fields. The Maya used some trees for construction, especially the extremely hard wood sapodilla, which is naturally resistant to termites. But most of the trees would have been used for burning. In order to create lime and water for the construction of their great temples, and the plaster that lavishly coated them, the Maya burned limestone for great pits. This intensive industrial process would have used up a great deal of the forests, and the forest land would then be given over to agriculture. But you can't grow crops on a patch of soil endlessly. The nutrients and minerals that plants depend on soon get depleted unless the soil is given time to rest. The Maya, just like slash and burn farms today, must have understood that the soil needs to be given long fallow periods between growing. The ground needs to return to nature to regain its nutrition. But as the demand for food from the population increased, it's easy to imagine that the farmers were placed under increasing pressure. With the population growing, the rulers of these cities may have ordered their farmers to grow crops on the same soil again and again, with no fallow periods allowed. It would have been a short-sighted strategy, a courted disaster in exchange for short-term gains. But at this point, the Maya may have had little choice. Another huge factor is the role of drought. As we've discussed, one of the greatest challenges the Maya faced was the collection and storage of water. And the climate of the Yucatan is such that variations in annual rainfall can be ignored. Droughts were a common fact of life. In fact, a large part of Mayan infrastructure was designed around planning for them and mitigating their effects. But every system has its limits. Archaeologists who've looked at sediment in the region estimate that in the year 760, the Yucatan Peninsula suffered its worst drought in 7,000 years. This was caused, it seems, by something the Maya would have appreciated all too well: the awesome power of the sun. As the Maya knew, the sun is a fickle god. The radiation it gives out is not constant. It's subject to variation, going through peaks and troughs. Ice cores taken in Greenland confirm that levels of solar radiation around this time reached lows that hadn't been seen for millennia. This caused harsh, dry cold to descend over the northern hemisphere, and global weather systems shifted northwards. All the rain that arrives from the Mayan lowlands comes from the Atlantic on the trade winds, bands of air that move in predictable patterns across the Atlantic Ocean. With a northward shift of these winds, a brutal drought will descend on the Maya, and this event coincides neatly with the Great Collapse. Archaeologist Betty Meggers has combined physics and anthropology to propose a fascinating theory. She asks us to think about human societies as simple thermodynamic systems. For Meggers, our societies are like machines or organisms. They require a strong, stable form of energy to flow through them. And she argues that this energy is what allows the system to organize itself into increasingly complex forms. Increased complexity allows greater collection of energy, and so the society grows. But if the strong flow of energy is cut off to a system, that system then collapses to a level of organization that can be supported with the energy
resources or their control results in increased cultural complexity. A decline in energy resources should result in a decline in cultural complexity.
But if the solar radiation theory is correct, it might be worth us putting Mega's theories to work. Mayan society was suddenly unable to contain its complexity as a result of the sun's sudden drop in radiation, and it imploded. In some places, the collapse was so drastic that the entire area was abandoned. In the Chilam Balam, a surviving Mayan text from the post-contact era, you can almost hear the echoes of some recognition, some authentic memory of what might have happened during this time.
When our rulers increased in numbers, when they introduced the drought, the hues of the animals burned, the seashore burned, the sea of misery. So it was said on high, that the face of the sun was eaten, and the face of the sun was darkened, when his face was extinguished.
One site where we have a detailed understanding of exactly what happened during the collapse is the city of Copan, now in western Honduras. Copan was a small but densely populated city, built in a narrow and steep-sided river valley lined with pine forests. Its people loved sports. It had the largest ball court of any classical Maya city, and it used the symbol of the leaf note bat as its emblem and inscriptions. For much of its history, it was a close ally of Tikal, and fought wars on its behalf. Copan was a trading outpost, perfectly positioned to profit from the trade in obsidian, jade, and quetzal feathers coming down from the hills. In the fertile alluvial silt of the valley floor, the Mayans could feed themselves on a thriving agriculture, growing their staples of corn, beans, and chili peppers. But the soil on the hills around Copan is less fertile. It's more acidic and prone to erosion if cultivated for long periods. Even today, modern farmers can grow barely a third of the amount of corn in the hills when compared to the valley floor. From the 5th century onwards, fueled by this fertile soil and trade, the population of Copan grew. By the year 800, it may have reached as much as 30,000 people, living in this small area of only about 10 square miles. Between the years 650 and 750, construction of royal palaces and monuments was especially frenzied, and nobles other than the king even began erecting their own palaces. This all points to a period of thriving economic success, and the opulent life of the nobles had to be supported by the hard work of Copan's farmers. As Copan grew through the 5th and 6th centuries, it expanded to fill the bottom of the river valley. But as the year 650 came around, space was beginning to run out. After that, people began to build their homes on the valley sides. It must have looked a little like a Brazilian favela today, houses climbing on top of each other on the slopes. But these dwellings were inhabited only for about a century. And the reason for that can be seen in the layer of sediment that today covers their floors. As the people built up the mountainsides, the ground was eroding. Pollen samples taken around this time show that the pine forests that once covered these hills had been gradually cut down. As these trees disappeared, their roots no longer held together the fragile soils on the valley sides, and the earth would now be swept away by the rains. This acidic, low-nutrient soil would have leached down to the valley bottom, reducing its fertility as well. And as the hills were slowly abandoned, the burden of feeding all of Copan's people would have fallen increasingly on the valley bottom. The fields would now need to be worked harder than ever in order to avoid famine, and this would have reduced their fertility even further. Farmers would have likely fought over the last remaining pockets of land. Analysis of skeletal remains from Copan paints a chilling picture. From the year 650 onwards, signs of disease and malnutrition among its
residents increased. Their bones became porous and weak. Their teeth showed increased stress levels. And these signs of ill health showed up in the graves of rich nobles and kings too, although of course the health of the commoners was much worse. And when times were hard in Copan, it's likely that the common people would have blamed their rulers. In the Chilambala, one of the few surviving Maya texts, we can see this connection between the king and the natural world explicitly. This is the first question which will be asked of the chiefs. He shall ask them for his funeral. Bring the sun. Thus it is said to the chiefs, bring the sun, my son. Bear it on the palm of your hand to my plate. The Mayan system of rulership was based on an implicit promise. You support the king's lifestyle, and he will protect you. He will keep the gods happy, the sun shining, and the crops growing. If the king was seen to break that promise, the people may have decided that he had to go. The last we hear from a king of Copan is in the year 822 with a single inscription. It was carved when Copan's last known king, a man called Bukit Tuk, came to the throne, apparently during a period of violence and chaos. He began the carving of a four-sided monument just like his predecessors, but it was never finished. One side shows him being crowned, the next is half carved, but the remaining two sides are blank. It's as if the carver just got up one day in the middle of his job and left. Whoever Bukit Tuk was, he couldn't muster enough support to keep the idea of royalty alive. 3 decades later, in the year 850, the royal palace of Copan was birthed, and history in that city came to an end. With the collapse of royal authority, a time of chaos followed in Copan, but the population didn't leave all at once. In the year 950, a full century after the burning of the royal palace, there were still roughly 15,000 people living in the valley bottom, about half the number at its height. But the population continued to dwindle, and by the 12th century, there is no sign of any inhabitation in the valley. All samples show that past this point, the forests crept back to recover the ruins of Copan. At Tikal, we don't have the same level of detail, but we can trace the collapse of this great city by looking at its monuments and inscriptions. During the mid-8th century, Tikal once again gained the upper hand over its enemy, Calakmul. And with its return to glory, Tikal boomed to an impressive height. As it consolidated its power over the region and gathered all its wayward allies back under its protective umbrella, Tikal also embarked on a burst of construction the likes of which it had never seen. Almost all of Tikal's great temples and pyramids date from the second half of this century. But as the year 800 rolled around, all of that would come to an end. By the mid-800s, it's clear Tikal was coming apart. Its vital allies were now putting up monuments of their own, proclaiming themselves kings of smaller provinces, rather than sworn servants of the great king in Tikal. Monuments began going up in Bashaktul first, asserting their independence from Tikal, and then Ishlu and Jimbal in the north, the same thing was happening. Tikal's dominion was fracturing into a mass of small kingdoms. And what's worse, the kings of these kingdoms often referred to themselves on their carvings as the Holy Lord of Tikal. By the year 900, there was no longer a king in Tikal. There were no longer any people either. The city seems to have fallen into chaos, and the population drifted away. While the palaces and temples of Tikal were abandoned, there's evidence that poor people in the city's outer districts moved in to occupy them. It must have been a strange feeling for these Maya peasants, entering the royal palace for the first time and finding it abandoned. They must have walked its halls in awe and run their hands along its richly painted walls and carved stones. These common people seem to have squatted in the broken pottery, piles of rubbish, now piling high in the corridors of the once opulent halls. These common people also scratched graffiti into the plastered walls of these palaces, images of temples and animals, caricatures of people they knew. But the people who stayed here seem to have continued to revere the great temples and holy palaces of the city. They continued to worship the stone monuments of bygone kings, and even moved them at times to more convenient places. But it seems they weren't able to read what the inscriptions said. Some of the monuments they moved contained writing, and the people who moved them put them back into place upside down. This pattern was repeated around the Mayan lowlands, where common people made journeys into the abandoned cities to pay respects to the slumbering gods. One by one, all of the cities in the Mayan lowlands were abandoned, and it may give you a sense of the scale of the catastrophe and the depth of the damage done to the environment. But no attempt was made at a single one of these cities to ever reoccupy them. The forests of the Maya lowlands grew back, and it's thought that when the Spanish arrived at the end of the 15th century, the trees they saw covering the land had only just recovered from that time. In all of this, a picture does begin to emerge of what happened during the classic Maya collapse. Damage to the environment and a period of climate change combined to cause a failure of agriculture, which led to strains that the Maya political system simply couldn't manage. People finally turned against their rulers, and the hierarchy of society collapsed, reverting to chaotic and simple forms of life. Collapsing cities would have sent refugees fleeing to other cities nearby, exacerbating their own problems, causing a chain reaction of collapse that spread like a fire across the whole region. Perhaps if the Maya had ever formed a unified government, some of these crises could have been averted. But as the large empires of Tikal and Kalakmul atomized and came apart, each city became its own small kingdom. And with agriculture failing everywhere, the only way for some of these kingdoms to survive was to take what they needed from their neighbors. Against the backdrop of drought and famine, 100 bitter wars over scarce resources began. At the site of Piedras Negras, archaeologists have found evidence of buildings being burned during this time and monuments vandalized. At Yaschilan, the central part of the city was hastily fortified with rough stone walls, built using stones taken from the surrounding temples and palaces. It was a last, desperate defense. Spear and javelin heads have also been found here, littering the ground in great numbers, pointing to a violent and bloody battle. It seems that as the fabric of Mayan society came apart, its people turned against one another, and a violent struggle for survival turned the Mayan lowlands into a bloodbath. Today, the crumbling pyramids and cities of the Maya are still being uncovered. In 2015, a geographical feature in Torino that was thought to be a hill turned out to be a Mayan pyramid, and recent measurements have shown it to be one of the largest ever built. At 75 meters tall, it rivals the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan to be the tallest pre-Columbian building in the Americas. And the ongoing battle to decipher the Mayan inscriptions continues. Today we understand a great deal of what we read on the stones of the Mayan temples, but so much more remains untranslated. One thing I find particularly moving is to read the texts of the post-contact Maya, who had been invaded and ravaged by European settlers, whose lands were taken away, whose language and history had been erased. In the time after the Spanish arrival, Mayan people tried to hold together some vestiges of their great tradition. They passed it down by word of mouth from generation to generation, sometimes in secret. And some of these texts survive to this day. But it's a strange kind of survival. Their complex webs of reference, mythology, and symbolism no longer point to anything. All the associations and stories they once referred to have forgotten. All the meanings they would have once carried have been lost. silent testament to the loss of a whole world that will never again return. I want to end the episode by listening to an extract from one of those texts, called The Ritual of the Bacchus. It's an incantation written down by a Mayan shaman after being passed down through the ages from the golden age of his civilization. Today, although we know the meaning of most of the words, we can barely understand any of what the text means. But as you listen, I want you to think about what it must have felt like to watch this great civilization fall. To watch its great monuments, its palaces and ball courts crumble into the earth. Imagine the feeling of doom that must have crept over the whole world, over the wide plains stripped of their trees and scorched with the smoke of burning lime, over the hills and mountains where the quetzal birds still call, and over the empty pyramids, slowly but unstoppably crumbling into the earth.
Kanahao, they say, is the creator. Kanahao, they say, is the darkness. Coming from the fifth level of the sky, the head of the dragonfly, the head covering its worms. It bits the hand of the unfettered creator, the unfettered darkness. It licked the blood in the sweat bath. It licked the blood in the stone bath. Now then, refer to the demented creator, to the demented darkness.
Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I've been Paul Cooper. I'd love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M. Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and to see behind the scenes, you can follow the podcast on Fall of Civs Pod _separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dedicate more time on researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this possible. If you think you can spare anything, please do head over to Patreon and support the podcast today. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening. Sometime around the year 1540, a ship full of Norwegian sailors made the dangerous voyage to Iceland, a frozen island in the middle of the North Atlantic. It was a notoriously dangerous voyage, and when they saw dark storm clouds begin to brew on the horizon, they knew they were in trouble. Their boat was lashed by wind and rain and tossed around like a cork on the towering waves. The storm went on for days, blowing them far off their course with no idea where they were heading. Finally, when all seemed lost, the storm lessened a little, and they sighted land in the distance. They managed to beach their boats through the rough waters in a small cove choked with ice, and there they waited for the remainder of the storm to blow over. They didn't know it then, but the storm had blown them right across the Atlantic Ocean, and the coast they now sheltered on was in Greenland, a bleak and icy waste on the north of the American continent. In these days, Greenland was an icy tundra where no sensible European would ever think to venture. But as the men waited for the storm to die down, they spotted something not far from their boat. It was a man, face down, dead in the snow. They saw his clothes made from seal skins and the fur in his hood, and they thought that he must be an Inuit, one of the indigenous inhabitants of Greenland. As they approached, something didn't look right. They turned the man over and saw with surprise that he had red hair and pale skin. He was a Norseman, just like them, but he was dressed in the clothes of an Inuit hunter. On his head was a hood of maid, and otherwise clothes of frieze cloth and of sealskin. In it was a sheath knife, bent and much worn and eaten away. They thought he must have wandered through the wilderness in these clothes to the coast, perhaps trying to find a ship to carry him away. And then he died right there on the beach, all alone at the edge of the world. Moved by the sight of this man, the sailors took his knife. When the weather cleared and they set sail back to Iceland, they took the knife with them. They must have rolled it around in their hands and wondered to themselves, who was this Norseman so far from home? Why was he dressed in the clothes of an Inuit hunter? And in this bleak and uninhabited waste, where in all the world had he come from?
Let us now return to the Middle East, to the heartland of Babylonia, the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, for the immediate post-Talmudic period, which is associated with the leaders of the academies known as the Gaonim. The term Gaon is derived from the Hebrew word Ga'ava, which means pride. It can also mean arrogance, depending on the way in which it's used. Like to say a person is a Baal Gaiva would mean to say they're a very arrogant person. But in this context, it means like the pride and joy of the community. Here's a great map from the Barnabi Atlas that shows the influence of the Gaonim of Baghdad. You can see on the right there's a kind of blue circle which has Baghdad right at the center. That's where the centers of Talmudic learning shifted during the period after the Islamic invasion and conquest of the region. They were located further south, Surah, Pomadita, and so on, and Baghdad eventually became the major administrative center of the entire Islamic empire and also of the Gaonic Empire, if you will, which mirrors much of it. What I really like about this particular map is it has these sort of like arrows that are reaching out in three directions from Baghdad, which gives you a sense of their relative cultural and intellectual influence, to a certain degree their political influence as well. But they also have that brown circle with Jerusalem at the left center there. That represents the influence of the traditional center of Talmudic learning. There were, of course, two Talmuds written, one in Babylon, known as obviously the Babylonian Talmud, the other one, not quite as obvious, written primarily in Tiberias, that's known as the Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes called the Palestinian Talmud, and the relative strength of the expositors of those two Talmuds, they definitely were linked with each other, had a lot of communication with each other, began to change as we get past the Islamic conquest of the region. And Jerusalem definitely declines in authority, and Babylon, Baghdad in particular, ascends in authority. Now, what we should understand that all of this stuff is happening largely as a consequence of the Islamic expansion across the coast of North Africa into Spain and further east all the way out to Pakistan and Bangladesh. There are a lot of political and economic reasons why the Gaonim had such an assist in reaching these far-from Jewish diasporas. First of all, we should understand that with the Muslim conquest, the Jews of Babylonia were no longer separated from the various diasporic communities by a political boundary. So they were really within one cultural orbit, one linguistic orbit, one economic orbit, and it was much more convenient and safe for them to travel back and forth. You no longer had the geopolitical conflict between, let's say, the Roman or the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire. Putting it all under the Muslims really had a tremendous impact on the ability of Jews to communicate with each other, to engage in interregional trade and things like that. Another very important thing that happens is that there is a symbiosis that develops between these communities in the diaspora, as far away as Spain, let's say, and the center in Baghdad. On the one hand, these much smaller communities outside of the traditional center are able to send requests for information, for clarification of Jewish law. These requests are called in Hebrew she'elot, and the Gaonim, the leaders of the academies in Baghdad, are able to send back responses, which are called in Hebrew teshuvot. So in fact, there's a whole major genre of rabbinic literature called She'elot u'teshuvot, questions and answers, or questions and responses, and sometimes in English this is known as the responsa literature. Singular would be responsa. And so there is a symbiosis in the sense of these small communities are able to ask Baghdad for questions, clarifications, and with their requests they send funds to support the academy's activity. And at the same time, besides providing intellectual and spiritual guidance for these communities, Baghdad can also confer official confirmation of the municipal leadership of these Jewish communities by indicating a specific addressee as a figure of importance in the community, that ipso facto renders that person much more significant in terms of the municipal leadership of the community. We'll speak a little later about how the communities were structured. But so there was this symbiosis between the diaspora and Baghdad, the periphery and the center, that only began to really fray as Spain in particular got much more significant towards the end of the period of the second. Also note, of course, that there is a rivalry between the Jerusalem center and the Baghdad center. Ultimately, Baghdad would eclipse Jerusalem. Let's also think for a second, too, about the impact of language, because by incorporating this entire territory under Islamic rule, Arabic as a language really begins to act as a much more effective lingua franca for the entire region. And this has significant impact not only for the political and economic reasons that I described earlier, but also in terms of the way Jews thought about their own language. The Arabs regarded Arabic as a holy language, as a language that had phenomenal aesthetic appeal, both in terms of its structure, its grammar, its vocabulary, and its calligraphy. And Jews had a similar kind of cognate feeling about Hebrew. And so this idea of, and of course Hebrew and Arabic are very closely related languages, so there was a lot of cultural give and take there in terms of the absorption of Arabic as an important language. Jews began, of course, writing in Arabic with Hebrew letters at this time. This was called Judeo-Arabic, and it was a very widely used language among Jews. Another important element that's going on at this time is the very significant shift towards urbanization. Up until this point, Jews have largely been, like most peoples of the Middle East, an agrarian people. The majority of their economy was associated with agriculture. And although there were always elites who were active in culture and in commerce and so on in the small cities of the time, it was during the period of the Islamic invasion and conquest that Jews really began to shift towards a more urban posture. The shift towards trades, crafts, skills, things like that was very prominent from the 7th to the 10th centuries in particular. One of the reasons for this is the way in which Muslims taxed the Jewish population in particular, and the general tax. Jews were, of course, required to pay a poll tax that was on the individual, a head tax called jizya. We spoke about that a few lectures ago. And by the way, another aspect of the consolidation of the entire region was that if you had your receipts that indicated you had paid your poll tax, you had much more freedom of movement across the region. You could go to someplace where people didn't know you, and you could produce your receipts if necessary. You would have less difficulty with the local authorities. But they had another tax called the haraj, which was a collective land tax that was based on individual units of farmland. And the challenge of the haraj was that it was applied based on territory rather than population. So if you had 100 people living in a particular area and farming a particular section of real estate, and let's say 20 people left that area, that meant that 80 people had to carry the burden that was once carried by 100 people. And if another 20 people left, then 60 people had to manage that same tax burden. So it was kind of like an acceleration effect where the villages began emptying of populations, especially for Jews, who saw the cities as a much more amenable form of earning their living and a lighter tax burden. It also has lots of other benefits for Jews. You know, Jews have to be very gregarious people. They need to walk to synagogue. They need to be walking distance of a ritual bath, an Asian restaurant, all kinds of things like this. So it kind of fit with their cultural evolution. The Geniza, which we'll speak about, God willing, in another lecture or so. She presented in one essay a brilliant analysis of the confluence of the Gaonic expansion influence and the discovery of a new
what's up, Rabbi? You're back.
Absolutely. How you living, Pimp?
Historically, new
I came to check
technologies
in on
have
you.
been
You were
developed.
home.
Jews tend to be early
Yeah, I went
adopters,
outside, touched grass for a little bit. How about you?
associated with information technology.
I just got
The
off
Arabs
work.
call the Jews the Kitab, the
What's
people
good in your
of
neck of the
book,
woods?
but really we are the people of information.
What'd you
So
say?
any way
What's
that
good
we
in your neck of the
communicate
woods?
more effectively is something that appeals to us. Let's have a very quick look
Nothing
at the
really.
history
I
of
had an
information
appointment
technology up to
today.
this point. It'll be
That's
clear
really about it.
what actually happened made a huge difference.
What kind of
So here's
appointment?
perhaps the oldest form
Had a
of
therapist
recorded
appointment.
information technology we have.
Did
is
you go?
the cuneiform tablet. It is
Yeah,
basically a clay tablet
How'd it
that
go?
has these little wedge-shaped marks embedded into it and then baked. Great for durability. I mean,
Yeah,
this
it was
is a
a
piece of
little
clay.
boring,
It
but
lasts a long, long time. It's really hard actually to destroy it. You can break it.
Was it successful?
Really handy for archaeologists, but
yeah,
heavy
it's
to
like my
carry
last
around, awkward
All
to
right.
store,
Very well.
difficult to read.
What's on your agenda for the
all
rest of the
kinds
week?
Things that make this not such a great choice. The next evolution of information technology at this time was parchment, which of course is very widely adopted by Jews.
Very well. Remind me what you do again?
Are written on parchment. And this is essentially treated animal skin.
Oh, very cool.
Much
For
more convenient
the military
to
or?
record, store, carry than cuneiform. And parchment has another kind of interesting feature that we don't
very cool.
call that often. With
Well, that's an interesting job. What do you think of the Humvee?
Used in a kind of a blunt way.
Humvee is a very
Specifically,
reliable.
once you write on parchment,
I don't
then
think.
if you want to use
I
that
mean, it's
text
made.
again,
It's
you can
made
take some kind
for
of like
sport.
flat, hard
Right.
object, like let's say a type of ruler, a stick. And you can
Isn't
rub
that
it
not being a
really
daily
hard,
driver for
and that doesn't
a
erase the
like a
letters,
vet?
but it sort of fades them significantly.
Yeah,
It breaks down the ink that's held by the animal skin such that it becomes less prominent. And then you can just go and write on top of it. This is
Right.
called a palimpsest, and you can see here in this fragment from the
Costs
Cadusa,
even more.
there is in the back.
Right.
The
Don't they
original
break
text
down a lot?
is a Greek text,
Yeah,
and
they
then
have a lot of
written on top of it is a Hebrew text. Now, it's
All right,
not
well,
very
that keeps
beautiful
you
by
employed,
contemporary
right?
Standards, but it is rather useful that way.
Very well. What are your hobbies?
With the classic Mishnah in Pirkei Avot, where Elisha ben Abuya says, "Someone who learns
What kind of art do you like?
at old age or learns as an adult, to what may this be compared to?"
I like classical art. Like I don't really like modern art, but I like real like art pieces that have like a story behind them.
Okay, what kind of classical art do you like?
Like I researched the Mona Lisa a lot. A lot of Italian art that I'm really into.
Okay, what are your favorite facts about the Mona Lisa?
I like the way it depicts Mona Lisa, like as a woman.
Isn't she just sitting?
Yeah, but her face is seen a lot, and her as her face, it was changed over time so much that her face became unrecognizable to even her. So I just like the backstory behind it.
Very well. Hey, would you remind me, how'd you find out about me?
People in Aiden's Discord.
That's right. All right, very well. Did you see Aiden Rush streaming last night?
Yeah, I did. He's actually live right now, so maybe check in on him.
Right, I saw that too. What's he like? Let me see what he's doing. What's good on his? I got it. Pre-London celebration. He's just chilling.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what percentage of his stream are bots?
Oh, what is it?
Just one moment. If you go to the website botted.wtf, it'll tell you everybody on Kick. All right, his botting percentage approximately. He has like 55,000 bots. So he's got 57,000 people watching him. There are like 2,000 unique chatters. So he's got a lot of bots. Yeah, I would say, like, if you ever watch his streams, Dollars to Donuts, like every single time he will have 57,000 people watching him. Like, what are the odds of that? It's just not possible. If you'd have like 30,000 sometimes and 70,000 sometimes. Nope, every time it's 57,000.
Wow, I never really realized that.
Oh yeah, Kick is perhaps one of the most, if not the most, botted platforms on the internet. It's incredible. So he's right now number 2. I mean, the Westcall, WESTCOL, they bought even more. They have 0.4% engagement rate, which is like, it's absolutely terrible. It's like, that means like 200% of the people watching their stream are lurkers, which is just not realistic. Of Aiden Ross's stream, he has a 3.8% engagement rate, which is very low. Like, if you have people watching you, maybe 1 out of 2, 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4 is going to be chatting. Like, maybe 1 out of 5. Like, that's, if you had 1 out of 5 people chatting, that's realistic. But when it gets down to 1 in 35, like, no, that's not realistic. Then your body.
Yeah. But I don't really understand how anyone could sit through his streams like they do.
That's why he has to bot them, because they're so boring.
Like, I'll tune in for like the VODs usually, but that's about it.
Yeah. I like when he does like collaborations, those are cool. Or he does like he'll watch a fight or something. But if he's just gambling, that's boring as fuck.
Yeah. I'm not a big supporter on gambling, so I don't really stick my head in those neck of woods.
Okay. Do you just not like gambling, or you have an issue or something?
Yeah, no, my mom has a gambling problem.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Well, then I get that. Well, yeah, and it's, as I've heard previously, Kick is not a streaming platform. Kick is a platform for its streamers to promote stake.
Yeah.
So, like, if you ever get anybody who's a big streamer on Kick, they'll just throw credits at them and say, please stream on stake, and then they make money doing that. It's just to promote stake, which is,
Yeah, I just saw something. That's how they get all these good deals with these streamers, is because of what's it called? Eddie making so much off stake.
right. So stake is the number one gambling platform in the world, and Kick loses money, but it gets more and more people to know about stake. And
Right.
I don't know, I personally think that stake is pretty corrupt. Whenever I see anybody play on it, they always lose. I mean, like, I can't tell you how many times I've just seen people sit there and click the button, click the button, click the button, and their balance just goes lower and lower and lower and lower. You can't just check out. You can't just like, oh, okay, I want to get my money right now. Oh, no. There's like a daily minimum you have to beat, and like, it's just like this garbage platform. It's not very fair to people, I feel. And they use this kind of marketing tactic that I don't feel that they should be able to use. I think they should be banned from a lot of platforms. So what they do, let's say you've got this really great clip of whatever, somebody doing a backflip. Well, what Stake will do is they'll take that clip, not give you any money. They'll put their advertising in the corner, and then they'll have that tweeted or posted on Instagram or something. So it's free advertising for them. And what these platforms normally should do, because they're not allowed a lot of times to promote gambling, is they should ban the account that's posting it. But they don't. They'll just put a warning on it. And so it's like, okay, whatever. They're going to put a warning on it. People are still going to see our shit. And it's just, to me, kind of um, immoral. But I get it. That's just how it works. It's not my cup of tea, though, as they say. And I'd also say that the way, I mean, I'm not a fan of Kick, and here's why. I mean, I used to be, but I would stream on it. Okay, my history with Kick was this. People would tell me, hey, you stream everywhere. You're on Twitch and YouTube and Rumble and all these places. Why don't you do Kick? And I'm like, what's Kick? And they're like, oh, it's basically like Twitch. I'm like, all right. So I get on it. This is like 2.5 years ago. And it says in the corner, Kick beta. Now, normally when something's in beta, it means, like, their shit's not working. That was 2.5 years ago. And it's still in beta. I mean, usually a company gets out of beta, but it's like their thing. So I started streaming on there, and I just was like a one person in this ocean of people, and I wouldn't get a lot of people watching me. So I stopped streaming on the. Then I went back 6 months later, and I started streaming. But they have this issue that, again, it's like you'll get 1 or 2 people watching you, and it's just not a lot of. There aren't a lot of real people. Like I just told you, Aiden Ross has 55,000 bots right now, or at least 50,000. He always has between 50,000 and 60,000 people watching him whenever he's live, except if he does something with someone else. Like if he does a collaboration with like Donald Trump, he had like hundreds of thousands of people, or Drake, he'll get hundreds of thousands of people. But if it's if it's just a normal Aiden Ross stream, between 50 and 60,000 people every single time. Just watch it. Well, anyway, I recognize that. Look, when I stream, I want people to be able to watch my streams, not just today, not just yesterday, not just 2 weeks ago, but I want them to be able to watch them a month from now, 2 months from now, and that's not how Kick works. Kick only saves your streams for 1 month. And I understand it's expensive to make it like YouTube, but Rumble can do it, so I don't understand why Kick can't do it. So then I realized that, like, okay, if this is how it's going to be, I'm just going to create bots, and I'll just let everybody on Kick know who I am. And so for like 8 months, I just botted the fuck out of that website and just had spam bots, basically, so that everybody knows who I am. At least, I mean, like your big people. Amaranth knows who I am. Aiden Ross has been in my stream. Neon knows who I am. I've done interviews with Sam Bond and Ori, and like I have friends on there like Straight Savage. Like I bet I like became like really well known.
What did Aiden think about you?
He was fascinated that I live streamed my life, and I didn't really know who he was, so I think that kind of offended him. But I mean, there are a lot of people on the internet, and I focus on myself, so it's not like I'm not gonna fucking suck your dick. I don't know who you are, dude. And honestly, if you're not into gambling or like Twitch, like you wouldn't know who Aiden Ross is. He didn't really do anything newsworthy until he did the Donald Trump interview, and even still, that was not that big. It's not like he's a pro athlete or he is an actor or anything like that. Like he's a gamer, and like if you're not really into gaming, especially more than a year ago, you just wouldn't necessarily know who he was. But anyway,
His community alone was very niche as well. Like, I mean, he gained a lot of people when he like left the 2K community, but if you knew him during the 2K community, it was literally like the smallest group of people.
Exactly. Okay. Perfect example. Guess what? If you're looking to play a pro sports game, 2K isn't the one to play. It's Madden. It's like it was niche. Like And I get that 2K is a big game, but it's not really. Like in comparison to Madden or some of the other, like, I don't know. It's like there are a bunch. He was just like kind of a not really a blip on my radar. Well, anyway, he came into my Discord, or I shouldn't say my Discord, into my YouTube stream, and he brought a bunch of people in, and then they're like, like, you're really live all the time. I'm like, yeah. You want to see my driver's license? They're like, yeah. I show them my driver's license. I'm like, you want to see my passport? They're like, yeah. Show them my passport. I'm like, I'm out there. My whole life is online. Like, you won't ever find someone as doxed as I am, perhaps. And they're like, show us your credit card. I'm like, fine. So I show them my debit card. I'm like, dude, I'm like as out there as you can be. I mean, as you see, I'm always streaming, and so I think that kind of blew his mind. Like, wow, this person is really streaming all the time. So then I started streaming in his Discord, and I think we had this conversation. Perhaps we didn't, but like he used to have a lot of people in his Discord, and then they started cutting it off, like making everything compartmentalized, and now no one's in there except I'm in there. Okay, so then what happened? So I created bots to just inundate everybody on Kick so that everybody knew about me. I did that until basically December 31st of last year. And then I thought, okay, I've spammed these people enough. Oh, and I also did an interview with one of their creators, Ori, and I showed them some things in the Kick sign up process that were errors. They were like buggy. They were glitches. And so we took that video and sent it to Eddie Craven's. Like he saw it, and he and I became friends on Discord. So, yeah. So Eddie and I are friends on Discord. So, then I was like, okay, well they're cool. They're like I'm gonna stop spamming them. And so I stopped spamming them for 6 months. Well, one of their creators came in here and was like, Rabbi, what you did wasn't that bad. I mean, it's not like you hacked our information. It's not like you made the site go down. I mean, you didn't do anything like that. You just literally just would create like bots that would follow you and spam and create clips. And like that's, while annoying, isn't that big of a deal. It's not like you punch someone on camera. It's not like you pull the gun on someone like they have people do, and they ban their accounts for a month or something like that. So he's like, if they have people who pull guns on people and or shoot people on camera, and they get their accounts back. So why don't you try to stream again? So I'm like, okay, well, it's not a bad idea. So I start streaming again, like, I don't know, within the last month. And I'm able to stream for 24 hours, and then they ban my account for ban evasion. So I connect with their customer support, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? They're like, you were banned because of ban evasion. I'm like, look, I get that, but it's been 6 months. I haven't done anything wrong. Like, for how long am I banned? They're like, indefinitely. I'm like, okay, well, indefinitely isn't really specific. Does that mean like for my whole life? They're like, it means indefinitely. I'm like, I get that. I know what the word indefinitely means. Like, I'm not stupid. Does that mean it's a lifetime ban? They're like, it means indefinitely. I come back to them. Does that mean it's a lifetime ban? They say it's indefinite. I come back to them. Does that mean it's a lifetime ban? They say, yeah, it's a lifetime ban. I said, okay, so you mean to tell me if Kick is still somehow a website in 50 years, and I'm still alive in 50 years, in the year 2075, you guys will not let me stream anymore? And they're like, that's correct. And I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. This is just like their customer service team. I could reach out to Eddie and write him a really nice letter and be like, hey, dude, can you please let me back, yada, yada, yada. But I'm not doing that. The reason why is because Kick's never been my goal, because it doesn't save my streams. My thing is that you can go back to one of my days 3 years ago and know exactly what I did. Um, but with Kick, you can't do that. And I like to create like a time capsule of human society. I don't like just this, get a whole bunch of bots and gamble online kind of mentality that they have on Kick. So what I did, I'm like, okay, fine. You want to ban me? That's great. I'm going to create more bots, and I'm just going to keep doing my thing. If that's what you want to do, like basically, you're telling me there is no road to peace with you, and if that's how it is, well then that means war. And so, what I did, I've created a Kick bot that has been very successful, actually. I just created it like 2 days ago, and instead of like, okay, do you have the Kick app right now?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you have the Kick? Okay, so you do.
I use the website.
Okay, so you use the website. Okay, so let me see how I do this on the website. Okay, go to kick.com and let me know when you're on kick.com. Okay, do you see at the very top there's like a little television with a play button?
Hold on. You said what?
There's like a little television with a play button.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, click it.
Okay.
And then go to clips. Do you see it says live streams, categories, and then clips?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then sort by recent.
Okay.
And then just start scrolling down and look for a red heart.
Red heart?
Yeah, in the description.
Okay.
It should say YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then my Discord link.
I see it.
Now keep scrolling.
How'd you manage to do this?
Because I created a bot. Keep scrolling.
Oh my. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, exactly. And so this thing just works even when I'm touching grass or going to the bathroom or talking with you. It's working 24/7, and it's just creating clips. And what happens is it makes people be like, because a lot of times people don't clip smaller creators, and so it's just a free advertisement for me for like months. It'll stay on there. I get people on here. I'll be like, "Hey, how'd you find out about me?" They're like, "Kick." I'm like, "Oh, okay. How on Kick?" And they're like a year and a half ago, you clipped my friend, and it had a link to this Discord, and now we're here." I'm like, "Whoa." Basically, it just stays there. Even if they delete that account, which they occasionally do, the clip stays, which is very important because that means these things don't go away.
Right.
So that's that to me is very powerful when I'm promoting myself. I mean, normally on a given day, with the type of promotions that I do, I'll get 1 or 2 new people in here. But with this bot, I get 10 people a day, new people at least, new people who stay. I probably get like 15, I don't know, 13 to 15, but not everybody stays. Some people are at their maximum.
Is everybody positive?
Pardon me?
Is everybody positive?
The ones with whom I speak, yeah, they're very positive, and they're from all around the world. So they're from Turkey and India and Canada and Australia. And when I have a chance to speak with them, they're very positive. And a lot of, or Mexico or Spain. And I have translators that I use. Like I have these automatic translators that allow me to be able to communicate with people in any language. So then when they see that I'm making the extra effort to be able to speak with them, they're usually really cool. I do get people in here who want to troll me back, which is fine. So like they'll wait till I'm asleep and they'll play like a soundboard or whatever, and that's fine. I mean, I understand people are going to do that, especially if I'm the one who clipped them. But generally, they're very positive.
Does it wake you up?
Yeah, sometimes, which becomes entertaining to people, which I get, and that's my own fault. I mean, if I want to sleep for the longest period of time, all I have to do is just mute the computer, and then I'll never hear what they have to say, and I'll keep sleeping. Um, but sometimes I forget to do that, and when I forget, then it's only occasionally that they awake me. But I kind of think it's funny. It's like, okay, you got me. That's cool. And then, but I can mute them or do whatever I need to do. But
Do you live by yourself?
I live with other people.
But you do? What do they think about the whole situation?
Yeah, they're from all over the world. So I would say that, well, we get people who move in and out a lot. I'm in like a college area, so we get some who attend University of California, Irvine. Um, the people who generally like live on the floor with me, um, like one's like a taxi driver. He doesn't really pay attention. There's a couple that like a taxi driver from the Philippines. There's another guy who's like a at home nurse from the Philippines. Um, they don't really. I don't stream out. I mean, I stream outside, but I don't generally stream my roommates because I just don't think that's very kind. Um, and so we all stick. We all kind of do our own thing. The biggest issue it's ever been, and it's really small. Like I've left phones in the bathroom because sometimes I'll like take the phone with me when I'm in the bathroom and like in the shower, and I'll sing in the shower or do something like that just to create content. And when I do something like that, they just have to knock on my door and give me my phone back. Aside from that, though, they've been very understanding. The people who own the house, they've just they didn't really know I did the live streaming thing. I mean, I showed them, but they're like from Iran, so they don't necessarily, it's not like a normal thing. It's not a normal thing for anyone, but especially someone coming from Iran. Um, and I had fans who came and visited me, and that, yeah. And so I think that's when they realized, like, hey, this could be really big. Um, but we don't necessarily want our house becoming like a tourist attraction. So at least if I have people who want to visit me, generally like before I would, and we'd go on picnics and like live stream it and all kinds of stuff like that. But generally, I've just been telling them recently, just when I go viral, we'll do that. But just for the sake of my own housemates and such, just watch from afar and enjoy. Um, but yeah, um, I haven't directly asked any of them to be on the stream. They've just kind of been on the stream intermittently. Um, so
Do you have moderators for yourself?
no,
Or do you all do it? Do you do it yourself?
I do it myself. So when it comes to
I see.
my YouTube streams, well, I should say like I do have some friends who are moderators in here, but they're not in here 24/7. It's not a big enough platform to for me to have 24/7 moderation. So they will like mute people or ban people, but I really ask them not to ban people as much as possible. Um, but yeah, I do have some moderators. I shouldn't say I don't have any, but they're generally people who know how I operate, which means like you can basically say whatever you want, but if you play loud sounds, I don't like that. Like if you're in here, like I get people who play chainsaws in here, and like that's super loud and super annoying, and nobody wants to hear that. But for the most part, people are pretty respectful. Now, in my YouTube streams, I don't have any moderators, so people can say whatever they want in there. And chances are,
How many viewers do you average on Twitch?
I don't even know. I mean, like in a given 12-hour segment, maybe a dozen or so. It's really hard to be seen on Twitch because there are so many people on Twitch, and I'm on like 20 different Twitch streams. So it's like 20 times 12 is 240. So it's like 240 people, but they're spread across a bunch of different platforms. That's the same as YouTube. Like I'm live right now.
Is it hard to keep track of your chat when you're live on so many platforms?
Yeah, so that's the big difficulty. That's why I push everybody to come to the Discord. The issue arises where I've got like 12 different devices streaming me, or so 11 different devices streaming me, not including what you see me on in Discord and all those, but like just the different devices that I have. And
how many devices is all together, including the Discord calls and the various streams?
33.
33 devices?
Correct.
Oh my gosh, you are a legend.
Thank you. I mean, just like you can't even see, but I have one here. I have one here. I have
one behind you.
one here. I have another two here. I have another one here. I have two more here, just in front of me, in that I can touch with my hand right now. Not including that one that you're seeing me on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 devices right here. And then right like behind me I've got one. And then I've got another 5 right here, 6, 7. I've got like 7. I've got 7 here and 7 here. And I have another like 7 over there.
And the ceiling one.
I've got a ceiling one, yeah. And I've got some multiple streams. Now, you asked a really great question. Is it hard to keep track of the chat? Yeah, that's the most difficult thing. If I had all of the chats in some way that they could all connect to the same chat, I think it would be a lot easier. But the way that I stream, it's not like a normal streamer. So a normal streamer like looks and watches their chat. I feel that's a waste of time. So I'll have a bot going on that device that means that I can't see the chat. And that's again why
tells them to join the Discord.
Exactly. Right? And if you want to talk with me, I'd rather talk with people in person. They can say whatever they want to me. I used to let people chat in here. The only reason why I don't is because I'll get one bad egg or bad apple or whatever you want to call them, and they will spam me with, I mean, this just happened one time, but when it happened, it was like, I can't do this anymore. Oh, I would get people who would put all kinds of like mean stuff, like Nazi stuff and Hitler stuff. And I get that. If that's your thing, that's cool. It's not very mature, but I understand. But this one person put a really gory GIF of someone circumcising themselves. And I was like, oh, I don't want that. It was very bloody. And they put it in literally every single place they could put it in this Discord, which is like 500 different chats. So it took me like, I don't know, almost an hour to get rid of them all. And then I realized, okay, we're not going to do that. I'm going to just close that. And then I did allow people to say whatever they want in a couple of chats, which was fine. But then I learned that like, there are people who can be malicious, and what they'll do in order to get rid of people they don't like is they will go to someone's chat, they'll put their address, and then they'll go on another account and report it for doxing, and they'll take that their whole Discord. And so when I realized that people start to do that, I was just like, look, I'll let people in the future say whatever they want when I have 24/7 moderation. But right now, I don't have time, and I don't have the ability to monitor like a bunch of different general chats just for people to come in and just spam shit. So basically, if people want to say anything, just come in here and say whatever you want. You can say it verbally. And if you want to type something, that's fine. Just go to my YouTube and type whatever you want. I don't really care what people write in there. And that's just kind of how I am. If I had the ability to have it all moderated, I would, but I don't want to pay moderators to just basically sit here and do nothing. That's something that I can do. And then the only time that I really need them is when I'm asleep. And that's, usually people don't want to just sit in a Discord and just where there's nothing going on, and then while someone's sleeping, and then basically just wait until somebody posts something. Now there are moderation bots that are pretty good that I think I'll be able to utilize in the future. But again, if you have something to say to me, I do give people away. If you have something you want to say to me, I have two sections on the left side. One says like create support ticket. So if there's something that you need, your friend got banned, or you want to be able to do something, you can send it there or ask Rabbi anything. And that's really, I get a lot of people who ask me halakhic or Jewish law questions, or they'll ask me questions when I'm asleep, and I just don't have the ability to be able to wake to them, or they'll just, have some kind of information that I want to communicate to me, and they can do it that way. So there are ways that they can type to me if they want to. They can always send me a direct message too. I mean, my direct messages are open. So
I get a good question for you.
Go for it.
What happens when the device dies?
What do you mean?
The ceiling one specifically. Like, is down and stay charging.
Oh, there's a long cord that's connected to a computer.
Oh, that's very genius.
Thank you. Yeah.
Are all of the phones that you have plugged in currently, or do you kind of just plug them in?
Oh no, I have to keep them plugged in. It would drive me bonkers to go around and recharge them all the time.
I see.
Yeah, so they're all on like either extension cords or some type of some way that I have to be able for them to transmit. And even then it gets annoying, like just from app crashes. Like, okay, you may think like, well, my apps don't crash that often. If they do, it's like what, once maybe, like for any of your apps, maybe once every month or once every couple weeks or something like that. But you're not using the apps 24 hours a day. And then take that and say you've got 33 different devices. So that means every day, on average, I might get 2 or 3 or 4 apps that crash that I have to just restart. Usually it's Discord, because Discord's so heavy. And then I've learned like the different platforms to use and what works better. I mean, there's some. It's taken some time to get this system set up. I would have, like when I first started, I would just stream on YouTube. Well, that's great, but if you ever have your internet just cut out just for a second, just even for literally 1 second, that will end your YouTube stream 100%. YouTube does not have disconnect protect, and that causes a lot of issues. And not only that, they won't sometimes tell you that your stream ended. So you'll still think you're streaming, and it stopped streaming 6 hours ago. So I had to overcome that. So I used a platform that's known as Restream.io, which is really nice. They have really nice disconnection protection, and that means that, I mean, it doesn't happen often, but even if it does, just whatever, like my router just gets like a packet update or something from the ISP, and the internet cuts out for like maybe 5 seconds or something like that. It will, this Restream.io make sure that the stream continues and nothing ever happens with it. So that's what I use. I mean, I'm live on like 33 different devices on 33 different platforms, including platforms of which you've never heard, including Africa TV, which you would think would be big in Africa, but it's actually big in South Korea. I'm live on Bilibili, which is like China's Google. I'm live on Trovo and DLive and YouNow and Vaughn.live and just like a bunch that you just like, I've never heard of any of those. And I'm like, I know. I mean, there are a lot of different platforms on which you can be live. And I do my best to be as uncancelable as possible. So let's say even, I don't know, the head of the entire internet comes out and they're like, I don't like this Rabbi Rothschild. Let's get rid of all their shit. Okay, well, that's cool. It's going to take you years to get rid of my stuff because it's a lot of it is I don't even have tied to me. I don't even have my name in it. So I just live stream, but it's just on like a backup archive and it doesn't even have my name. So it's just being transmitted to the internet and people will find it decades from now, perhaps, and be like, "Oh, this was one of Rabbi's streams." Additionally, you'd have to have a coordinated effort to be able to take me down from all the different platforms, and um, then I create bots that promote me. So I'm very confident that it's not going to be that long until I perhaps go viral. The reason why I say that is um, the bots that I have are, I would say, like they do a lot of promotion for myself. So there's a platform. It's known as Blue Sky that is like the Twitter. It's like the liberal Twitter, and so I've created bots that just inundate people on Blue Sky, and people talk about me all the time. At least once an hour, somebody will tweet about me or whatever you want to call it, and um,
Saying what? Something positive or something negative?
usually it's they laugh about what I write. So
Oh,
I will I like name the so at first I started naming the bots like join Rabbi's Discord with my Discord link. And that was cool. But that would only get like one or two people a day tweeting about me. I'll call it tweeting, but it's like posting or whatever. Which is fine, one or two people. But then I started changing the names to just be really sexual, and that gets like 24 people a day tweeting about me. Meaning like it's like a 24 times the amount of people. And so um, one of them is called Pussy Eating Until My Tongue is Raw and Mouth Gets Lockjaw Rabbi. Now, it's like, well, why would you name something that? Because people think it's funny and they take a screenshot of it and then they post it, and then that stays on their timeline and it's a permanent advertisement that, like, hey, I'm streaming. And it's got my Discord links in there and it's got like this thing that I post. Now, I also put in there like the message that I put is very like it makes people laugh because it's just so like ridiculous. It says, "Attention, please read the attached World Peace Manifesto." I have this like whenever anybody hears the word manifesto, they like get like freaked out, which is what I want them to do. I want to get in their head. So I've got this like thing that's really nice. It just talks about what I do, and like I like to talk about futurology a lot. So then I say, the biggest pimp of all time has been live streaming 24/7, 365 for 3+ years. Please join the Discord to discuss Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, MILFs, and more. Data equals Earth's #1 resource. Please share to be a trillionaire. When people get this, they don't know what to make of it because normally people are so serious online. But when I go in there and I'm like, let's talk about Santa Claus machines, and they're like, okay, what's that? And it's like, well, it's a replicator. It's basically a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, it can use any element. So it can make whatever you want. It could make a dog, it could make a car, it could make a pen, it could make a jug of milk. Whatever you want it to be, it could do. And they think that's really cool. It's part of futurology. It's something that, while we haven't yet invented it, scientists have pondered that it's a possibility, and I like to talk about it. What about invisibility cloaks? People are like, you mean like in Harry Potter? I mean precisely like in Harry Potter. Basically, like a blanket that you can put over yourself that allows you to be invisible. Now, there are different ways to think about this. There are some that make you like transparent, where you can walk through walls. Okay, that's cool. I don't. I We can talk about those, but I mean generally just like one that it uses photocells, and the military's already developed these that allow you to basically take a. They currently have them with a shield, so it's a shield that you put in front of yourself, and you can't tell that there's like a shield in front of you. It basically mimics whatever's behind you.
hold
So
on, I'll be right back.
yeah, sure, that's fine.
Writing on rubbed parchment, meaning if you learn as an adult, like in your 40s or 50s or something like that, then you have to like erase by rubbing all that stuff you learned as a child. But it never really goes away. What you learn as a child, as an adolescent, it's stuck in your brain in a very systemic manner. And you have to write on top of it, which is not ideal, but nevertheless you can do it. On the other hand, Alicia Ben-Buya says, now if you learn things when you're a child, then that is much better. It's like writing on fresh parchment, nice and fresh and high contrast and so on. Anyways, this is parchment. Jews adopted parchment in a big way. The other big development, again, in the ancient world was papyrus, which is a plant product. And the most famous place for producing papyrus is in Egypt, where they use lots of reeds along the Nile River. And as you can see from this Egyptian document, holds color well, it can be very beautiful, and in fact it can be made into a book form, unlike parchment, which works really well with scrolls. The papyrus can be cut up into like square slices and then bound on one side into what's called a codex or a book. This was actually very much used by writers in the
Yoda, what is this? I don't know. No one knows what this is.
By the burgeoning Christian movement as a major form of information technology. Note, of course, the early Christian movement was also Jewish, and so Jews adopted this technology. However, when the split between Christians and Jews grew wider in the 2nd and 3rd century and onward, many rabbinic Jews eschewed the use of the papyrus codex because it was so heavily associated with the Christian movement. It also has some technological weaknesses. Papyri tend to fray at the edges because it is a fibrous product, and so it tends to be a little bit more fragile in terms of codex. The next big invention, which is where we are in our Babylonian period, is of course paper. Paper had been around for several hundred years. The Chinese had developed it significantly, but it was only in the period of the Islamic conquest in the Middle East when the Babylonians began to see the great value of paper and to use it extensively. Paper is cheaper than papyrus. It can be locally produced. It's much more durable than papyrus. And of course, paper lasted for an extremely long time. And so in the period of the Gaonim, the rapid expansion of the use of paper as a mode of communication among Jews across the entire diaspora in the Islamic world represented an opportunity for the Gaonim to really accelerate their influence. A lot more correspondence is happening back and forth, both religious and spiritual, and also, of course, economic and personal. A lot more writings are being produced and are being copied out because, think about it. In order to produce a reasonable sized book, that might take 300 animals to create enough parchment. But with paper, it's way cheaper to produce these things and much more efficient to ship them off to various places. So this is a period of a great expansion and consolidation of a more unified viewpoint about how to interpret the Torah that the Gaonim really are able to capitalize on with the communication methods made possible by paper. Now, at this moment, if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a personal meditation and think about how this affected my life, not as a historian, but as a regular person. I have to say that when I was preparing this lecture, I had one of those flashes of momentary inspiration where I sensed in my own biography the great arc of history. I felt like I was riding a big wave of a historical moment. I'll share this with you. So have a look at this picture here. This is actually a photograph I took a few years ago of one of my sons sitting on a rock outcropping just outside my hometown in northern Canada. And this is a place where I, as a child, used to hike out to and sit and think about, life, the universe, and everything. And as you can see, I've labeled a couple of places. On the left, on the Abitibi River, is the paper mill that sustained this town. It was established at the beginning of the 20th century, and there was no one here at this point. This is actually quite a remote part of northern Canada, but they took advantage of the old growth forest and the river network to create a paper mill that would serve the burgeoning interest of newsprint readers. A town gathered around this paper mill, which included my grandfather, Olav Shalom, named Alex Abramson, who had immigrated from Lithuania to avoid fighting the Japanese in the 1905 Russo-Japanese War, and thought he would make a living as a farmer. Unfortunately, the frozen permafrost of the area made this an unusually bad choice for farming. And so after a few years of trying that, he said, well, that's it. I'm going to become the Yiddish Ashmata dealer, which means a clothing store owner. And he established, you can see on the right, Alex Abramson and Son. It's not the big roofed building, it's a smaller one right in the back there, which was the ancestral home of him and his children, and my father, who is the son of the Alex Abramson son. And of course, then my mother and I, we lived in a little apartment on top of the store there. And so just for a second here, I thought about how the Babylonians expanded the use of paper to popularize the Talmud, and paper just more and more popular over the next 1,000 years until my own lifetime, in which the paper mill declined precipitously because few people read actual newspapers anymore. And so the demand for paper has dropped so much. And my father, Oliver Shalom, understood in a very prescient way that the future in Iroquois Falls was looking dim because it was a single industry town. And so he ensured that I would be able to go to the big city, Toronto, where ultimately I would study Talmud that was popularized by the Gaonian on pages, on paper. But now I work primarily in a material which is entirely digital. This, as we're engaged in today. What we're doing in studying history right now is very, very far from paper. There's no way to actually capture this on paper. So we have really come to a brand new cycle in information technology transfer. I'm very excited to be at this cusp of a great new moment for the popularization of Talmud, Jewish history in general. Okay, sorry for that little sort of tangent. Let's go back to our material. The Gaonim, of course, are the leaders of the academies now based in Baghdad. And we actually know a fair bit about them because of a really interesting letter that was written by the heads of one of these academies, Rav Sharira Gaon. Gaon is not a surname, it's a title. And he is asked by a community in North Africa, hey, can you explain to us, of course he wrote much more formal language, how exactly did the Talmud come to be? And what do we make of these kinds of conflicts, and how are we supposed to use it, and so on. And he writes a kind of a pamphlet length or small book length letter responding, explaining a lot about the evolution of the Talmud as a manuscript, and he goes beyond the period of the closing of the Talmud, which would be around the year 500, to describe the next 500 years of Jewish history in Babylonia, which in particular describes the institution of the Gaonate and a sister institution called the Exilarchate. Now, we have had opportunity in previous lectures to speak a little bit about the earlier period. At this point, we should really talk about the growing conflict between the Gaonim as the intellectual and spiritual leaders, not only of Baghdadi Jewry, but really of world Jewry at this time, and the exilarchs, who are recognized by the Muslim authorities, as they were prior to this by the Persian authorities under the Sassanid Empire and so on, as the de jure and de facto leaders of the Jewish minority. The term exilarch in Aramaic is Reish Galuta, and there's actually a prayer that's recited for the position even today in most synagogues. There's a prayer in the Orthodox liturgy that is still recited today on Saturday mornings for the health and welfare of the exilarch. The term, of course, exilarch means leader of the exile. But that's not to say that the Geonim and the Exilarchs always saw eye to eye with one another. The Geonim, of course, the person who reached the height of being the leader of the academy had to be very proficient in Jewish law and had to be, a superior administrator and so on. Whereas the Exilarch was a descendant of the house of David. That was a very important thing. And there was a lot of politics involved in maintaining that particular position. So what you see frequently in the Talmud is kind of like the occasional moments of friction. There were exilarchs who were much more pious and much more learned, but it seems that they were the exception to the rule. And perhaps one of the clearest examples of this and the awkwardness that this created was regarding an exilarch named Bustanai. He was alive at the time of the Muslim conquest, and when the Persian king was defeated, the Muslim conqueror took some of his daughters, that is the Persian king's daughters, the princesses. He took one of them for himself as a bride, and he gave the other one to the Jewish exilarch Bustanai. Now, Bustanai married her, and he had a number of sons with her, who later went on to become exilarchs as well. And this created kind of an awkward moment because it doesn't sound like such an kosher type of wedding. I mean, first of all, she's not Jewish. Second of all, she's taken captive in war. Thirdly, it looks a little bit like a kind of shotgun marriage where the new Muslim ruler says, here, this is your wife. And so the rabbis and the Geonim had difficulty dealing with this particular situation. Ultimately, they found sort of like a halakhic way to accept it. Specifically argued that although we don't know the details, but it's hard to believe that someone as important as the exilarch would not actually have his wife converted, and so she must have converted to Judaism, and so that kind of like assuaged concerns, but there was always kind of like a lingering doubt. Rav Shrira Gaon, for example, is very careful to point out that he says that even though I am also descended from exilarchs, I'm not from the Bustanai exilarch part of the family. Like it's kind of like an arm's length relationship to it. And so you frequently see conflict between the Geonim and the exilarchs over a whole host of activities. In this context, we have to mention one of the most important of the Geonim ever, this very unusual and creative figure named Rav Saadia Gaon, who lived in the late 9th or the 10th century. He was a brilliant scholar. He wrote very effectively on Hebrew linguistics. He wrote a commentary on the Torah. He engaged in very heavy polemic with the Karaites, who we'll discuss in just a moment. And he actually was not afraid of picking a fight over his interpretation of the Torah. One of the most significant elements was a conflict he had with the leaders of Jerusalem who disagreed on something as important as the calendar. Specifically, when would Yom Kippur fall in a particular year? And Rav Saadia Gaon strongly argued for a different date than that in Jerusalem. Ultimately, he actually won that particular debate, and that really demonstrated the primacy of Babylonia over Jerusalem. He himself was not a Babylonian. He was from Egypt, and in fact, one of the big surprises was when the exilarch actually appointed him to lead the Academy of Sula, and they later on, the exilarch had a conflict with Rav Saadia Gaon. Even though he had originally hired him for the position, they had a major conflict. They were eventually able to patch it up. But this is the kind of environment in which there is a religious, intellectual, academic head to the community, and at the same time a political head to the community that may be associated with wealthier powers. They frequently come into conflict with one another. But it is the Geonate that really has the longest impression on Jewish history because of their intellectual leadership. I alluded a moment ago to one of the activities of Rav Saadia Gaon, and that is his conflict with the Karaites. Karaites are a fascinating population that I hope to return to later on in the series, but it is in this period when they really begin to see significant growth. unlike the mainstream Jewish community, which are called the Rabbinites, who follow the interpretive tradition that includes the Talmud as a major source of how to negotiate the text of the Torah, the Karaites reject that interpretive tradition and argue that the original biblical text has to be observed much more stringently. There are many occasions in which the Talmud discusses the ambiguities in the original text of the Torah and argues that it should not be understood on a face value. This is inevitable. There's so many passages in the Torah which admit of ambiguity. Sometimes there are passages in the Torah which appear to be contradictory to one another, and the only way to negotiate these kinds of difficulties is to have an interpretive tradition. So a figure in the 8th century named Anan ben David had proposed a rejection of the Talmud as a whole. There's a lot more interesting story about why exactly this happened. We have really only polemical accounts to describe his disagreement with the community as a whole. It appears that he was, for example, in line to become an exilarch, but was passed over, and some have argued that this was part of the reason for his creation of an alternative interpretive tradition. But at any rate, he didn't form what were called at the time Karaites, but later Karaites absorbed his legacy as their primary impetus for their religious thought. The Karaite movement, however, expanded significantly throughout these centuries, despite the long-term conflict with the Rabbinites. And here you can see in this map the many centers that they established themselves in, and of course they exist to this very day. Now, when you look at Karaite history, for hundreds of years, historians have been forced to kind of evaluate this movement from within the context of the highly polemical religious literature that exists on the topic. That is, Rabbinites like Rav Saadia Gaon criticizing the Karaites, and Karaites criticizing Saadia Gaon and others. So it's very difficult to get a sense of how Karaism was actually lived in real life. The Geniza, however, offers us a brand new picture of what it must have been like. The Geniza is basically this massive trove of documents which would have been thrown away except for an unusual habit that the Jews near Cairo had of preserving everything written with Hebrew characters. So not just religious books or prayer books or Torah scrolls, things like that, but also bills of sale, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, children's doodles, all kinds of amazing things are recorded in this massive trove, which only became available to scholars in the late 19th century, and in fact is still being deciphered even to this very day. At any rate, when you look at the Geniza documents, which give us a really good picture of hundreds of years of Jewish civilization as it was lived in the Mediterranean basin, we see that, surprisingly, Rabbinic Jews and Karaite Jews get along pretty well for the most part. We're not talking about the religious elite that have strong antipathy toward one another. But in most communities, you see that Rabbinite Jews and Karaite Jews live side by side without too much difficulty. You have the examples of Jews who belong to both communities, Jews who marry between the communities, certainly affect contracts with one another, do business with one another, celebrate their celebrations with another, and by and large, the Geniza portrait of Jewish communities indicate that the Rabbinite and Karaite Jews got along a lot better than we would think they would if we were only looking at the polemical literature that the religious heads have left for us. So we'll probably have to come back to this again as we go a little further in this history. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this very quick overview of some of the religious, social, economic, and even technological aspects of the 7th through 11th century in Baghdad. Thank you very much for watching. So we just finished talking about the Gaonic period, and one of the communities that was most heavily influenced by the Gaonim of Baghdad were the Jews of North Africa. Let's take a few moments to look at the origins of that community and understand how they were shaped by the Muslim conquest, and we'll conclude this lecture with one of the high points of the history of the scholarship that emanated from North Africa. So when we speak about North Africa, there's actually a term that's used in scholarly literature, the Maghreb, which means literally the West, and it's an Arabic term, the Hebrew would be Ma'arav, that encompasses these countries here in modern day terms. Basically, Libya, Algeria, Morocco in particular are the most significant for Jewish purposes. And as you can see, the population density is highest on the coast itself. As you move further south, you get to the Sahara Desert, much more forbidding, much less population growth there. But there are Jews who are living, for example, on the southern side of the Atlas mountain range in Morocco and so on. Let's have a look here at a satellite photograph so we can talk a little bit about the origins of these long-standing communities. Now, much of this is shrouded in legend. There is definitely, however, a significant Semitic influence in North Africa from the first millennium before the Common Era, like let's say 900 BCE. But it's not necessarily Jewish, it is Phoenician. The Phoenicians are a maritime civilization that, of course, were involved in Israel as well, and they have settled in many places along the coast. Their language is closely related to Hebrew, and so that was kind of like a cultural and linguistic entree to North Africa that was especially significant as we had more migration there. Now, one of the most famous cities is Carthage, which would be in Tunisia today. The legends of the earliest Semitic settlement suggest that some of the earliest populations to settle there after the Phoenicians were some of the early Canaanite peoples. Josephus suggests that some of Abraham's children, who did not form, let's say, the Mosaic Israelite Jewish branch, that is Abraham's children by Keturah, his second wife. The Torah describes his children by Keturah as having been sent east with gifts. Obviously, they returned, bringing with them Asian food. But it's also possible, according to Josephus, to think of them traveling west. So they would have been descendants of Abraham. Augustine, in the 4th century, we spoke about him as one of the church fathers a while ago, he refers to the local term that people use for themselves in his region of Canaani, saying that this actually comes from Kanaani, which means Canaanite. That some of the earliest peoples were those that may have been expelled in the conquest under Joshua. There's a legendary thought that the peoples of North Africa may have descended from the Girgashi people that I mentioned in the Torah as one of the 7 Canaanite nations that are expelled in the context of the Jewish conquest of the land of Israel. In terms of Jewish settlement per se, Joshua himself, his tomb is apparently venerated in Tlemcen, which is in Algeria. It's unlikely that Joshua actually moved to the west, but nevertheless, this is kind of like part of the lore of the region. But the fact that there were Hebrew speakers in the region, not Aramaic speakers, suggests that it is not at all impossible to imagine migration there from the 6th century BCE onward. That is, after the destruction of Jerusalem under Nebuchadnezzar and the expulsion of Jews to Babylonia, it is in that Persian period that you begin to develop Aramaic as the lingua franca of Jews. Having Hebrew as the spoken language would suggest that, in fact, these peoples would have come quite a bit earlier. But at any rate, whatever you make of these various legendary possibilities, there's no question that we have strong populations there in the 1st and 2nd centuries, lots of documentation of boatloads of captive Jews after the First Roman-Jewish War being sent throughout the Mediterranean. You have the migration after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. We know of Jews, for example, in Kyrenaica, that Kyrene, that actually had a revolt against the Romans in the year 117, the Kitos rebellion, which we spoke about a while ago. So there's no question there's lots of Jews living here around the turn of the millennium. There's some interesting archaeological discoveries, such as a mosaic that was originally thought to be of a church that was discovered in Tunisia, but looking at it a little bit more closely, you can see it says right there in the middle of the text, Sancta Synagoga. It says Holy Synagogue, and in the little medallions on either side of the text, there is the very classic Jewish representation of the menorah, which makes this a prime candidate, of course, for first century Jewish settlement in the region. The Muslim conquest in the 7th century is especially a lot more historical treatment of the discovery of Jewish tribes living in North Africa. A Muslim historian, Ibn Khaldun, says that they came across these Berber tribes. Now, the term Berber is acceptable in English, although it is originally a derogatory term that was applied by the Greeks to the indigenous peoples of North Africa. Lacking, respect for their local terminology, they refer to their language as being kind of like a gibberish. They would say bar, 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 and hence you get the term in English barbarian. But ultimately, the term was transvalued and it was used to refer to these peoples without necessarily having a negative connotation. Now, among these multiple tribes, several of them were actually practicing Judaism, and the Muslims were surprised to see, wow, significant Jewish populations among these peoples. The earlier Semitic context, the earlier migrations of Jews, no doubt had an impact on the local populations. The conversion to Judaism was especially pronounced among the nomadic forms of the Berber civilization, the so-called Otter branch, that were less sedentary, and actually quite warlike, which is fascinating to see. In particular, you see there's a lot of legends regarding Queen Kahina of a tribe called Jirawa that is associated with Judaism. In fact, the term Jirawa may be related to the Hebrew term ger. Ger means convert. Although there are lots of questions surrounding Queen Kahina, they're actually Jewish at this time, but she is nevertheless in a major part of 7th century history for her ferocious defense of her tribe from the Muslim invaders. She actually fell in battle herself, but it is significant in terms of describing the extent to which Judaism had penetrated the local populations. Now, just thinking about North Africa in terms of these kind of exotic warrior clans is a bit of a distortion of what else is going on in North Africa as well. There's actually a lot of scholarship developing, especially on the coast, as you have more and more scholars coming together in the welcoming environment of Islam to engage in religious studies. Perhaps the most famous is Rabbi Hananel ben Fushiel, who was an 11th century commentator who actually wrote the first full commentary on the Talmud. If you study Talmud today in the traditional printing, you will see Rabbeinu Hananel right on the side, the outside margin of every page of Talmud, which is prime real estate for commentaries. He actually wrote his commentary before Rashi, which gives you an indication of the antiquity of his work. Now, he may have been originally from Rome, and that just indicates how important the community of Qairouan, which is not the same as Cairo. Qairouan is located in Tunisia today, but that the community was strong enough to attract a scholar of his standing. Even more famous than Rabbeinu Hananel, it's impossible to talk about medieval North African Jewry without referring to Rabbi Yitzchak ben Yaakov al-Fassi. Al-Fassi means the one from Fez. Fez is in Morocco. And he wrote a brilliant and very widely used Talmudic commentary that is still incredibly essential to studying the Talmud. Rabbi Alfasi's commentary is interesting in that, as we've discussed in previous lectures, the Talmud is a very unusual document in which there's a lot of discussion of halachic practice, how one should behave as a Jew, and a back and forth of debate, looking at the ambiguities of the text and arguing different positions, and sometimes, but certainly not all the time, coming to a clear and resolved conclusion. But the Talmud also includes a tremendous amount of material which seems really quite tangential in nature, that goes off and talks about metaphysics or biographies or recipes or observations from the natural universe. All kinds of things which are kind of a miscellany that are attached with very, very thin connections to the previous material, I think it makes the Talmud absolutely fascinating to read. But the Alfasi said, wait a second, it's really important that we get to the bottom line, how we should behave here. So he went through the entire Talmud, and he removed all of that other stuff called the Gadata, which I personally, I find that much more appealing in many ways, but that's just me. He removed all that stuff. And he recorded the debate in the Talmud back and forth, inserting his commentary as necessary in the narrative, sometimes with clearer conclusions. And he made a much more strapped down, pragmatic, this is how the Talmud derives the final legislation that eventually became a major building block in the entire firmament of Jewish law. Hugely influential text that is usually printed at the back of every Talmudic tractate in traditional printings today. I should mention, before we leave this, that another author, about 500 years later, Ibn Habib, said, you know what? All that other stuff is so good. So whereas the Alfasi removed all of the Agadata and kept only the Halacha, Ibn Habib said, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to keep all of the Agadata in a separate book, which is published under the title Ein Yaakov. He and then later his son completed the work. And that was a widely studied text for many hundreds of years. It was somewhat faded in recent centuries, but hopefully it will get some renewed attention because it is an absolutely fascinating book. Okay, so that's a very quick look at the Jews of North Africa. I hope you enjoyed this brief video. One of the most fascinating periods, I think, in Jewish history is a brief period of about 2 centuries that existed in medieval Spain. It's sometimes called the Golden Age because of the phenomenal personalities that animated the cultural, especially the literary, poetic life of the Iberian Peninsula between about the 10th and the 12th century. There's a lot of question, however, as to exactly how golden this era was. A series of books over the last decade or so have gone back and forth on this. And so I thought I'd just very quickly give you a sense of when was this golden era? Why do people call it a golden era? And what are some of the criticisms to say it was not so golden after all? Okay, I happen to have given quite a few lectures on this topic and of people in this topic. In the following lecture, I'd like to just take a very brief moment to speak about 3 of my favorites, actually 3.5 of my favorites. But I'll put in the links below some directions to longer videos in which I explore the lives of these people in a fuller length. But anyway, let's talk a little bit about the golden age of Spanish Jewry. When we last discussed the Iberian Peninsula, it was under the control of the Visigoths, who, when they converted to Catholicism in the year 589, initiated a bizarre reign that was characterized by a tremendous amount of anti-Semitic legislation. As we discussed earlier, there's a lot of questions surrounding exactly the nature of how these decrees were implemented, because we really only have the legislative side to look at to try and examine the history, but it was a period of remarkable anti-Semitic legislation. with punishments like amputations and the imposition of a police state to track the movements of Jews, all kinds of really strange things that you couldn't see for centuries later anywhere in Europe. At any rate, it was a very, very nasty period. We have to assume between the years 589 and 711, which is when the Muslims entered the peninsula and conquered it in very short order, along with their rapid expanse across the southern part of the Mediterranean and into southern Europe as well. We don't get a lot of information about the flourishing of a sort of a Jewish Muslim synthesis or of this kind of cultural coexistence that will be so celebrated for the first couple hundred years. But by the time we get to the 10th century, things change dramatically. One of the concepts that comes up again and again in the origin stories of this golden age is the notion of the loyal and wise Jewish advisor, meaning you have like Muslim rulers coming into the era, military rulers. They've got to manage a restive Christian population who resents their presence, and the Jews serve as an excellent intermediary between the interlopers into the culture and the indigenous population. They're literate, they're numerate, they're urban. There's all kinds of advantages to using the Jews who themselves have no special connection to the local population, and especially not to the previous regime of Visigoths. So the Jews fit that role very nicely. And over again, you see this phenomenon of like a Muslim military ruler coming in and needing some local support and infrastructure, and Jews are there to fill that gap. It's not clear at all that, as some 19th century historians will argue, that Jews somehow betrayed the Iberian Peninsula to the Muslims, but it is not at all outside of the realm of possibility that when Muslims came in, and as their military advance required them to go further and further north, and they had to leave behind a thinner and thinner layer of administration, the Jews were able to staff those positions to control the population, tax them, and so on. So that's probably where we have the functional origins of this interconnection. Jumping ahead a little bit, of course, this is reversed over the next several hundred years in something called the Reconquest or Reconquista, and that refers to the Christian movement from the north down to the south, slowly pushing the Muslims back out of the peninsula. As you can see in this map here, which covers the period from 914 till 1492, which is of course the expulsion of the Jews, and shortly before that the complete conquest of the peninsula with the fall of Granada in the south. But as you can see with the color coding here, gradually over the course of half a month, with significant consequences for the Jewish population, as we shall discuss a little later on in this semester. So speaking specifically about the Golden Age, what we're talking about is basically the era from Chastai ibn Shakrut to Yehuda Halevi. Those are kind of the major figures who bookend this period, and that dates from the 10th to the 12th century. The area in which this Golden Age is especially expressed is in the southern region, which is known as Al-Andalus, the Muslim region, and it works within a Muslim cultural ecosystem, in particular the attitude to poetry, and that we shall see as being so significant. I'd like to suggest, I don't think I've ever seen this term used before, but maybe I can coin it unless I'm stealing it unconsciously from someone else. There was kind of a silver age that followed it. Not nearly as amazing as the Golden Age, but there were a few really important figures like Nachmanides or the Rashba, some phenomenal figures who were in Spain shortly after the Golden Age was coming to a close, and they existed within the Christian cultural ecosystem, with quite a different experience in many ways, as God willing we shall discuss a little further along in this semester. So basically, that's what we're talking about. These 200 years between the conquest of the peninsula in 711, it really comes to its golden period in the 10th century, up until the 12th century when the Reconquista begins to slowly make its impact on this brief and fascinating period. Okay. Now, what makes it so golden, perhaps one of the most significant things, is something that is known in the scholarly research as la convivencia, or as I think the Spaniards would say, la convivencia, which always makes me laugh, but it means literally the living togetherness, right? The coexistence, which is a little bit stronger, I think, in Spanish. The idea that these are, very diametrically opposed cultures.